Chapter 21. Pep Talk. November 2002. J.J. left us for a couple weeks on the 9th. She'd be back for a nomads party on the 30th. After she left, the task force assessed her inaugural weekend. Slats especially felt it was a success. He was relieved to know all of his wrangling looked to be worth it. Slats was also relieved to have Rudy removed from the picture. I was too, but the trouble that Rudy had brought weighed more heavily on Slats. After all, Rudy was Slats's responsibility, not mine. As far as Slats was concerned, we were all his responsibility. I asked the task force if there was a way we could use Rudy's arrest to the case's immediate advantage. Slats's quick mind came up with the tack. He pointed out that so far, in spite of Smitty's love for us, it was Bad Bob who'd really put his ass on the line for the solo nomads. We agreed. I said I thought it was because both Smitty and Bad Bob wanted us to become prospects. I'm convinced they thought we were the best thing they'd seen in ages, only they took different approaches. I think Smitty thought that since we were bullhead guys, he'd keep us as his little secret. That hadn't worked. We'd moved on to Mesa, and there it became Bob's goal to fold us in tight with his guys, to use his pulpit as the Mesa P, to vouch for us, and therefore make Mesa our de facto charter choice when the time came for us to drop the solo and add the Hells to our Angel moniker. And it is Hells, H-E-L-L-S, not H-E-L-L''S, the official story being that there's more than one hell. It just depends on who and where you are. Even though Bad Bob hadn't yet expressed open interest in our patching over, I could feel that was where he was headed. I felt certain that between them, Smitty and Bad Bob were engaged in a quiet battle to win our hearts. Ah, to be loved. Since Bad Bob was already a bona fide president, Slats suggested I appeal to him for advice on running a club in Rudy's absence. Slats wanted me to go to him and say, "Hey, Bob, you've been doing this for years. I'd really appreciate it, really be honored, if you could help me out and tell me the things I need to know about running a club. I mean, I'm lucky enough to know you guys. I figure I might as well use you as a resource, if you don't mind." I thought it was a great idea. I called Bad Bob that day, told him the situation, and asked when we might be able to get together. He suggested the 13th, for breakfast at the Five and Diner in Chandler. I told him that sounded great. We sat in a secluded corner booth. Our food came quickly, cheese omelets and hash browns for both of us, coffee for me, iced tea for him. After rehashing what had happened to Rudy, Bad Bob laid it down. "Listen, Bird, I'm an officer. I used to be a soldier, but now I'm a decision-maker. Been one for years, and now you are too. It's an honor, let me tell you. You know me. You know us. We run the show. We keep the other clubs in line and make sure we stay on top. Shit, we control this state, you know that. I know you know because you're sitting across from me right now asking for my advice. Well, here it is. Keep the club strong. Rally around your colors. Protect your club and your reputation. You're like a virgin on prom night, man. Your rep is all you got." I thought of Dale at that moment, of how I'd told her damn near the same exact thing. He continued. I listened. "Rudy, he fucked up. Simple as that. Took chances he shouldn't have. The shit he's in, it's dirty, you know. You know me. I like to party, but that shit, it goes nowhere. First things first, you gotta get to his place and clean it out. Those maggots around Apache Junction he was with, you don't want them beating you over there. It might take them a week or two to figure out where he went, so get on that. Second, you tell your boys not to worry Rudy may be gone, but life goes on. You're the P now, and you have my support. You can tell them I said that. You got the red and white on your side, to the end." I told him I appreciated his backing, and his advice. I asked if he'd give my boys a pep talk in a couple of days, and he said that the next time we were all around Mesa, he'd be honored to sit down with us. "But there's more," he said. "Now that you're a P, you gotta know Hoover better. The P up in Cave Creek, the guy who owns the RCB Tavern." "Yeah, I remember Hoover." "Good. I'm gonna call him and tell him to expect you. He's the guy. He's just like me, man. We got our fingers in everything." I told him that'd be great. Bad Bob called Hoover right then and vouched for us yet again. I was impressed. When he was done talking to Hoover, he said, "Bird, keep up the good work, and you'll have free rein in Arizona. Just one thing, keep me informed. I need to know your business so I can keep everyone's head clear. I don't like getting blindsided with shit here." He meant, be respectful, keep kicking in those contributions, don't step on anyone's toes, don't take advantage, and don't allow yourself to be taken advantage of. It made me feel great. He ate some more of his breakfast and finished his iced tea, slurping it loudly. Then he looked up at me. "I gotta say this, just so I know I did. Rudy was cooking, right?" "Yeah, Pops told me like 3-4 ounces a night." Bad Bob sighed. He shifted in his seat and pushed his plate back a little. Then he launched into a full-blown lecture about how we couldn't pick that business up. He said the Angels had given it up because they'd gotten tired of shaking down users for money when money was the last thing they had. He said he knew he sounded like he was full of it, since he was a user himself, but he insisted he was different. He wasn't a real down-and-out tweaker who lived for crank and crank alone. He said it was okay for us to dabble here and there. He knew Pops occasionally took a rail, and he said we should go ahead and sell off Rudy's stash, but when that was over, then that was it. It was good advice. I appreciated getting it, and he enjoyed giving it. The whole time I stared into Bad Bob's eyes. They were serious and sad. Bad Bob cared for me. I was almost touched. Almost. Chapter 22. Motherfucker, if I ever see you in this town again, I will fucking bury you in the desert where no one will ever fucking find you. Late November, 2002. Dennis and Dolly got married on November 29th. Biker weddings are like any other, except very few suits, no ties, no expensive dresses, no champagne, no toasts to the parents of the bride, no toasts to the parents of the groom, no cocktail hour at the reception, no sit-down catered dinner, and most definitely no funky chicken or electric slide group dance. The proper attire was cuts and clean jeans and dirty boots for the men, and anything nice for the women, which meant anything decent that could be bought for less than $40 at Walmart or Target. The Denbeston ceremony was held at the Riviera Baptist Church on Marina Avenue. It's a funny thing to see a bunch of avowed unapologetic sinners file into a church. It's even funnier when you're pretending to be one of them. The pastor, a short rail of a man in a light blue suit with a dark blue tie, had the eyes of a man created to be confided in. He stood by the door of the chapel and took each of our hands in both of his. He spoke in a near whisper, but each word was clear. "Welcome to the Riviera Baptist Church for this wonderful occasion." The church wasn't erected on the grand scale of the Southern Baptist churches I'd seen in Georgia. It was spare and unassuming. Like the pastor, it had a border town feel, a Western outlaw vibe. It was the last place a complicated man came to receive the guidance of God before he did whatever it was he had to do. That little church knew that people weren't as good as God wanted them to be, but that it would never stop with the business of trying to salvage the soul. The service was brief and practical. Dennis wore his cut over a cheap suit, and Dolly was dressed in a Walmart special, probably with underwear to match. When it came time for Dennis to kiss his bride, he let her have it. We left and milled around the parking lot. There were over a dozen of us, and we discussed where we'd celebrate. Smitty and Dennis suggested the Inferno. A sense of propriety overtook J.J. She said, "Hell with that, guys. Let's have it over at our place." The guys said that wasn't necessary. J.J. insisted, then I insisted, and they said cool. Some of them had other things they needed to do, and Smitty had to go home first, so we split up and agreed to meet at the Bullhead Undercover house on Verano Circle around 9 p.m. I went home to set up, and J.J. and Timmy went and got a couple 30-packs of Bud Light, 2 jumbo buckets of KFC fried chicken, and a few combo platters from Taco Bell, the culinary makings of the perfect H.A. wedding reception. The guys showed up. The rapper Nelly blasted on our system as they walked in. I was in the middle of the room with J.J., dancing like a white boy at a pep rally. No one knew what to do. For a short while they stood there like wallflowers at a junior high prom. Then, between songs, Dennis walked up to the stereo and turned it all the way down. He asked, "Bird, what the fuck is that jungle music?" "That's my shit, Dennis." "Well, it ain't mine, and this is my wedding day. Put on something else." I said okay, and fired up the same old Steppenwolf crap these guys lived for, and the party came to life. J.J. showed them where the food was, and they dug in. Dennis and Dolly looked happy. They ate the chicken and drank the beer and talked with J.J. Timmy and I drank with a couple guys who had been at the ceremony, an Angels nomad named Dale Hormuth, and the hang-around, Billy Schmidt. Smitty and Lydia showed up with Pops a little while later. Eric Klaus, another Angels nomad who'd been at the wedding, was supposed to be with them, but wasn't. I had prepped some ruse props for Smitty, some pictures of my old partner Carlos, and a short personal note from Carlos to Smitty. I also had a ruse email from a guy named Gato that discussed the Kingman Mongols problem. Smitty barely looked at the stuff from Carlos, read the email twice, and told me we needed to talk. We went out back. We each lit a cigarette. "There's some trouble brewing, and you need to know about it. Lydia got a call from an associate across the river. She said there's 50 Mongols over in Laughlin, and they're planning on coming over tomorrow to break us up." It was the first I'd heard of that. I immediately thought, call Slats. He continued, "I sent Eric over there. Lydia gave him her .38, and he left his cut in my car. Incognito, you know." "I hear you." "He'll get back to us." "Good." "But we're gonna be loaded up tomorrow night at the Nomads rally. Billy's gonna look after the guns, keep all of 'em in his truck behind the Inferno. Me, I'm bringing 2 shotguns, a couple pistols, and my Tech-9. Those fuckers come, we'll be ready." "All right." I paused. "Good." Smitty raised his eyebrows and said, "Check this out." He pulled a Taurus pistol from his waistband. "This is one of the pistols I'll have tomorrow. Gonna sell Bad Bob one next week." He flicked a switch below the barrel, and a red beam shot off it, piercing the dark. He sighted it on a wall. I asked him if he'd sell me one, too. He said he sure would, as soon as the Nomads' party was over. He said he might have to sell it to me if the Mongols showed. As he turned off the laser sight and tucked the pistol into his pants, he said, "You gotta understand one thing, Bird. You're there for us tomorrow. Things get thick, and as far as I'm concerned, you fight like you're a Hell's Angel. You protect your solo brothers, but you buck up for us." I stood tall, didn't smile, and nodded. I said, "Smitty, that'll be my fucking honor." All the undercovers had deep conversations that night. I had mine with Smitty. Timmy got more information from Billy about the weapons cache he'd be guarding, and J.J. talked self-defense strategies with the women. Lydia wanted to know if J.J. regularly packed. J.J. said she did. Lydia said that if things turned sour, their job would be to gather the old ladies, get them behind the bar, and take up positions to defend them. She said, "You and me, we'll shoot whoever the fuck comes near us." As a law enforcement officer, my first job is to prevent things like this from happening. After the dinner party, the Black Biscuit Task Force notified the Laughlin and Bullhead police departments to be on the lookout. We hoped a Mongols-Angels confrontation wouldn't even come to pass, but if the Mongols did manage to reach the Inferno and things turned bad, then my second job would kick in, protecting myself and my fellow operatives. This wouldn't be all bad. If the Mongols showed and I was forced to protect the Solos and the Angels and lived to tell the tale, then my credibility would be furthered. JJ was understandably nervous. She didn't carry openly like the rest of us. Like Lydia, her pistol was in her purse. She'd never been in a drawdown or fired her weapon in a live situation. So we decided to go over some things. We'd spent the morning at the patch, and when we got back to the Verano Circle house, we were greeted by a snoring Eric Klaus, who'd crashed out on our couch. We went about our business like he was a part of the family. When he finally woke up, he grabbed a beer and walked into the garage. The door was open, and the afternoon light streamed in. He took a long swig of beer and scratched his butt. JJ and I sat on my bike. I had a cigarette in my mouth. I smoked it without the use of my hands, which I kept on the handlebars. JJ practiced drawing my Glocks from behind me. She reached around my torso and crossed her arms. She pushed her chest into my back. She unsnapped the holsters with her thumbs, then drew the gun on the left with her right hand, and vice versa. She uncrossed her arms quickly and came out blazing, a black pistol on both sides at shoulder height, ready to fire. She holstered them and did it again, and again, and again, and again. Eric watched and drank his beer. After a while he asked, "You guys are fucking serious, huh?" The guns were holstered. JJ formed her right hand into a pistol, pointed it at Eric, smiled her generous smile, and said, "Yep." I just nodded. The party started at 1 in the afternoon. Timmy and Pops showed up early. JJ and I hung back. We'd be fashionably late. Timmy called to check in around 2. He said, "The guys are on edge, but ready. There's a lot of boozing, but not much drugging, except for Vicodin. They're popping them like Pez candies." I said, "Figures." "Yeah, they're anxious. There's a lot of shop talk, too. Doug and Hank have some shit they want to sell today. Some other guy wants to sell us a full auto. Billy told Pops he wants to sell him a couple shotguns ASAP. I said, "Jesus, we're like Guns R Us." Timmy laughed and said, "Yep." I told him I'd sign some cash out of our safe before we headed over. He said, "Good, we'll probably need it." We hung up. I called Slats and let him know the situation. He told me there'd been no reports of Mongol activity in Laughlin. JJ and I got to the bar around 5. The mood was strange. The guys were serious but mellow, zonked by massive quantities of alcohol and painkillers. JJ broke off to talk to the girls. I went to talk with Timmy, Smitty, and Joby. We said hello and gave each other hugs. Joby, a non-drinker, was not dulled by booze. Smitty was distant but looking serious. This was his party in his town, and he didn't want anything to break bad. But if it did, he'd be ready. Joby spouted the usual invective against his Mongol enemies. For the time being, they remained imaginary, as did the violence he would unleash upon them. Smitty leaned close and said, "So far, so good." "That's good news," I said. Joby closed his eyes and shook his head forcefully. "Fuck that. I want those fuckers to show." Then he nodded to someone over my shoulder and excused himself. Once he was out of earshot, Smitty asked, "You remember those silencers you showed me?" "Sure do." "You change your mind about selling them?" "They're already sold, Smith. Sorry." I lied. "Well, you getting more?" "Not at the moment. What's up?" "Can you put me in touch with your guy? I'd love to get one of those for my Ruger." I told Smitty I'd look into it. He said good. J.J. did a few deals, got some Vicodin, and bought a little baggie of meth from Dolly. J.J. told me later that Lydia kept telling her how impressed everyone was with me and the solos, and how happy she was personally that I had such a solid girlfriend in J.J. J.J. told me she had blushed when Lydia told her that she was actually flattered. Lydia's words gave J.J. confidence, and like a good undercover, J.J. flipped that confidence back onto Lydia in the form of credibility. J.J. was getting accepted far more quickly than I could have ever imagined. J.J. became our drug clearinghouse for the evening. They were all small quantities, but she needed to make an evidence drop. It looked unlikely, but we had to assume we'd still have an altercation with the Mongols, which meant we'd be dealing with law enforcement first responders who wouldn't know about our undercover status. We didn't want to be carrying anything if we got arrested. I told Doug and Hank to meet us at my place around 9 if they wanted to do their gun deal. This was the pretense we used to dip out for a little while. We went to a Circle K. I stood at the counter and bought a pack of cigarettes, while J.J. walked down an aisle decorated with shiny bags of snacks. The task force agent, Buddha, was fingering a bag of Fritos when J.J. brushed up against him, pushing a bag of evidence into his back pocket. We paid and left. Then we drove to Verano Circle, met with Doug and Hank, and did the deal. They were a little unsure of dealing with J.J. in the room, but I said if they couldn't deal with her, then they couldn't deal with me. Since they were on the cash end of a decent transaction for 3 semi-auto pistols, they couldn't disagree. They asked for $1,600. I had J.J. inspect the weapons, which she did, and nodded with the slightest hint of wariness, and I said, $1,500, no more. They said that was good, too. I said, good news, thanks for keeping the store open. They asked if they could crash at our place that night, and I said, by all means, absolutely. I let them know Eric Klaus would be sleeping over again, too. They were cool with that. We all went back to the Inferno in the Mercury. The night dragged on. Some guys started to do meth, others passed out. At one point, I asked Smitty why they were letting their guard down. He said, with equal parts of relief and regret, "Those faggots ain't coming." We left past midnight. J.J. was packed double with me. Doug, Hank, and Eric rode solo. Timmy and Pops drove the Merc. I told them that if we didn't show up at home that night, not to come looking for us. We were either out partying or had been arrested. It was a joke. We all laughed. On the way home, on a dark side street deliberately taken to avoid a confrontation, we were pulled over for a traffic stop. The Angels were used to these, and J.J. and I pretended to be. They knew what to expect from a cop. In a way, it's a point of honor and pride to be continually jacked by police, even though to a man they bitch about it incessantly. But something strange happened that night, something none of them had ever seen before. Typically, when a mixed club group of bikers is stopped, and Hell's Angels are among those present, they get the most thorough attention. Everyone knows the Angels are the ones to be wary of, and that given an inch, they will take a mile. They must be attended to first. But they weren't. The cops yelled and the cherry lights flashed. An officer approached J.J. and me from behind. When he got about 10 feet from us, he racked a shell into the chamber of his shotgun. J.J.'s legs pinched me hard. We didn't move. I didn't appreciate the sound of that shotgun. Maybe they'd been waiting all night for the Mongols just as we had been, and since they hadn't come, they took this opportunity to vent some steam. Over the bullhorn, a young, angry voice said, "Bird, do not let go of your handlebars until ordered to do so. Do you understand?" I nodded, yes. I held the bars with a death grip. J.J. was on me like a backpack. The Angels were told to remain on their bikes. I was ordered off the bike by a young, stout officer. J.J. and I were separated. They led me behind their vehicles. "Hands on your head. Lock those fingers. Cross your ankles. Sit." The cuffs went on one wrist at a time. The young cop said, "You got to take your jacket off." I jangled my cuffs. "How am I supposed to do that?" He breathed, "Shit. Besides, I wouldn't take it off for you even if I could." I knew this was stupid, but I also knew it would play well with the angels, who were being lined up a few feet away. The young cop grabbed my arm and hauled me up. "Shut up! We're going to take your picture." "Good. I ain't saying cheese." He tightened my cuffs. They hurt. He took my guns and handed them off. Another cop started snapping a camera as I got turned around, front, side, back. I was wearing my goatee in 2 long braids that night, and the cop with the camera said, "You look like a fucking catfish." As they did this, they positioned JJ so I could see them frisking her. She wasn't wearing a bra, and they weren't shy about where they put their hands. They frisked her again. She took it in stride. I was very angry, but there was nothing I could do. When they were done taking pictures, I was led to the curb and told to kneel. I was led at the barrel of a loaded and charged shotgun. "Don't move. We got to talk to your little girlfriend. We got to talk to your buddies." JJ was taken to a marked unit and ducked into the back seat. The guys were cuffed and lined up curbside. No one but me had to kneel. No one but me had a gun drawn on them. The angels couldn't believe it, but as far as these cops were concerned, I was more dangerous than they were. A cop came up to JJ and asked her through the rolled-down window of the cruiser what she was doing hanging out with a guy like me. She didn't look at him. She asked, "What, as opposed to a guy like you?" That was the end of that conversation. She listened to the rap sheets come over the radio. She was clean. I had a few minor, and fabricated, priors. Klaus had some minor stuff too, and Watkins had an outstanding warrant for a traffic violation. That wouldn't wash well with the fact that they'd caught him carrying a concealed Bowie knife. He was placed in a marked unit and bound to spend the night in jail. It was Dam's sheet that scared JJ. There was a bunch of drug stuff, including a felony conviction for cocaine trafficking. But the kicker was that he'd been arrested for severely assaulting a police officer. JJ prayed that he wouldn't get motivated to go at it again. Meanwhile, Officer Shotgun talked to me. He wanted to know where I lived. Why was I still in Bullhead? Hadn't I heard they'd been looking into me? He said, "You got to move on, Bird. You got to get the fuck out of my town." I said, "You can arrest me or lecture me, but I won't take both, so make up your mind. If you're going to cut me loose, I'm all ears. But if you're shit-canning me, shut up and take me downtown, 'cause I ain't interested." He didn't like that. He put his boot in between my shoulder blades and pushed me to the ground. Since I was cuffed, I caught the pavement with my cheek. He kneeled, leaned in close, and whispered into my ear, "Motherfucker, if I ever see you in this town again, I will fucking bury you in the desert, where no one will ever fucking find you." My recorder was going. I thought, not good, dude. Not good for you. I knew this guy desperately wanted me out of his town, and I knew he wasn't using approved methods. I wanted to tell him what I was, but I couldn't. It would be months until he learned how close he had come to ruining his career that night. They took Hank, but they had nothing on us. They cut us loose. As they wound down their show, puffing out their chests, taking the cuffs off, giving us our guns back, telling us to go home and mind our business, a dark late-model Mercury Cougar crept by. I saw Pops rubbernecking at us in the passenger window, smiling. JJ saw him, climbed behind me on my bike, and said quietly, "What a jerk." Chapter 23. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. December 2002. Timmy, JJ, and I stayed up late that night, smoked cigs on the back porch while Hank and Eric crashed inside. It had been a hell of a day for all of us, but for JJ especially. She'd learned a lot. Mainly, she had learned that she'd be keeping any drugs in her boot from then on, since it was the one place the cops didn't bother checking. Timmy laughed at how I'd gotten stomped by the local police, and said he was happy he hadn't missed it. I smiled and told him to go fuck himself in the ear. The next day, J.J. flew home to visit her family for a couple weeks. She'd put in for the time before she'd come over with us, so it was fine, but we were sorry to see her go. I told her we didn't need her around too much because we'd all be away for the holidays soon enough. I told her things would be slow for a while, so take the time to chill. She said she would. The end of 2002 had delivered Black Biscuit to an operational crossroads. Most of the hours we logged in December were spent discussing the direction of the case and planning our next steps, not hanging out with the angels. We explained our absence to them with the white lie that we were traveling on club business, spending time in Mexico and SoCal, and that my Vegas connection, Big Lou, had invited me out to Miami to lounge around on his yacht and pinch some South Beach ass. As we took stock of our progress, we drew up a list of case positives and case negatives, so we could analyze our positions and objectives. The main positive was that we'd been hugely successful in a short period of time. We'd gotten in quicker and deeper than we'd thought possible in a mere 6 months. The downside to this was that things were blurred. We had moved so quickly from one day to the next, sometimes covering the length of the state in a single day, over 300 miles, always in roll, that it was hard to tell what we were doing. We were drunk on danger and adrenaline. This led us to the main negative. We were running in place. We didn't need to do any more gun deals with Doug or Hank. We didn't need Bad Bob to broker any more petty drug buys. We didn't need more evidence that Smitty acted like a local gangster, or that Dennis, while no longer cooking, clearly had a fluid and consistent source of meth. I was sick of these minor deals. Slats was getting sick of processing them and presenting them to the suits. He wanted dealers, not users. The case was supposed to be bigger. It was bigger. We just hadn't figured out how to crack it. Our frustration led to the beginning of a division within the task force. Slats felt that we weren't leaving our comfort zone enough, and I felt that it was too early to branch out. He wanted us to be aggressive with everyone, while I wanted to solidify my positions so I could do exactly that later on. It was nothing major, just a small crack in the wall that began to dribble water. Not surprisingly, I stood tall on one side of the divide, while Slats held firm to the other. I wanted to pursue the Angels' offers of membership. How often had a group of cops been given this opportunity? Not often at all. I felt we'd never get the true dirt on them as outsiders, that they could profess to trust us as solos till they were blue in the face, but it would never matter, because we weren't Hell's Angels. If we wanted to take a swing at these guys, and there was no argument that that was what we all wanted, then this was the only way. My answer to breaking out of the comfort zone was to become a Hell's Angel, to give ourselves over to our adversary. I knew I was right. Slats wanted us to remain solos. He didn't care about becoming Hell's Angels. If we were to fold into their organization, our operation would become tied to the whims of the club and our sponsors. Instead of buying guns, we'd be pulling guard duty and opening beers. As solos, we could do whatever we wanted, whenever we wanted, wherever we wanted. He felt that they'd ultimately deal with us out of naked greed. The solos also provided them with the illusion of a scapegoat. We were a separate party on which blame could conveniently be pinned. Slats's answer to breaking out of the comfort zone was to be brasher, push harder, and ask for bigger deals. Slats is expert in the criminal mindset, and he might have been right, too. Neither of us budged, though. Our egos were too invested in the work we had done. He had a grand vision, and I wanted to play the hands we undercovers were being dealt. I didn't say as much, but I could feel that another reason Slats didn't want us to try to join the Angels was that he would lose his sense of control, something he'd never ever willingly relinquish. There was a third option. One of us could have, maybe even should have, suggested that we fold up right then and there. Our case was a good one. We wouldn't have decimated the Hells Angels, but we would have sent serious shock waves through them. Our message would have been clear and effective. You are not impenetrable. You do not intimidate us, and we will not leave you alone. If we had ended in December of 2002, we'd have had a respectable case and sustained only a minimum of battle damage. But no one gave this a single fleeting thought. We didn't want a good case. We wanted a great one. Chapter 24. Jingle Bells, Batman Smells, etc. December 2002. Just because December was light on contacts, that didn't mean we didn't have any. Things were happening with Rudy that forced us to keep in touch. On the 6th, I got a call from Bad Bob. He was hearing distressing things about Rudy, but he wouldn't discuss anything over the phone. He suggested I come to a Mesa Toy Run, a community outreach event that collects toys for charity, on the 15th. I told him I'd like to, but I couldn't, since the larger Solo Angels organization was holding a mandatory toy run on the same day in Los Angeles. He said he understood that my first loyalties were to my club, but we still had to get together. He suggested an early dinner on the 11th. I said I could be in town on that date. It was set. We'd been hearing the same distressing things about Rudy, too. Apparently he'd been very chatty with fellow inmates, dropping Bad Bob's name to gain some prison credibility. Slats went to interview him on the 10th. He found out that Rudy had been telling people that his crew, that is us, were running tight with the Angels, and that Bob told him we were going to be offered a patch swap, a full transfer with no prospecting period. Such a thing is very rare. The Hells Angels don't toss death heads out like candy. At the interview, Slats told Rudy in no uncertain terms to shut up. Nothing about the Angels, nothing about the Solos, and most definitely nothing about the ATF. One usually doesn't have to remind an incarcerated informer that it would be unhealthy in the extreme for him to admit to working with the law, but given Rudy's track record, Slats wasn't taking any chances. Rudy promised to keep quiet. They sent him back to the cages, but had him moved to a single to help him stay quiet. Jails are like bee colonies. News travels fast, very fast. When Rudy was pulled, it didn't take long for the population to hear that ATF had pulled him, and when he was returned in protective custody, PC'd, it didn't look all that great. We hoped that by segregating him, experienced prisoners might conclude that he hadn't cooperated and he was being punished. But it could cut the other way, too. Some might think he was being isolated for his own protection. Either way, Rudy Kramer got the message. He clammed up. Bob and I had a lovely dinner at the Baseline and I-10 Waffle House to discuss all this. Waffles for me, cheeseburger fries, and a vanilla shake for him. Bob was visibly worried about what Rudy was saying. He didn't think Rudy was going to snitch. He just thought he was being Rudy, but that didn't make things any better. He asked if I'd heard anything about the patch swap rumor. I told him no, and that I'd never dreamed it was a possibility. He changed the subject, saying he couldn't understand why Rudy, a man who'd been to prison, was so eager to impress people. He said he was not cool with Rudy abusing his good name. Bob chuckled as he told me that he'd heard all of this second-hand from his longtime brother and friend, Phoenix Angel Howie Weisbrod, who'd gotten it from an inmate who went by the moniker Trash Can. You have to love the self-esteem these guys convey when they're left to pick their nicknames. "I mean, ain't that ironic?" Bob said, jamming fries into his mouth. "I'm supposed to be Rudy's best influential buddy, and I'm hearing about it through a guy Rudy doesn't even know, just because Howie knows the guy Rudy's mouthing off to. Fucking Rudy, man." Bob said not to worry, though. He said, I won't hold the solos accountable for Rudy's shit. You have my word on that. But you might want to chill out a little. I know you guys been doing a fair amount of business around the state, and that's fine. Man's gotta do what a man's gotta do, but take it easy. Rudy's popped. You got that crazy fucking traffic stop? What I'm saying is, you're on the radar now, just like us. So take it easy. You don't need the attention, and we certainly don't need the attention. He wedged a quarter of the cheeseburger, which was already half gone, into his mouth. You gotta meet Howie anyway. I told him about you, and I also told him not to think about this Rudy guy too much. I told him once he met you, he'd understand everything was cool with the solo nomads. I said, thanks. No problem. He swallowed hard and took a long, silent pull off his milkshake. As he pulled away from his straw, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Anyway, we both know the patch swap thing Rudy's bullshitting about is just that, bullshit. But that doesn't mean we're not interested. I know you've been come at a little. He shoved the remains of the burger into his mouth and licked each fingertip on his right hand. Well, I'm here to tell you that shit's likely to increase. I'm gonna bring you guys up at the next officers' meeting, ask how everyone feels about the solos coming in as prospects. Once we come to a consensus, I'll tell you how to respond to all the love letters you're gonna get. He smiled at me and slurped the rest of his shake into oblivion. I finished my waffle, pounded my coffee, and paid the bill. I thanked Bob for everything once again. Don't mention it, Bird. You're my boy. We stood and walked to the door. I held it open for him. There's one more thing, though. I want you to go talk to Rudy. Go talk to him and tell him to shut the fuck up. 'Cause, you know, sometimes people who can't keep quiet, they get hurt. I thought, this is probably the kind of conversation Joe Pistone had with his Bonanno associates when he was Donnie Brasco. Bob acted, spoke, and thought like a mobster. I lit a smoke and said, didn't even need to ask, Bob. Consider it taken care of. Which, in truth, it had been. Pops and I went to the Solo Angels toy run in Chula Vista, California on the 15th. It was no big deal. We hung out with Teacher, made sure the local news crew got us on tape, and took some trophy shots with our brothers. We drank some beers and listened to some good Latin music. I was happy for that. If I never heard a Leonard Skinner song again, it would be too soon. We had other solo business on that trip. Our club dues had to be paid in Tijuana. The problem was that Mexico was not in Black Biscuit's jurisdiction. Sovereign nations aren't too keen on having unknown foreign undercover agents poking around in their backyard. Since Pops was our paid informant, he didn't need permission to travel to Mexico in his undercover role. He used to make this trip with Rudy, but since Rudy was indisposed, he'd have to cross the border on his own. As we got closer and closer to the border, Pops got more and more apprehensive. Within a few miles of the checkpoint, he turned to me and said, "Bird, this has got me spooked, man." He didn't want to go into the Solos clubhouse alone, and I couldn't blame him. What I decided to do I've since regretted, not because I thought it was wrong to help Pops, but because it was a completely rogue action, one that even I, a documented risk-taker, should not have undertaken. I decided to go with Pops into Mexico to conduct work, without work's permission. I didn't intend to go to the clubhouse. I just wanted to be in the area should Pops get in trouble. I told him to call me after 30 minutes, and if I hadn't heard from him by then, I'd come rescue him. I wouldn't leave Pops alone, out of his comfort zone, to be eaten by wolves. We crossed the border and parted ways. I strolled around drinking cola, smoking cigarettes, and turning down offers for everything from sombreros to blowjobs. 30 minutes passed, no call. 40 minutes passed, no call. 45, no call. I went to the clubhouse. Pops was fine. He was better than fine. He told me he had tried to call, but it kept going straight to voicemail. I looked closely at my phone and realized I had no service in Mexico. Great. Dumb. Pop said, "Chill out, Bird. These guys love us. Come on, let's party a little." He was actually eating a taco. I kept up appearances. I met a bunch of guys, had a beer, and got roped into a game of pool. Between turns, Suzuki, the Tijuana president, approached me and said next time we came, he wanted us to bring him a Harley Sportster engine. He also reminded us that we had yet to change our Nomads rockers to the Spanish Nomada. He said, "I don't want none of this gringo bullshit." I gave him a hug and said, "Sure thing," with no intention of complying. I hoped I'd never see him again. When my pool game was over, I grabbed Pops and told him we had business in San Diego. He got the message. We left. We walked through the streets. I told him I felt like an idiot. He told me to relax. I couldn't. I'd put myself in a completely losing situation. I lost if I allowed Pops to travel alone while he lacked confidence. I lost if I had to attempt an unauthorized undercover rescue. I lost if, after the fact, I told Slats, since this would likely end the case. I lost if I didn't tell Slats, knowing that one day I'd get found out and be held accountable, knowing that my unauthorized action could seriously jeopardize our credibility in a courtroom. I lost because I knew that the longer I kept my trip to Mexico a secret, the worse it would be for me. But I did it anyway, and I kept it secret for a long time. We returned to Tucson nervous and unhappy. It was right before Christmas. I dropped Pops off at his house and waved at his wife in the front yard. I told him I'd be back in a couple of days to drop off some stuff for the holidays. He said thanks. The words were for the presents I'd be bringing his girls, but the sentiment was for covering him in Mexico, even if he hadn't really needed it. Then he said, "Sorry." "Don't sweat it, Pops. Feliz Navidad, okay?" "Okay." I wasn't the only one sneaking around that holiday season. Slats had been doing some underhanded stuff himself. When I got home, it was the same. Gwen standing on the porch waiting for me so she could get out of the house to get some shopping done. But this time she was in a good mood. She said, "When I get back, you'll help me wrap presents, right?" "Of course, G." "Good. I have a surprise for you, too." I went inside and found our skiing stuff laid out in the dining room. It turned out that Slats, his wife, and Gwen had planned a trip to Angel Fire Ski Resort in New Mexico, kids and everything. When I found out, I didn't think, "Hooray, family vacation." I thought, this is going to take me out of the game right when I need to be staying close to the guys. The truth was that the Hells Angels were becoming my family, and even though I'd told them I'd be out of town on a collection, a holiday disappearing act could arouse some unneeded suspicion. But the kids were ecstatic that we were going away together, so I told myself to swallow my pride and buck up. If I couldn't have actual fun, then I'd pretend to. We were leaving on the 20th. We had a few days to get ready. The Dobyns family ran a clothing and toy drive of its own every Christmas. The kids piled their old clothing on the dining room table. Then they had to go into their rooms and select no fewer than 8 toys for donation. It wasn't a tradition they were too excited about, but it was a good lesson in charity. When everything was together, we boxed it up and took it to our church's donation center a few days before Christmas. Every year I told them, "Don't worry, kiddos, it'll make you feel better when you're all grown up." They trusted me enough to believe this. I'd ask Pops if he wanted first crack at the goods. He was making decent money, but no one ever got rich as a paid informant, especially not as an ATF paid informant. I told him I didn't want to offend him, and he said he wouldn't be offended at all, that he'd do anything to make his daughters happier. I promised I'd bring some good stuff. Dale helped me out by being kind enough to add 2 new stuffed animals, some unopened CDs, and some fresh makeup. She even insisted we wrap the nice stuff, which is what we did. I went over to Pop's alone on the 19th. Short visit. We hugged in the driveway. He brought his wife and daughters out. I gave his wife a gentle hug and leaned down to say hi to his 2 smart, beautiful girls. I knew the girls did well in school, and they were always polite and presentable. The girls said, "Thanks, Jay," and took the box inside. Pop's wife said, "Merry Christmas," and followed them in. Pops reached inside his windbreaker and pulled out a CD. It wasn't wrapped. He handed it to me. I was a little embarrassed. I hadn't gotten him a present. I hadn't even thought of it. "Thanks," I said. "Don't worry about it. Listen to track 3. It reminds me of me and you." We hugged and wished each other Merry Christmas, and I left. The band's name, 3 Doors Down, was written on the CD in permanent marker. A sheet of paper had the song list. Track 3 was titled, "Be Like That." I put it in the player and hit play as I pulled onto the freeway. It was a rock ballad. It started with a guitar riff, the lead singer coming in quietly. It slowly built to a full chorus of drums and thumping bass and crashing cymbals, then went back down for a quiet refrain. It was a good-sounding tune. The singer wanted to know something. He spends his nights in California, watching the stars on the big screen. Then he lies awake and he wonders, why can't that be me? 'Cause in his life he's filled with all these good intentions. He's left a lot of things he'd rather not mention right now. But just before he says good night, he looks up with a little smile at me and he says, "If I could be like that, I'd give anything. Just to live one day in those shoes. If I could be like that, what would I do? What would I do?" I started to cry. Damn that Pops. God bless him, too. We convoyed to New Mexico, the Dobynses in one car, the Slatalas in another. It was an 8-hour slog, but with all the driving I'd been doing, it felt like nothing. Jack sang, "Jingle bells, Batman smells, Robin laid an egg," and the rest of it over and over again. We sang along with him initially, but after 10 repetitions, it was just Jack. I told him to zip it, which he did. We pulled into a truck stop for lunch. Slats's kids jumped out of their car, and Dale ran to join them. Jack took his time, walking with the adults. I looked at him. He was uncharacteristically quiet. Gwen asked him if he was okay. He smiled and said, "Yep." Not 15 minutes later, Jack walked up to Gwen and tapped her knee. He was as green as seaweed. I stifled a chuckle. Slats grabbed my wrist. Jack moaned, "Mom, I don't feel so good," grabbed her purse, pulled it open, and barfed directly into it. I hoped it wasn't an omen for our trip. We cleaned him up and hit the road again. After puking, Jack managed a PB&J and felt much better. He started singing again. The little guy couldn't wait for Christmas. Dale kept pestering Gwen for details of that year's presents. Gwen said, "I'm not going to tell you, Shuey. And besides, you know Christmas is about more than presents. The presents just remind us that we're luckier than others." Dale whined that she knew all that. Gwen told her to sound more appreciative, and Dale wisely chose to drop it. I didn't engage in these discussions too much. I checked my phone constantly. I'd missed calls from Smitty and Bad Bob. The missed calls made me anxious. I felt I needed to be with them, massaging their egos and ingratiating myself. I decided to turn off my phone. Sitting in the car alone with my family for 8 hours for the first time in months, maybe even a year, it dawned on me that I'd put myself at complete odds with myself. The part of me known as J. Dobyns felt guilty, while the part known as Bird was angry at Jay for feeling guilty. The Slatalas had rented a condo at Angel Fire. 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, a nice small outdoor hot tub. We settled in. Slats and I got lift tickets, while the girls and the kids went grocery shopping. On our way to the ticket offices, Slats and I agreed to keep case talk to a minimum. We both knew that we needed to chill, and that we each needed some exposure to our old, more regular lives. Slats said, "Nighttime only, after everyone's down." I agreed, nighttime only, and added, "at the bar." Most definitely at the bar. Slats made a big breakfast every morning we were there. The first day it was cheese and scallion eggs, toast, bacon, OJ. The next was pancakes. The day after that was French toast. After that, poached eggs with homemade hot sauce. He was a regular short-order superstar. I joked that if this federal agent thing didn't work out, he had a future at the Waffle House. He said, "Nah, I'm too good for the house." We stayed for 6 nights and 7 days. The kids got along great. Dale was the same age as Slats's older son, and Jack was the same as his younger. We'd spend 3 or 4 hours a day on the slopes, trying to stay together. I'd constantly challenge Slats to races to the bottom, and he'd constantly refuse them. It didn't matter. I went down hell-bent on shorty skis with no poles. I liked them because I could do anything on them. Their only drawback was that I looked more like a monkey on sticks than like Bodie Miller. Each run, I'd be the first to the bottom, where I'd wait impatiently for everyone else. Slats would be last, carving graceful arcs through the powder on parabolic 210s, making sure everyone was down in one piece and not horsing around when they shouldn't be. Then we'd pile onto the lifts and do it all over again. On Christmas Eve, after the kids went to bed, I snuck out to the back porch and called Smitty's house. I lit a cigarette while the line rang. Lydia answered. She wanted to know what I was up to. I told her Big Lou had sent me on a collection around Santa Fe. She asked what kind of Scrooge works on Christmas Eve. I told her if Big Lou said the word, I'd shoot Santa in the knee and take all the world's playtime swag off the back of his sleigh while he rolled around in the snow. Lydia just said geez and told Smitty that Bird was on the phone. We spoke for a few minutes. He said everything was fine, good holiday. I said mine was as good as could be expected. Gwen came outside as we talked. She looked at me, then at the cigarette in my hand, then back at me. I gave her a wild-eyed look. She shook her head and went back inside. If I'd had a shred of decency, I'd have felt ashamed. Instead, I was relieved she was gone. I hung up, smoked another cigarette, and went back inside, where a game of Scrabble was starting up. With Slats playing, I knew I had no shot at winning. I played anyway. On Christmas Day, the kids were up at the crack of dawn, and the coffee was brewing. The sound of 3 boys tearing into wrapping paper and 1 girl carefully pulling apart folds filled the living room. Their energy was infectious. I started wadding up the wrapping scraps and throwing headshots at the kids, and before I knew it, we were in a full-tilt Christmas Day wrapping paper fight. That wound down, and I played hide-and-seek with the younger kids. I was the seeker. Slats made breakfast again, and we ate, and then we hit the slopes. That night, after lights out, Slats and I went to the bar. Since it was Christmas night, there wasn't too much going on, mostly lone wolf locals and resort workers boozing after another day. We talked about the case's next step. We agreed that whatever it was, it had to be something that would really knock the Angels' socks off. I suggested we bring them a show of force. We decided to orchestrate a solo Angels Nomads run in Arizona, where every solo who showed was an ATF special agent. We decided to roll hard and deep and show the Angels what we were all about. This worked into Slats's operational direction of maintaining the solos, and without conceding anything, I knew it worked to my advantage, too. If the solos came in and proved we were a solid club, then Bird would gain that much more credibility, and I'd become an even more desirable Angels recruit. As far as Slats and I were concerned, this idea was win-win. We put the case aside for a while and talked about the week. I thanked him for making it happen, saying that if he hadn't, the Dobyns clan would be sitting around our living room staring at the walls. He shrugged as if to disagree. and changed the subject. He said, "Earlier today, I was thinking about how we ski." As usual, I'd spent the day racing to the bottom, while he enjoyed the sound of the breeze in his ears and the snow-covered pine trees lining the slopes, or whatever it was he did. "What about it?" "Well, you know how you race down and fall, and get up and race forward, and tumble some more and get up and race forward again?" "Yeah, if you're not falling, you're not skiing hard enough." "Yeah, well, you know how I cut from side to side and glide and check everything out and make sure everyone gets down to the bottom in one piece?" "Sure, you're slow, I get it." He let it pass. "I was just thinking, we have opposite styles, but in the end, we both get to the bottom of the run at about the same time, and then we both ride the lift up together. One's really not any better than the other. That's all I'm saying. It's just how we are." "Yeah, I guess you're right." We clinked glasses and ordered another round. Chapter 25. The Solo Temporaries. January 2003. Before Christmas, I worked 50 to 70 hours a week. After, I knew I'd be facing 80 to 100. I threw the switch undaunted. In fact, I was exhilarated. We busied ourselves setting the thing up for the first half of the month. We called a bunch of ATF agents and ended up securing 3 for duty: Steve Gundo Gunderson, Alan Footy Footboy, and a hotshot from San Diego, Jesse Summers. Each brought something to the table. Jesse was young and hard, appearing more Latino gangbanger than anything else. Footy was enormous, 6'4", 285 pounds, and had an easygoing personality that both frightened and attracted people. Gundo, an academy mate of mine who was 10 years older than I, was a crafty old-school UC, a classic straight-up operator who everyone, good and bad, couldn't help but like. While Slats, Timmy, and I briefed our peers, J.J. and Pops were busy with the minutia of hosting and outfitting 3 new solos. They lined up rental bikes, a couple of motel rooms, and, most important, created the cuts and made them look authentic. Our aim was to have the guys up to speed as soon as they hit Arizona, which would be on January 28th. I also equipped the Phoenix Undercover house on Romley Road with some new props. My 3-foot-long iguana, Spike, hadn't been getting the love he needed from the Dobyns clan, so I brought him up from Tucson. Once Spike got to the house, I realized that he should have a friend. For some reason, one of the task force agents was selling a nameless 8-foot boa constrictor. I bought him, and his huge glass tank, for $100. We ramped up our contacts after mid-January. Timmy and Pops went out with Bad Bob and the Mesa Boys one night. Bob announced there'd be no more drugs in the clubhouse. No selling, no buying, no using. The guys said fine. Bob said there'd been too much of that lately. Then Bob took Timmy and Pops aside and asked, "By the way, you guys got any party favors?" Apparently, the rule didn't apply to him. Timmy later told me he had to stifle a chuckle by coughing into his hand, and Pop said he couldn't even believe it. Not much else happened until the show came to town on the 28th. Slats rolled out the equivalent of an undercover red carpet for the temporary solos, grilled New York strips, ice-cold Cokes, and a makeshift casino in the patch, craps and blackjack tables and a roulette wheel. I tried to get J.J. to dress up like a showgirl, but she told me to fuck off. We gambled quarters and laughed and ate. Around 10, I suggested we go for a ride. Everyone was game. As we saddled up, Slats yelled, "Take it easy tonight. We got a big week." I said, "Got it." "No clubhouses, only soft spots." "Got it." "You got no cover." "Got it." We left. I knew these guys were up for anything, so I immediately violated Slats's orders. We headed to the Desert Flame, a strip club owned by a new Mesa prospect named Big Time Mike. We rolled in 7 deep, counting J.J. Big Time Mike asked, "What's up?" "Big Time, these are my solo brothers, Jesse, Footy, and Gundo." Big Time asked us what we'd have, and we told him. After serving us, he said, "You guys should go over to Mesa. Some guys are there. They'd love to see you." Before I could say anything, he called, spoke to them, and hung up. "It's all set. They're expecting you." "Cool, dude." I pulled Gundo and Footy aside and asked, "What do you think? We won't go over there if you're not comfortable yet. You heard Slats. He doesn't want us doing anything like this." Both said, without hesitating, "Hell with that. Let's go." I asked Jesse and JJ the same, and they were game too. Timmy and Pops were always up to see the boys. I told everyone we wouldn't stay longer than an hour or two, in and out, meet and greet, get the lay of the land, that kind of thing. As we assed up, I looked at my guys. I thought, we don't need a damn cover team. We are the cover team. There was no way a room full of angels was going to outdo the 7 of us. My confidence soared. Mesa Angel Alex Davies met us at the gate and showed us inside. It was a small group. Nick Nuzzo, Mark Krupa, Casino Cal, Paul Eyeshide, and some prospect I'd never seen. Nick stepped behind the bar, poured us all drinks, and toasted the solo angels. Then he said, "Let's go next door." He meant the members-only section of the house. For the first time, we went next door. The decor was more of the same, except there was a greater concentration of lounging furniture, a couple of couches, 4 overstuffed chairs, a low coffee table with nonsense scratched all over it. AFFA, I Heart the Hells Angels, Mesa Rocks, and Jail, Death, and Pussy. Everyone mingled. The new solos hit the ground running and took over. No fear, no hesitancy. They'd been on the case for 12 hours, and they were already performing like A-list actors. For the first time in months, I was able to sit back and enjoy myself as my partners worked the room. Nick and Cal started to do bumps of crank off the tip of a buck knife, openly violating Bob's no-drug rule. Nick must have seen me looking at him, because he sheathed his knife and came over. He blurted out, "Fuck Bob." It was the meth talking. I didn't say anything. He repeated, "Fuck that guy." Cal came over and sat down. Nick sat down. He bounced one of his legs and spoke fast. "Shit ain't right around here, Bird, I'll tell you. Guys are splitting. The guys in this room, we want to be outlaw. Bob and Whale and Crow, those old fucks, they want us to take it easy." He spit on the floor. "We want to be outlaw, like you guys, you know." That took me aback. The Mesa Hells Angels wanted to be like us? Like solos? Nick sniffed hard. Cal took over talking. "Listen, Bird, we want to do business with you, but we got to take it slow, 'cause we don't want Bob knowing. He's hoarding you guys. He's paranoid and he's greedy, and he's keeping all the good shit to himself." Nick broke back in. "Shit, you know how many times I seen that fat fuck break his own drug rule? Man, I ain't got fingers enough." I nodded. They offered JJ and me a bump, and I reminded them I didn't do that anymore. JJ said no thanks, not as long as Bird is my old man. "Anyway," Nick said, snorting it himself, "not everyone is Bob's boy here anymore. Some shit is fucked up around here lately." This was good and bad for us. We had the opportunity to exploit some club weaknesses, but we had to keep Bob happy. Under no circumstances could any of us undermine his authority. I told Nick and Cal that we were always interested in business opportunities, but I didn't mention Bob, nor would I say anything to him. I decided to string them all along and see how everything shook out. I had to do it this way. If I ratted, Bob would know, but he'd also know I was a rat. If he found out later that I knew, then I'd come clean, but I'd add that I didn't want to be the guy to tell him. I'd have to shift the blame onto Nick and Cal for putting me in a bad spot. I knew Bob would understand and respect this reasoning. It was the only honorable course of action. We left not too long after that. We couldn't stay late. Slats was right, and we did have a big week ahead of us. We had our ops planned to the minute. I had these guys for a week, and I wanted to get Slats his money's worth. The 29th started with some club business that I invited Bob to. It concerned our prospect Jesse. The solos huddled around him in the living room of the Undercover house, merengue music blaring from some lowrider outside. I waited in the kitchen for my cue, Timmy saying, "What the fuck you looking at, prospect?" I lit a smoke and sauntered in, my serial killer cap pulled low over my eyebrows. Jesse sat in a folding chair in the middle of the room. I paced tightly in front of him, never traveling more than 4 feet. I stared him down. He swung his knees back and forth. I sucked my smoke. Everyone else was lined up, arms crossed, and bore down on Jesse with scowls. "I'm not going to waste your time, prospect, and I sure as shit ain't going to waste the time of any of my brothers or esteemed guests. You're shit, plain and simple. I hear from your sponsor that you don't do shit, and when you do shit, you don't do it right. I ask your sponsor over there," I thumbed at Footy, "and he says you can't even open a beer right, let alone do something more complicated like gas up a bike. God forbid he asked you to do something real, something any one of the men in this room could do without thinking. You know what kind of thing I mean?" I stopped. Jesse stared at me like a busted schoolboy. Gundo said, "Bird asked you a question. Answer." Yeah, I know what you mean, Bird." His voice didn't waver. I stepped on his words. "I don't think you do. I don't think you have one single fucking idea what I'm talking about. I'm talking about real shit, man-up shit, shit your mama wouldn't be proud of. You understand me, dude?" Yeah, I do." "Bullshit!" I barked. He didn't flinch. I pretended not to like that. I leaned in close. I placed my hands on my knees. I spoke quietly. "Bullshit, prospect. I think you're a pussy. I think you're a spineless, unworthy fucking cunt. You ain't no solo. You want to ride a bike? I suggest you go home and join a BMX club, you California nobody. You hear me?" "Yeah." No fear in there. "All right. Now, since I'm a decent guy, now's when you talk, if you got something you want to say." He respectfully said that he didn't see it my way. He said he'd done everything that had been asked of him, and done it as well as he could. He said if it wasn't good enough, then he was sorry. He said for what it was worth, he still wanted to be a solo. I turned my back to him while he spoke and shook my head. When he was finished, I said, "Forget it, man, forget it." I winked at Bob. "Ah, just forget it. Footy, give the man his shit." And Footy stepped forward and gave Jesse his patch, at which point we all cheered, and Jesse let out a big fake breath. Bob was transfixed. Later, he told me it had been the best patch ceremony he'd ever been to. "Except for this one, where the new brother accidentally got shot," he added, laughing. Then came the Solo Angels barbecue in honor of the Arizona Hells Angels. Around 20 Angels came over to our humble home in the Mexican hood. The homeboys next door didn't know what to think when all those bikes roared onto the calle. We were good neighbors. We invited them. Some showed up. Crazy scene. Mexican gangsters and Hells Angels commingling like we were in a prison yard in the desert. Gundo was a piece of work. He'd learned long ago that it was best to just be himself in the undercover world. Along with his cut, he wore light gray corduroys, a white button-down shirt, a plain green baseball cap, and running sneakers. Except for his haircut and his jacket, he looked like an average guy at the mall. The haircut was the kicker. He'd had me shave the sides of his head, leaving a wide mohawk on the top. He called the look the seahorse. I walked through the kitchen at one point during the party to find Gundo nonchalantly holding the clothing of a naked man. A few angels stood around looking him up and down, their arms crossed. I asked Gundo what was up. "No one knew this guy," he said. I wanted to make sure he wasn't mic'd up." The guy looked humiliated and frightened. I had no idea who he was. "Well, unless they got mics in dicks these days, I think he's clean. Give him his clothes back, all right?" Gundo smiled the same smile I'd seen him give his wife 100 times. "Was just about to do that, Bird." Bad Bob had witnessed the strip search and came over to ask what was going on. Gundo explained to him, "Bob, you're our guest at this party. Your safety and the safety of your brothers is my responsibility while you're here. Someone shows up and no one knows him, then he's going to get shaken down by me until I'm satisfied he's not recording you, not photographing you, and not smuggling in any hardware with bad intentions." Bob beamed and threw one of his massive tree-trunk arms around Gundo's neck, catching him in the crook of his elbow. Bob turned to me and said, "I love this guy." All that was missing was for Bob to give Gundo a noogie on the seahorse. I walked through the party shirtless, high on success. I never smiled. I had some drumsticks that I beat on everything, the backs of chairs, the backs of people. I even did a drum roll on Casino Cal's death head. I was Bird, full of nervous energy. JJ started to get tight with Nick's girl, Casey. Casey was the girl covered in tattoos whom Bad Bob occasionally went with. Casey dug JJ, and JJ returned the favor. Casey claimed to be a meth source for a Denver angel named Nick Pugh, as well as for Mesa. She asked JJ if she wanted to do a rail, and JJ said, "I do a rail, and Bird finds out, I catch a beating. No way. Thanks, though." Casey said no problem. She understood. Boy, did she. Casey told her she ran shit to California and back for Nick and his brothers all the time. JJ said she had some friends in Dago who might want some, and Casey told her to let her know how much, that she was her girl. JJ thanked her, said she wouldn't forget. Then Casey told her she'd be willing to drive shit south for us if we needed another driver. JJ said she'd talk to me about it, and when I heard that, I laughed. My new prop, the snake, lived in the living room. The party thumping around me, I took the snake out of the tank and draped it over my shoulders. It was heavy and smooth and cool. It felt powerful. As I approached Bad Bob, his face went white. He pulled his knife, pointing it at the boa, and yelled, "Bird, you get that fucking thing away from me, or it's gonna be cowboy boots." I said, "Thanks, Bob." He asked what for. "You just named my snake Boots." The party ended, but the ride continued. Nights flowed into days and back into nights. We roared into Mesa on the 30th for the Mesa Run night. Bob, obviously tweaking, cornered me and went off on Rudy. He was worried about him snitching again, saying he knew Rudy had a newborn at home, and he had talked to ATF, and maybe Rudy had made a deal to get out while his kid was still young, to spend some time with him and whatnot. I knew Rudy was going away no matter what, that he had nothing left to give us, but I couldn't comfort Bob. All I could say was that Rudy was messed up, but he wasn't an informant. Bob compulsively played with one of the rings on his fat fingers while we spoke. He said he'd hung his ass out for us, that he used to be dead set against other clubs starting up in Arizona, but in us he saw something he liked, something he hadn't seen in a long time. I thanked him for the millionth time. He said as soon as Rudy settled down, things would open up for us. On the 31st, we waltzed into the Pioneer Saloon in Cave Creek and got a full introduction over the PA. Gundo was right behind me, and after the announcement ended, he leaned into my ear and said quietly, "I don't care who these guys are, but that was fucking cool." I nodded. It was. Everyone was there, and I mean everyone. Sonny, Johnny Angel, Hoover, Smitty, Joby, Bob, Fang, every guy who had any kind of influence in the state. Sonny came up and greeted each one of us, and in one of the greatest moments in biker investigator history, we got a group shot with him. just Sonny Barger and Johnny Angel in the middle of a row of solo angels, a.k.a. cops, Sonny's arch nemesis. It was a damned coup. The night of February 1st, we went to Cave Creek's clubhouse. Theirs was bigger than Mesa's, on a more open lot in a residential neighborhood. They had a little stage with a stripper pole, and that night the pole had a stripper on it at all times. A blonde with thigh-high red patent leather boots and a dirty brunette in a knit black bikini, or more often out of it, took turns twirling around the stage. All night Joby bugged me for my silencer source. He must have heard about it from Smitty. At one point Joby pulled me into a side room and said, "I need something that if I was to smoke someone right here, they wouldn't hear it out there." I told him not to worry. I'd talk to my guy, but I had to do it my way. He respected that. As we left the side room, I bumped into a short, roided-out live wire with a shaved head. He looked like my shorter, wider twin. Joby had moved on. The live wire asked, "What the fuck? You're fucking Bird, aren't you?" He stabbed his finger at me, tapping me hard right where the bullet had come out of my chest. "Yeah, that's right." "Shit, I'm fucking Dirty Dan, and I need to talk to you. Come with me." I followed this prison gangster to an empty corner of the clubhouse, preparing to become a human sacrifice. He turned suddenly, barking. "I heard all about you, Bird. You're some kind of crazy fucking cowboy, ain't you? Shit, brother, I love that." The veins bulged from his neck and his face turned red. He spat when he talked. I fed off his energy, and he fed off mine. He asked about Mexico. I said I went to Mexico often. He said he'd heard there were Mongols down there. I said there were, but not too many. He said that as soon as his parole was up, he'd like to come with me, see if we could find some. I said great. He said find some, and then kill 'em. I said awesome. He said we'd be a two-man massacre crew. I said, "Dirty Dan, you're the kind of Hell's Angel I've been waiting to meet." He said that he liked the way I carried myself, that the club needed more guys like me. I was perversely flattered and thrilled to have stumbled onto what I considered a real-deal Hell's Angel. No toy runs or public parties for Dirty Dan, just riding and beating and fucking. Amen, brother. After several minutes, we parted company just as abruptly as we'd come together. We agreed to meet and work out at the gym. He yelled, "All right, later, Bird." I yelled, "Later, Dirty Dan." We'd been in a complete bubble. Hours after that, when we were winding down at the UC house, Gundo told me that when Dan and I started talking, all eyes turned to us. Our body language looked overly confrontational. Gundo said, "Man, I thought you two were going to hit the deck." I was leaning against the bar with my hand on my gun, getting ready to pull out. I thought we were about to be in the middle of an ass-beating shootout. I laughed and said, "You kidding me? That guy kicked my confidence up about 1,000 notches. I fucking love that guy." February 2nd. The Solo Angels Hells Angels Love Fest had one more engagement, the Florence Prison Run. It was the anniversary of my first run the previous year, when I was a bullhead nobody riding with Mesa Mike. Oh, how the world had changed. The main drag in town was choked with bikes. We hung out at Yolanda's bar, drinking light beer and bullshitting. A band played. Ghost took the stage and sang a song. He was pretty good. Everyone was happy to be there. In spite of all the rival clubs in attendance, the mood was easy, and there weren't any beefs. We rolled into the desert, all 2,000 plus of us. The cops could do nothing but watch, and it was glorious. No longer relegated to the back of the line, we were fully integrated into the Hells Angels' thundering column. We rumbled through the dust, all the colors of all the clubs flying. We were surrounded by our red and white brothers, the 8-1s. All the Arizona Hells Angels charters were there, Nomads, Cave Creek, Mesa, Tucson, Phoenix, Skull Valley. Beyond them were all the states and many of the countries with Hells Angels charters. We banked wide around a turn and past the yard. J.J. casually slung her arms around my waist, and I gunned forward, the orange jumpsuits standing at attention while we yipped and yelped like pound dogs. Timmy, Pops, J.J., and I all had orange bandanas wrapped around our heads. They were the same color as the jumpsuits. I screamed as loud as I could, "Orange Crush! Orange Crush! Orange Crush!" Timmy joined in. It was for the guys locked up, but really it was for us, our little inside joke. We were the Solo Angels Nomads. Our colors were black and orange, and we were the Orange Crush. No one heard us, though. The bikes were too loud, and we were rolling too strong. This undercover scam had become my life. An ex-partner of mine used a baseball analogy to explain successful undercover work. In baseball, if you hit .250, you're an everyday player. You hit .300 and you're an all-star. Approach .400 just for one season and you're a lock for the Hall of Fame. The same percentages gauge a UC's success. One that goes out and gets good intelligence 30 or 40% of the time is a rock star. I was batting 1,000% with the Angels. And I was being corrupted by success. Chapter 26. Will You Be Mine? February 2003. We debriefed on the 3rd and took a big exhale. We drove Footy and Gundo to the airport, gave them loud backslapping hugs, and thanked them over and over. None of us could believe how successful the week-long ruse had been. J.J. drove back to San Diego with Jessie. She'd be off for a couple of weeks, and then return to work full-time. Her value was immeasurable. Even Slats couldn't disagree with that. He'd held several conference calls with her superiors during the solo week, and persuaded them to let her go until the case came to an end. She was thrilled. After the guys left, we got our house in order. We cleaned up the patch, tuned up the bikes, and took a good look at our suspect matrix. Slats and I decided that with Mesa feeling split and unpredictable, and with Bad Bob concerned about Rudy, we should shift our focus. We decided our next best opportunity was to see what Joby Walters could add. We moved him to the active area of the board. We'd go to work on him as soon as we got back from a couple of days at home. That other house of mine, the one I was ostensibly in charge of, the one that contained Gwen and Dale and Jack, was not in order. Not at all. I got home late on Friday night. No one was home. I knew they'd be gone. Gwen had told me earlier that they'd be spending the weekend camping in the mountains. She said I still needed to come home, though, to take care of the yard and fix part of the overhang on the back porch. For some reason it was leaking. I got up early on Saturday, checked out the overhang, and made a trip to Home Depot. Some animal had peeled away a few of the composite roof shingles. I tore the old ones up, put down a patch of tar paper, and covered that with new shingles. I swung down from the roof, had a beer by the pool, fixed myself a tuna sandwich, and mowed the lawn and trimmed the plants around the edges. I watched TV that night and put calls in to Smitty and Bad Bob from the comfort of my own couch. They didn't answer. I left them messages. "Hey, it's Bird, just checking in," that kind of thing. Smitty and I had a gun deal in the works, and Bob, well, I just wanted to hear his voice to make sure he wasn't flipping out over Rudy. I was glad the house was empty. Even the dog was gone. There was no pressure to change, no need to become someone I wasn't. I could remain Bird, a visitor in my own home. I didn't have to fake being Jay. That was the worst thing about coming home. There was no reprieve. The Angels knew only what I told and showed them, but Gwen had known me for 18 years. I couldn't hide anything from her, or game her into thinking something that wasn't so. Coming home was becoming more difficult than hanging out with the Hells Angels. That didn't make me sad. It made me angry. Angry because I was beginning to feel that I shouldn't have to change, that I should be able to simply decide that I was just going to stay and roll. Gwen wouldn't let that happen, and she was right not to, but I couldn't see it her way at the time. All I could see was that the house was empty, even with me in it, and I was relieved that I didn't feel guilty for not being my old self. I called Gwen on her cell on Sunday morning and told her everything was taken care of. She said they'd be back in the afternoon. I told her I had to get back to work early. There was a meeting first thing the next morning, and I needed to get some paperwork done. She said the kids missed me, and I said I missed them too. I hadn't given them much concrete thought over that weekend. They existed in my thoughts as abstractions belonging to J. Dobyns. But as I said the words, I realized it was true. I did miss them. In fact, I missed them so much it hurt. Even so, I told Gwen I wouldn't be around and to tell them I loved them. She said of course she would, and hung up. I drove back to Phoenix at noon on Sunday. That night, after an hour or two of writing reports, I put on my solo cut, hopped on my bike, and hung out at Sugar Daddy's in Scottsdale, a place I knew the Angels went to from time to time. I drank beer and played pool and made appearances. No one showed up. As the week started, Pops told me he'd been getting calls from Joby about that thing he'd asked me about, the silencers. We discussed this problem at Monday's debrief. There was no way I could hook Joby up with my old bullhead silencer source from Operation Riverside, the machinist Tim Holt. We decided to walk a very thin line. I knew Holt was still making the tubes, and I knew Smitty was aware of it. I called Joby and told him that Smitty was going to have to hook him up because I wouldn't be in Bullhead any time soon. He said fine, and that was that. My ethics prevented me from brokering a direct silencer deal for Joby, but I also knew there was nothing I could do to stop it from happening. The simple truth is that cops cannot prevent criminals from making illegal purchases. If we could do this, the world would be a much different place. For example, I could choose not to sell a machine gun to suspect X, but I couldn't prevent him from buying a different machine gun from a different seller. I could arrest him for completing such a transaction, or I could buy that machine gun from him and use the purchase against him later, but I couldn't prevent a third-party deal. That was the principle we were operating under with Joby and the silencers, except that we stretched our limits by referring him to Smitty, who we assumed would refer him to Holt. We sunk ourselves back into work that week. Timmy bought a 9mm Ruger from Cal that Bob didn't know about. Pops and I bought more tiny bags of meth from a Phoenix Angel named Aldo Murphy. He lived near our Romley Road house with his wife and their 10-year-old daughter, a perennially dirty, undernourished girl with the unfortunate name of Harley Angel. We'd bring the bags to the patch for field testing, and Slats would bark at us. "What, another half a teener? I'm sick of this shit." We said we were sick of it too. He implored, "Get me dealers, not users." We reminded Slats of the Casey woman, Mesa's meth hookup, and he waved his hand like he was brushing a cobweb from his face. He said, "Fine. When J.J. gets back, I'll put her on the Tattooed Wonder." I was convinced we weren't finding any mega-scale drug trafficking because we weren't fully trusted. Everything we knew told us that the Hells Angels moved volumes of drugs, and it was embarrassing to me and frustrating to Slats that we weren't getting them. He thought we had to push harder. I thought we had to gain even more credibility. I hoped to do just that when Joby invited us to a Valentine's Day party in Prescott. He said some guys would be there whom we had to meet. I asked if I should bring flowers. He laughed and said, "Naw, Bird, just you." Prescott is in a central valley between Flagstaff and Phoenix. People who haven't been to Arizona tend to think of the state as one big desert. But places like Prescott dispel that image pretty quickly. It's beautiful. Pasture land, swaying bluegrass, horse farms, mountains to the east and north, desert encroaching from the west. It's lush and cool, often cold, and it gets a fair amount of annual precipitation. It's a college town with libraries and sports facilities and bars. It's got a Starbucks, a fact I never miss. I often thought I'd retire to Prescott, but it's a small town, and since I now know a few guys there, I don't think that would go over too well. But I didn't know them then. Pops had rolled up ahead of Timmy and me. He'd called us on Joby's behalf and told us to meet them at the Desperado's Bar, the only joint in town that allowed bikers. He said it was right on Main Street. When Timmy and I walked through the door, Joby floated over to us like he was the host of some high-class cocktail party. He carried a club soda. He patted us on the shoulders and led us to the bar. I felt like we were the guests of honor. Pop sat at the bar with 5 or 6 Hell's Angels. Surrounding them was an assortment of other club members. There were Vagos, Vietnam vets, Americans, Desert Road Riders, and Red Devils. They orbited the Angels like subservient moons around a dense planet. Timmy and I were brought to the center. I didn't think it was possible, but Joby introduced us to 4 Arizona Angels we'd never seen before. They were Teddy Toth, Bobby Reinstra, Joey Richardson, and Rudy Jaime. He also introduced us to Robert McKay, the Tucson Angel and tattoo artist who'd recently had his non-association clause lifted. The 4 unknown men belonged to the Skull Valley charter of the Hells Angels. Teddy Toth was the president. I'd heard about him. He was a former East Coast Angel from New York City. He transferred out west when his health started to fail. We knew a little about him from Slatz's intelligence. Teddy was an old-school 30-year member, an Angel power broker, on a par with guys like Bad Bob, Hoover, Johnny Angel, and even Sonny Barger himself. He took no shit and operated by the outlaw book. In spite of his stature, my first impression of him was that he could die any minute. He carried haggard sacks underneath his eyes, and a pair of tubes were stuffed up his nose. The tubes led to a wheeled oxygen tank that leaned against the bar. He was fat and slow. I knew, however, that I couldn't trust appearances. Teddy was dangerous. Just like an old mobster who no longer needed his health to rule the family, Teddy was a man to be reckoned with. I didn't know anything about the other guys. Bobby Reinstra, another East Coast guy from Boston, was Skull Valley's vice president. He was younger and physically stronger. He had as much expression as a log. He didn't smile when we met. I didn't either. I'd call us kindred spirits, except that Bobby was quiet when he spoke and careful of what he said. He was the proverbial strong, silent type, which in a Hell's Angel can be pretty terrifying. Rudy Jaime, on the contrary, was all smiles and energy. He was the junior member and had piercings all over his head. Joey Richardson, the last member, looked like your standard muscled-up middle-aged weightlifter. They called him Egghead. I walked up to Teddy holding a support card with $100. He took it, and I gave him a hug. As we pulled apart, Teddy wheezed, "I like you, walking in here all dick-out cocky, just like a New Yorker would." I said, "Just paying my respects." Teddy said, "Good, good." We shook everyone's hands. Rudy asked Pops if he wanted to get high. Pops shrugged and disappeared with Rudy to the far end of the bar. We drank. Joby played host. He'd recently transferred to Skull Valley as their sergeant-at-arms. The guys didn't loosen up, but as we spent the next hour talking, I got the feeling they never loosened up. Teddy and Bobby were old-school bad boys who impressed people with their lack of humor. They were the kind of guys who spent every waking moment waiting for a reason to pull out a lead pipe and put it to use on the backs of someone's knees. I could deal with that. After a while, Joby asked me to step outside, and we excused ourselves. We stood on the sidewalk while laughing college kids in baseball hats and sorority sweatshirts drifted by. I lit a cigarette, and we stood shoulder to shoulder. We spoke out of the sides of our mouths. "What do you think, Bird?" "Of what, dude?" "The guys." "They seem like good guys." He nodded, and I took a deep drag. "Listen, first off, thanks for putting me with Smitty on the carburetor hookup. That was slang for silencer. You got what you need? Yeah, think so. The guy's working on it. Cool. Make sure you field test them. Sometimes they come up loud. Will do. Thanks. No prob. Look, I know you've been hearing shit about coming over, and I got a proposition for you. Okay. I want you guys to come up under me, here at Skull Valley. Really? I mean, don't get me wrong, Joby. I'm flattered. I waved my hand at the town in front of us. But why here, dude? It's pretty and all, but this place looks about as exciting as paint. It is. That's my point. I know Bob wants you, and between you and me, Tucson wants you too. I think that's why Mac's here, actually. I know Smitty already voted to bring you on with the Nomads and Flagstaff. Shit, you even got Dirty Dan sniffing on you for Cave Creek. Here's the deal. You go up at Mesa, and you got to get 20 guys to give you the stamp of approval. Prospects had to be voted in with mandatory counts. You piss off one guy or get sideways with some political bullshit down there, and you're a prospect forever, dig? Yeah, I do. Tucson, they're small but fucked up. Smitty's Nomads are good too, and I love 'em, but they're kind of the black sheep. But here, you come up here, it's nice and quiet, and we got no competition. There are 5 guys in Skull Valley. You've already got my vote, so that means you got to make 4 guys happy. 4 versus 20. Shit, Bird, what do you say? Joby, you trying to get in my pants, dude? He laughed. Fuck yeah, I am. You got to come up here, man. It's the easy way in. After, you can transfer with me to that Mojave Valley charter Smitty's setting up in Bullhead. I'll be an officer there. Smitty'll be the damn P. You'll come in big. Well, what about Timmy and Pops? What about Bad Bob? I got obligations to other people, you know? Big Lou, my down south pistoleros, the solo nomad brothers you met last week. Bob, I'm working this all out with him, don't worry. The other solos, naturally, Timmy and Pops are part of the deal. We love them, too. When you guys are in, then you can prospect your out-of-town boys to your heart's delight. I paused to stomp out a cigarette and lit another. I asked, what about prospecting, Joby? You know me. I can't spend a year being someone's step-and-fetch bitch. He shook his head. Don't worry. I'm talking to people. Sonny's helping me out. You guys are going to be fast-patched. We don't have to teach you guys shit. You know the drill, up, down, and inside out. 2-day hang-arounds, 90-day prospects. You'll have club duties, but they'll be light. No questions about business. We understand you guys travel a lot to make your living, and that's fine by us. Telling you, Bird, one day you'll just wake up and you'll be 81. It sounds real good, Joby. It really did. Thank you for thinking of us, dude. It means a lot. So, that's a yes? That's a strong maybe. I'm sorry, I can't just say yes. I've been a solo for a long time, and I got to talk to my boys before I say anything, either way. I understand. I won't string you along, all right. You got my word. All right. I thought it was a great pitch, and one hell of an earnest valentine. I finished smoking in silence, thinking this must be what a popular freshman feels like during rush week. I went back inside. Joby had a high bounce in his step, like there was a pebble in his boot. He nodded at Teddy as he walked up to the bar. Teddy didn't move. He just wheezed. Chapter 27. 911, 911, get out of the house. Late February, 2003. On February 28th, my cell rang. Timmy, J.J. Pops, and I were hanging out at the Phoenix U.C. house on Romley Road. Yeah, Bird. Get the fuck out of the house right now. It was Slats. He sounded scared. Slats never sounded scared. I twirled my finger through the air like a little tornado. Everyone got up, grabbed their weapons, and ran outside. I followed, pressing the phone to my ear. "What's up?" "Don't have time. Get to the patch right now. Watch your asses." "We're already at the door. We'll see you in 15. We piled into the Cougar. I turned the engine on and peeled out. We drove in circles a little to make sure we weren't being followed. We pulled into the patch's office park and went around back. The bay doors were open, and we pulled in. They closed behind us. Slats paced. He spat into a can. I lit a smoke. Slats said, "Come on." As we made our way to the conference room, he told us what was going on. "DEA's got a snitch associated with the Phoenix Charter. His handler called up half an hour ago and told me that Chico put together a hit squad and they were on the way to Romley to smoke you guys." He was talking about Robert Chico Mora, the Phoenix Angel that Mesa Mike had warned me of over a year ago. I asked, "Why the fuck's Chico want to smoke us?" "That asshole in Tijuana, Alberto, apparently he's been talking about you." I'd heard a little bit of this. Our receptions in Mexico had been generally warm and easygoing, but there were always guys who rocked the boat. This Alberto was the Solo's vice president. He'd always given us the cold shoulder. I assumed he'd had some bad blood with Rudy that went back years, and was never going to give us the benefit of the doubt. We chose to ignore it, hoping it would stay in Mexico. It hadn't. Slats said Alberto was complaining that we'd muscled our way into the club, had never prospected, and weren't legit. He spoke the truth. Somehow this had gotten back to Chico. We didn't know what to do. SOP in a situation like that was to pull the operatives. Mortal and imminent danger was not tolerated or risked. If there was a slight but verifiable chance any of us would be killed, then that was that. Cricket and Slats thought the case was dead. They started to discuss whom they could arrest with what we had. But I wasn't so sure we couldn't get out of it. We had plenty of evidence that corroborated our Solo Angel's backstory. It was just a matter of getting it to the right guy as soon as possible. That's when my phone rang again. "Yeah, Bird." Everyone in the room was stone silent. "Bird, it's Bob." His voice sounded deeper, more serious. "What's up, Bob?" "We need to talk." "What about?" He cut to it. "You're a real Solo, right?" "What the fuck you talking about, Bob?" "I know you're really a Solo." He sounded convinced in an unconvincing way. "Fucking right I am. What's going on?" "We need to talk. It's very urgent." "Okay." "Be alone." "Okay." We agreed to meet at a sports bar on Baseline, a place we'd never been to, in 1 hour. The entire team stuffed up with armor and grabbed their long guns. An advance team got to the bar quickly. They took their places and waited, sat at the bar and did crosswords, feigned watching games on the TVs. Timmy and Pops were in the surveillance van. Timmy was armed to the teeth. If things broke bad with Bob, I'd likely be fine. Still, I didn't have a good feeling about the meeting. Before leaving the patch, Slats helped me put together an impromptu package of Solo credentials, photos and video news footage from the December toy run, dues receipts, photos of Pops and Rudy in the Tijuana clubhouse, random flash we'd picked up. We talked dialogue, Slats role-playing Bob, me in role. We'd sell our case to Bob like we'd sell a crime to a prosecutor, physical evidence, historical evidence, and an argument for our position. Breaking character, I asked Slats if he thought Bob was trying to prove to his brothers where his real loyalties lay, if he thought Bob might be taking this opportunity to take me out. We all knew that as I went, so the Solos went. Slats said he wasn't sure, and if I didn't want to meet with Bob, I didn't have to. That meant the end of the case. I said, "Fuck that." He said, "Okay then, let's get out of here." I drove the Cougar. and consumed half a pack of cigarettes. I was openly scared, and not proud of it. I called my old buddy, Chris Bayless. He talked me down and gave me the old "Jesus hates a pussy" speech, finishing just as I pulled into the parking lot. I went in and walked to the bar. 5 minutes later, a haggard bad Bob loped through the door. He looked around as he approached me. He said gravely, "Let's get a booth." We made our way to a quiet corner of the bar and sat down. I put my hands on the table and laced my fingers together. My rings, my rings. They meant something to me. In an instant they reflected all that I'd lied about, all that I'd come to personify, all that I'd risked. I decided to ignore them, but not before I asked them to protect me. Bob talked about what was going on. I acted shocked. I didn't deny the charges that we had muscled our way in, but I insisted we were legit. "Your guys got it wrong, Bob. I don't know how else to say it." "You understand what you're saying?" "Yeah, I don't mean any disrespect, and I'm not calling them liars. It's just that they got bad info. We're legit solos, Bob. We've been doing everything right by you guys. You think it'd be any different with my own damn club?" "I don't know shit about your club, Bird, other than you guys." "Well, we're real, man. Believe it, we're real. Look." I showed him the photos. I gave him the videotape of the news stories and told him to watch it. I showed him the dues receipts and the flash we'd picked up in Tijuana over the months. T-shirts, stickers, patches. I wrote down Teacher's number and told him to call him and ask him if we were for real. "Look, Bird, I want to believe you." He paused. "I do believe you, but I'm in a bad spot. I gotta call Joni," John Kalstedt, the Phoenix Charter P. "I gotta call Joni and tell him you're all right, a guy none of us have known longer than a year, and Chico's wrong, a guy I've known over 2 decades. How you think that looks?" I agreed that it didn't look good, but I insisted, with expletives, that I was telling him the truth. He said, "Let's go outside and have a smoke." I said, "Yeah, let's." My confidence rose a little. The bar had a big back porch. No one was out there. Bob got out a pack of cigarettes and fumbled with it while pulling out a smoke. When he went to put the pack away, he couldn't figure out which pocket to put it in. First the outside left breast, then the right, then finally the inside left. I flipped open my Zippo and offered it to him. The tip of his cigarette was shaking as it glowed orange. Bad Bob was nervous. My confidence went back in the tank. Fear fell on me like a 10-foot wave. I hadn't been so scared in years. Bob stepped to the end of the porch and ushered me to the corner. I was completely exposed in 3 directions. "I hate these kind of situations, Bird. Hate them." I fought back a shaking voice and answered hard. "I don't like 'em either." "These are the kinds of situations where people get hurt. Bad, you know." "I know, but listen." He waved his hand through the air. I shut up. I thought that he'd just green-lighted some sniper to remove my head or hollow out my chest. I thought, "Jay, you're dead." "No, listen, Bird. I know you're used to fighting for your life." "That's all I do." He didn't know how true that statement was. "I know. That's all men like us ever do. But what I'm saying is, you ain't never had to fight us. Am I right?" Yeah, you're right." He smoked deeply. He turned and walked to the other end of the porch. This was it. Head explodes. Chest caves in. Air sucks away. He walked back. "I'ma call Joni. I'ma call Joni and tell him you're good." Exhale. "Good. Thanks." "I'm not doing you any favors, understand?" "Of course." "I'm doing this 'cause I know you ain't shitting me." "I know I ain't." but you need to do a couple things for me. Anything. No colors till I say. Your Arizona privileges are hereby revoked." I wasn't happy about that, but I said okay. "You need to clear this shit up, Bird. Motherfuckers cannot be talking shit about their own like this. Fuck, we take better care of you than your own damn club." It was true. I said, "Don't worry, it'll go away. And I know you look out for us, Bob. I can't thank you enough." He mumbled, "Fucking motherfuckers." Bob was insulted that the Solos had insulted me. I was too. He dialed Joni and told him to back off. He said he'd bring over the stuff I'd given him, the photos, the tape, everything, and that they'd talk to this teacher motherfucker. We went back inside. I paid the tab. We walked to the exit. We shook hands solemnly and parted. I knew I had just saved the case. I pulled a rabbit and a goose and a snake out of my hat, then fed the rabbit to the snake and watched as the goose laid a golden egg. I'd snowed one of the most influential Hells Angels in the state of Arizona, and it was exhilarating. I suddenly wasn't scared. I'd lost all my insecurity. I was invincible. I debriefed with Slats in his car outside the patch. It was just the two of us. He handed me a beer, opened one for himself, downed it, and opened another. "That sucked," he said. "No shit." "No, I mean it wasn't that good. You sold it better at the patch." I couldn't believe it. I said, "Frankly, Joe, I couldn't remember what we said at the patch, but it worked, didn't it?" "We'll see. You put a Band-Aid on this fucker. We'll see if it heals." "It will. You know Bob will make it happen." "I fucking hope so." "It will." He drank half of his beer in 2 gulps. "But shit's gotta be better going forward, Jay. I can't take this fly-by-night stress anymore. You gotta stay on the program." "When the fuck did I go off it, Joe?" "You go off it every fucking day, Jay. Every damn night we say, 'Tonight's the night Dobyns goes off the res,' and we end up doing a rescue mission. We're taking fucking bets on it, Jay." That was news to me. "The fuck, Joe? One day it's 'Get me more,' the next it's 'Ease up.' Which way you want me to go? I'm giving you everything I got, Joe. I can't think of how to give you more. This is the way I operate. You knew that going in. It's why you hired me." "Listen, Jay, I know you're under a lot of stress, but it's nothing compared to what I deal with. I hired you, but I can pink slip you too." "Excuse me?" He took a deep breath. "The fact is, you're 10% of this picture. You and JJ and Timmy and Pops. A crucial 10%, but only 10%. I have to deal with all of your shit, plus all of the evidence, all of the surveillance, all of the tech issues, all the money, all the approvals, all the protocols, and all of the personalities. I have to massage everyone's balls above me and rub everyone's backs below me. You may feel like you're the one in the middle of this thing, but you're wrong." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I lit a cigarette. It was like Slats had intercepted a pass intended for me, and now I was playing defense. "Joe, you may be dealing with 100% of this, but you're not working any harder than I am. You're not frickin' redlining any more than I am, and you get to go home at night and sleep in a bed with your wife, and your kids are sleeping down the hall. You have any idea the last time I spent every night of the week with Gwen and the kids? I can't count that fucking high. No, instead, I get to sleep in a shithole undercover house, and half the time our marks are crashing in the living room. While you're sitting there counting money and typing reports, I'm sitting face to face with a guy who, if he finds out who I am, I'm going to get smoked. so I don't want to hear how fucking hard it is for you." I opened the door, got out, and slammed it shut. I threw my empty beer can as far as I could. I couldn't figure out what had gotten into Slats. So I'd gone off script. I was having a fucking conversation, for crying out loud. You can never predict what the other guy will say or do. I had to react on the fly. That was my damn job. It took a long time for me to cool off. I had a hard time understanding where Slats was coming from. I eventually concluded it was all about control. He felt that if I kept increasing my unpredictability, the reins of Black Biscuit would be taken from him. I didn't care about that. It was my case, and as far as I was concerned, he could go to hell. Chapter 28. The Iron Skillet. March 2003. I told Timmy and Pops about my argument with Slats. They couldn't believe it. Timmy was especially mad, since, like me, this was his career, not just something he did for money like Pops. Timmy asked, "Why should we hang our ass out so much for someone who doesn't think we're doing a good job?" I shrugged. You know, do something right and no one remembers. Do something wrong and no one forgets. Timmy nodded and said, "Damn straight." The truth was that Slats was under more pressure than we were, but neither Timmy nor I was about to admit it. We could only feel our own suffering. We each sold our empathy up the river. All that was left was pride, determination, and loyalty. It was around this time that I started to pop Hydroxycut. Hydroxycut, a weight-loss pill that suppresses appetite and injects a burst of energy, helped me to focus on whatever was directly in front of me. It was convenient. I could bump the pills any time, and they were readily available. Any Walgreens carried them. The recommended dosage was no more than 6 pills in a 24-hour period. That's where I started. I needed the energy because I was running ragged. The life of an undercover cop is not one of leisure. I was up every morning at 7, going over notes from the night before, or transcribing audio from one of my recorders. The notes couldn't be half-assed or glossed over. They had to be dead nuts on. Then I'd do my expenditures, and those had to be to the penny. I kept track of everything: drinks, gas, cigarettes, coffee, food, drugs, guns, tribute payments, everything. Then I'd contact the suspects, some of whom were occasionally crashed out in the living room while I did reports behind my bedroom's locked door, and set up meetings and deals for the day or week. Then I'd call Slats and go over everything with him. Then I'd meet a task force agent to exchange notes and evidence. Then I'd start making my runs, seeing the boys, hitting the spots. Just being seen is a job in itself. Then I'd make my scheduled meetings, do the buys I'd set up, hit the clubhouses, and have conversations. Some days I'd ride from Phoenix to Bullhead and back. Others, I'd put 150 miles on my bike just riding around the interstate loop in Phoenix. All along, I checked in not only with Slats, but also with Bad Bob, Smitty, Joby, or whoever else was featured at any given time in the case. While bullshitting with the boys, my mind constantly turned, thinking up new schemes, new ways to build credibility. The sun would set, the heat would dissipate, and the nights would begin. I'd go out, and despite drinking, would try to stay lucid enough to be able to defend myself, JJ, Timmy, or Pops, if any of us got made. The stress of being in near constant mortal danger is what we were trained to endure, but undertaking it day after day is enough to fry anyone. I'd get home, cross myself, smoke cigarettes, down coffee, jot down notes and reminders, and then try to get a few hours' sleep before doing it all over again the next day. It was no coincidence that I started with the Hydroxycut after my argument with Slats. I was drawn too thin, but had to keep going. My commitment, ego, and drive wouldn't allow me to quit. My family was beginning to hate me, if they didn't already. Slats was up my ass. The H.A. were getting farther up my ass. I was responsible for the safety of my crew. It was like the movie Groundhog Day, where the guy lived the same day over and over, except that if I got found out, I'd get killed, and that would be that. Hydroxycut gave me an energy boost that went beyond the 3 Starbucks venti lattes, 2 packs of Marlboro Lights, and half-dozen Red Bulls I consumed on a daily basis. I knew the pills weren't good for me. Nothing I did then was good for me, and I knew they'd make me look like a junkie, but I simply didn't care. I also started to take them in March because of our up-in-the-air status. Bad Bob's suspending our right to wear our cuts made me uneasy. I needed to do something that would make me feel rooted to who I claimed to be, so I decided to get sleeved with tattoos. It was something I'd wanted to do for a long time, and I knew it would also boost my credibility, since most cops won't submit to getting inked out prison style. I'd been checking out Robert Mac McKay's work at his Tucson tattoo parlor, the Black Rose, for a few months. Mac was very talented, and I knew he'd do a great job on my arms. We had started discussing my getting sleeved when I'd met the Skull Valley guys in Prescott. He said he'd be happy to hook me up and give me a good deal. I didn't tell him how good a deal it would be. Since it could be tagged as an operational expense, ATF would pick up the tab. I told him I wanted my arms to depict good and evil, since I was neither. He liked that. I had plenty of tats by then, the St. Michael on one shoulder, 4 intertwined strands of barbed wire, which paid tribute to the 4 ATF agents lost at the Branch Davidian compound in Waco, over the other. Spanning my shoulder blades like a bridge was the word Jaybird. These tats were bold, but pretty benign. Getting a tattoo is funny. It always depicts something contemporary about you. A friend dies, a child is born, an epiphany is had, and you get inked. When you get one, you think you're marking something about you that will never change. You think, I'll always be young. I'll always put my children above everything else. I'll always honor the dead. The reality is that while the tattoo remains, the person it's etched onto changes. For instance, I had the dates of the deaths of the ATF agents killed at Waco inked onto me along with a strand of barbed wire. But I had to have them covered because I was afraid that someone, specifically Scott Varville from the Riverside case, would put 2 and 2 together and want to know why I was commemorating an infamous date in ATF's history. Before I got those dates covered, I asked one of the agents who'd fought at Waco what he thought I should do, and he told me that if they were hindering my ability to work confidently, the guys who had been killed would absolutely want them blacked out. I blacked them out, something that for me bordered on sacrilege. I didn't think about it too much when I told Mac I wanted my sleeves to depict good and evil. I knew that deep down I was good, but I also knew that in order to survive and do my job well, I had to appear evil. What I didn't admit was that I was in the process of giving in to my darker tendencies. I'd been tamping down the good in me for months. Ironically, I accepted evil in the service of defeating it. I was Bird. I was J. Dobyns. I was good. I was evil. I was all and none of the above. So, both arms got skulls and flames and demons, mixed with flowers and clouds and angels. Like the rings I wore on each finger, the earrings I had in each ear, and the bracelets I wore on each wrist, these talismans balanced each other out. I was the scale, and they were the weights and counterweights. I thought by evening these things out on my body, I would remain balanced in my mind. This was just lip service, though. I couldn't have been more out of whack. But Mac was good. We could do an hour on one arm, an hour on the other. J.J. would sit in the darkroom and make phone calls. She'd talk business with Casey, Pops, or Timmy. Sometimes Lydia would call to see what was going on. Slats and I had numerous coded conversations, while Mac's needles buzzed away under a bright desk lamp. Mac asked a lot of questions about my collections business. I told him it was pretty easy money. He wanted to know if I beat a lot of people up. I told him the near truth, that I rarely beat anyone up, or never, since I never did any actual collections. I said it was usually enough just to show up with a baseball bat and a couple guns and my serial killer cap. He wanted to know how much I made. I told him it depended, but usually 10%. I told him the most I ever made was 50 grand. He asked, no shit? I said no shit, and travel time aside, it never took longer than 20 minutes. Mac said he'd like to get in on it with me, if I ever needed the help. I told him I'd keep him in mind, but that with Timmy and Pops, I was pretty well covered. Mac also wanted to know what the story was with the solos. The fact that Bad Bob had pulled our colors was a hot topic. It was also unpleasant. The control the angels exerted on us by pulling our vests was good for the case. It would bolster the RICO charges, but it felt awful to be twisting in the wind. And it was a noisy wind that snuck through all the cracks. All through March, we fielded constant calls from Smitty, Dennis, Joby, Doug Dam, Casino Cal, Dan Danza, and a host of others wondering what was up with us and our club. The guys' questions were more curious than accusatory. They wanted to know why the Mexican solos were kneecapping us. We told them the truth. We didn't know, and were taking care of it. Mainly, though, we kept our fingers crossed. We weren't sure whether Bad Bob would be satisfied with the evidence I'd given him, but based on the calls he'd put into Joni, the Phoenix Charter P, it looked encouraging. However, if Bad Bob or Joni wasn't satisfied, then the case could easily have folded. In the event that this happened, several task force agents were in the preliminary stages of drafting search warrant affidavits. Despite our concerns, the case continued. In the wake of the Chico threat, we shut down the Romley Roadhouse and got a 4-bedroom on Carroll Street, a pool and everything, in a quiet neighborhood on the edge of the Cave Creek Charter's territory. It felt good to be back in a middle-class suburban neighborhood. J. Dobyns still lived somewhere inside me. I spoke with Bob on March 6th. He said he'd gone over everything with Joni, and that they were convinced. I asked him if we could suit up again, and he said, "You guys are good, Bird. Put your cuts back on. But I ain't happy with these solos. I'm getting fed up with taking care of your shit. I didn't vouch for you so I could be your babysitter. This isn't over." He didn't elaborate, but I guessed what was coming. We were about to get pushed. On the morning of the 7th, we met Joby at the Iron Skillet truck stop in Kingman to further discuss our angelic future. We sat in a window booth, the powerful semis outside growling and idling. It was before noon, but the sun was strong and soaked the thin veneer of clouds with a blinding white sheen. Timmy and I sat across from Joby. J.J. was wedged between Joby and Pops. Joby ordered eggs, sausage, dry wheat toast, and coffee. The rest of us ordered waffles. Joby wanted to know what was with us and waffles. J.J. asked him what was wrong with waffles. We all laughed. Our coffee came. Joby spoke quietly. He ranged over topics like a crop duster over pest-stricken fields. Laughlin, he was afraid he'd soon be arrested. He'd stabbed guys there. He'd given CPR to a fallen angel named Fester, whom he couldn't revive, and under whose body he'd hidden a firearm. He might go to Mexico if it didn't look good with the law. He'd expected to die the night of the riot. I didn't think we'd make out the way we did. I think that's why we won. We went in there knowing we were outnumbered 4 or 5 to 1, knowing we were dead. So we weren't afraid, you know. He stopped there. He shook his head. Our food came, and we dug in. Joby moved on to the solos. He repeated everything he'd told me at the Valentine's Day party, how we had to come up to Skull Valley, how we'd be given freedom to conduct business, how we were ready. He said he was planning on giving us a formal recruitment offer when he got back from the 55th anniversary party in Bordeaux the following week. This was nothing new. What was new was that he said our membership was essential to consolidating Angel power in the area between Bullhead, Vegas, and San Bernardino, California. Joby led on that we were needed. This sent me flying. I could use it to bargain, not only with Joby and the Hells Angels, but with Slats and our superiors. Breakfast was over. I tried to pick up the tab, but Joby insisted. We were on a frigging date. Joby and I walked side by side through the parking lot. He asked me if I had any support stickers. I thought he was asking if I had any red and white stickers. I began to remind him that I didn't wear those things, when he interrupted me. "No, not those. Do you have any for the solos?" I said, "Pops has some." He asked Pops. When we got to our bikes, Pops dug through his saddlebag and came up with 3 or 4 that read, "Support your local solo angels." Joby took one and walked over to his bike, peeling the backing off the sticker. He laid his hand over his oil bag and smoothed it into place. He turned and looked at us. JJ leaned on my hip. I had an arm around her shoulders. Timmy and Pop straddled their bikes. We must have looked like Stallone's gang in The Lords of Flatbush. We couldn't believe what we were looking at. It was possible that this was the first time a Hells Angel had placed another club's flash on his bike, ever. And that club was ours. Joby knew what he was doing. "I don't care, Bird. Timmy, Pops, JJ." He looked each of us in the eye as he said our names. The semi-trucks rumbled. "I don't care. You guys are right by me, and I support you." I walked away from JJ and gave Joby a hearty hug. I said, "Thanks," into his ear. He barely shook his head. "No need. You guys are my brothers. I'll talk to you when I get back from the 55 party." Chapter 29. Look, lady, it's not like I don't give a fuck what you're saying, but I don't give a fuck what you're saying. March 2003. It didn't stop. Alberto, the trash-talking solo, had the ear of Guy Castiglione, the Dago P., who was under DEA surveillance. The evidence gathered against Castiglione led to a guilty plea on his own RICO charges. Alberto continued ranting that we weren't legit, that we didn't come to Tijuana often enough, that we were imposters, that Rudy Kramer was a piece of shit, and that we'd never brought Suzuki his Harley Evolution Sportster. Guy passed this to Bob, Joby, and Smitty at the 55 party, and they barked back that we were the real deal, that our club was abandoning us, and the Solo Angels organization was worthless. Joby also caught all kinds of grief about the Solo support sticker he pasted to his bike, but he took it in stride and didn't back down. He told them to wait. As soon as they met us, they'd understand. I saw Bad Bob again toward the end of March, in the middle of a 3-day meth bender. He looked like a wet paper bag that had been shot through with electric current. Barry Gibb was dead. Bob said all the Solo Angels drama had ruined the Hells Angels' 55th anniversary party for him. He was fed up. He said, "I should just go down to Tijuana and beat this Alberto fuck into the Pacific." He told me solemnly that we were through. As of April 21, 2003, no Solo would be allowed in the state of Arizona. "Not even to pass through," growled Bob. Then he said, "Bird, you gotta quit fucking around and state your intentions," like I was marrying his dearest daughter. Which, in a sense, I was. Oddly, the anger and confusion that Bob and Joby and the rest of them felt toward the Solo Angels in Tijuana never transferred to us. The worries revolving around our legitimacy put any lingering concerns about our cover story to bed for good. The Hells Angels had been given the perfect opportunity to question us, to take a good look and ask if we were what we claimed to be. They'd been told the truth about us, and they had dismissed it as jealous lies and slander. They felt they'd done their due diligence. We knew at that point that they had conducted at least 3 independent background checks on us, and they felt they knew us. As Bob said to me, "I back you to my fullest, but I'm tired of this shit." But the fact that we were set did not put our anxiety at ease. If anything, March was the most anxious month on the case since August. It came down to continuing on an uncharted path, or shutting the whole thing down before it had run its course. We made an unspoken decision to ride it out. We had too much invested to end it, because the Hells Angels were forcing our hand. I wouldn't shut down because the opportunity to join the Angels was too important. Slats wouldn't stop because he refused to be swayed by the biker rumor mill. We continued with the game. Mac finished my sleeves. One morning in the middle of March, as Mac was putting the finishing touches on me, J.J. called. She said she was with a guy at a local diner having breakfast. I told her to keep him there. I was on my way. I flipped shut and asked Mac, "You want to make a few bucks? J.J.'s pinned down a guy I've been trying to collect." He put down his needle and gauze and said, "Hell yes." Mac took off his cut, knowing he couldn't wear it on a collection without club sanction. We left, and Mac locked up the shop. As we climbed onto our bikes, I looked at my arms. They were dark with ink, red around the areas he'd been needling. They glistened with a thin coat of Vaseline. My arms looked great. They belonged to me. They belonged to me more than they had before they were covered in ink. We went to the Grant Road Waffle House. We parked our bikes and stalked toward the entrance. Mac asked what he should do, how he should act. What if we had to beat on the guy? I told him to stay quiet, follow my lead, and simply support me. He said he could do that. J.J. sat next to a 20-something white guy in a window booth. She wore a black tank top and jeans, and the guy wore a white Rocco-wear tracksuit with green piping and amber-tinted sunglasses. We walked up and stood over them, our arms crossed. I said, "Move over there, sweetie," indicating the other side of the booth. The guy just said, "Shit." I sat next to the guy. Mac sat next to J.J. Mac eye-fucked the guy hard. J.J. stared at the table, playing the part of the dumb girl in the wrong place at the wrong time. I pointed at the guy's food and asked, "You eatin' that?" taking the fork out of his hand. He said, "I was." "Not any more." I pushed the food around his plate and reached across him and grabbed his coffee and downed it in one gulp. "You know who I am?" "I have a pretty good idea." "Good. I just want to let you know, today's your lucky day." He harumphed. See, they could have sent someone else, someone who introduces himself by putting a pipe on the back of your knee. I stuck my chin at Mac. He nodded slowly. "But you got me." "Great." "Don't show no lip." I took a mouthful of hash browns and mumbled, "Listen, don't talk. Dig?" "Yeah." "Good. We're getting along great. Now, I need that fucking money." I had told Mac that the guy owed Big Lou 21 large. The guy said he didn't have that kind of money on him. I said that I hoped he didn't. It wouldn't be too smart to walk around with a wad like that. I asked if he had a checking account. He said he did. "Then that means you have a checkbook?" "Yes." "How much you got in that account?" I reminded him not to lie. He said he thought he had about 17. I slid his plate over so it was in front of me, and said that was a good start. We were getting places. I told him to start by writing out a check for 17, to sign it, but leave the pay-to line blank. He said okay, and fumbled in his pocket. I told him not to move too quickly. He didn't. He pulled out his checkbook. The check had whales on them. A conservationist. As he made it out, I asked what else he had. He said about 300 cash and a gun, a SIG 9mm. I said I'd take both. I asked him to keep his hands on the table, and asked him where the gun was. he said in the back of his waistband. I asked him if he had a concealed carry permit. He said, no. I told him to take it easy. What did he think, I was a cop? He laughed nervously. I removed the pistol and slipped it into my jacket. I reminded him of the cash. He took out his wallet and handed over a small wad. I counted it quickly, $314. I put a 20 on the table for the food, nodded at Mac, and got up. He got up too. J.J. and the guy stayed in the booth. I said, "You guys too. Come on." They got up. We went outside. The guy thought J.J. was going to go with him, but as we walked through the parking lot, J.J. looped her arms through one of mine. When the guy saw this, he stopped short. Mac and I climbed onto our bikes. J.J. climbed on behind me and hugged tight. She said to the guy, "See you later, sweet pea." We peeled out, leaving the guy to think it over. Back at the Black Rose, I gave Mac $200. I said, "See? 10 minutes, $200. That's how easy it is to make money with me." He smiled, shook his head, and said, "Thanks." "No problem. Thank you. I'll see you soon." "Sounds good." J.J. and I pulled out and headed to Phoenix. The collection victim had been ATF Special Agent Eric Otter Rutland. He'd played the part perfectly. J.J. and I spent the night in Phoenix. It was an off night. Timmy and Pops were at their real homes. She asked if I wanted to go drinking. "I'm sick of bars." "Yeah, me too." "Well, let's do something." We tried to think of the last place a Hell's Angel would show up, but our imaginations were dead. I didn't feel like going to a movie. J.J. didn't want to go out for dinner. We needed to blow off steam, not go on a bullshit date at the end of which nothing would happen. Finally, I asked if she played golf. "Couple times. Not really." "Want to go hit balls?" "Sure. Yeah." We went to a driving range in Scottsdale. She had lied. She had a great swing. We each hit around 100 balls, drank beers, and had a good time. Gwen called midway through the fun and wanted to know when I'd be home. I said tomorrow. She reminded me that we had a barbecue to go to. It was at the house of some old friends. I said I hadn't forgotten and that I'd make it. I'd forgotten. I hung up. J.J. leaned on a 7-iron, drinking beer from a brown bottle. She looked right at me. "That Gwen?" "Yeah." "She all right?" "Doubt it. She's sick of me not being around." I teed up another ball. Why should I have to explain the broken state of my marriage to the woman I was pretending to sleep with? I owed J.J. loyalty, guidance, friendship, and protection, not explanations. "Off to Tucson tomorrow, then?" "Yeah." I hit the ball with my driver. It hit the ground just shy of the 250-yard marker and rolled past it, stopping around 270. "Cool. I'm going to hang around here. Maybe see if Timmy wants to hit a movie or something." He'd probably do that. Timmy had also developed a mentor-like friendship with J.J., and I knew they did things on their own, too. She put her beer on the floor, teed a ball, and smacked it. With the 7-iron, J.J. could drive the ball 120, 130 yards. This one went straight down and rolled past 150. She laughed. "Oh, man, Jay, wait till Gwen gets a load of those arms." Our friends knew I was the police, but none of them knew what kind. Most thought I worked long hours as a city narc or on a homicide task force. I can't think of one who knew that I'd done deep cover work for over 15 years. This created some familial tension. Both Gwen and I would deflect questions about my job with half-truths and illusions. I was researching a drug ring. I was chasing down illegal firearms. I was backing up investigators looking at an interstate trafficking consortium. I was busy. No specifics. No talking about how I'd been shot. Nothing about the guys I investigated. No mention that I'd had guns pointed in my face dozens of times. The pride I took in these events was private, or at least limited to the company of my peers. This reticence wasn't such a big deal for me. I lived in a world of cops. I could stand around the water cooler and talk about my experiences till the cows came home. I had regular mental health checks from ATF shrinks and old friends and partners like Chris Bayless. I had outlets. Gwen bore more of this burden than I did. In a sense, she had to live an undercover life too. She couldn't let on that she was the wife of a UC for the simple reason that doing so could compromise me or my partners and associates. She had learned a long time ago to keep the things she said about my job to a minimum. Our close friends got used to not hearing much about me. That was the way it had to be, and it was the way I liked it. Usually, it was easiest if I didn't put her in the position of having to lie. As the years passed, I'd grown accustomed to telling her less and less about my work. There were things she'd never know or need to know. I felt there was nothing to be gained from letting her in on the intricacies of my life. Of course, that wasn't true. While I hadn't yet lost her trust, I'd lost the closeness we'd once had. Telling her more about my work might not have made her feel better or ease her worries, but it might have prevented her from feeling so alienated. As for the tattoos, I'd spoken to Gwen for years about getting sleeved. A long time ago, she'd even drawn the flowers Mac had put on my upper arms. She liked what my tattoos said about me, that I wasn't the usual suburban husband. But while she understood that I wanted to get sleeved, she couldn't understand why I wanted to look like a gangster. I said it wouldn't look too badass if I got covered with Yosemite Sams, Tasmanian devils, and bunny rabbits. I knew that wasn't what she meant, but it's the way I thought about it. I liked the prison ink look. I guess in regard to tattoos, I wasn't too different from the people I strove to take down. Gwen wasn't surprised when I showed up with my arms done, but she was a little disappointed. "I guess you're just a biker now, huh?" We were in our bedroom, getting ready to go to the barbecue. I was tired, but rallying, sucking down a Red Bull. I poked her in the ribs. "Are you kidding me? You know I don't like riding bikes." "That's not funny." "I think it is." She didn't say anything. She went into the bathroom. I sat on the bed jonesing for a smoke. When she came out, she looked great. She pointed at my tattoos and asked, "What'd she think of them? I bet she loves them, huh?" "She? Who?" "That woman you're working with, Jenna." "I'm not even gonna—" "I know what's going on, Jay." "Gee, nothing's going on. Even if I wanted to, and I don't, I wouldn't have the fucking energy." "No, you wouldn't have the fucking energy, would you?" I sighed and maybe rolled my eyes more than I should have. Gwen repeated, "No, you wouldn't," and walked back into the bathroom. This wasn't new. Gwen had been dropping hints for a few weeks. I hadn't dignified them with a response. Guys on the task force had also started to point at JJ and me and rib me when she wasn't around. I told them the truth, that I was maxed out enough as it was. I'd say, "Dude, even if I could get it up, which I can't, probably thanks to my hydroxycut problem, I wouldn't have the energy to put it to use." However, this was the first time Gwen had come out and said it. I tried to let it go. When she reemerged from the bathroom, I said, "Look, if it makes you any happier, I'll wear a long-sleeve shirt, okay?" "Whatever, Jay." "Yeah, whatever." I went into the bathroom and took 4 hydroxycuts out of a pair of jeans slung over the towel rack. I gulped them down with the Red Bull. The party was at a house not far from ours. The family who lived there had a son who was Jack's age and played on Jack's Little League team. The father owned a construction company, and the wife was a pharmaceutical rep. They had another boy who was a couple of years older than Jack. Whenever we made it to church, we'd see them there. They were a good family. We got in the car. Gwen drove. We didn't speak. I wasn't in the mood to go to a non-biker party. I didn't want to talk about sports or mortgages or home extensions or kids or vacation plans, of which I had zero. I didn't want to calm down or chill out. I wanted to keep my pot boiling. As we drove through a gorgeous Tucson evening, the sky streaked with pinks, purples, blues, and greens, I got more and more tense. My knees twitched. I wanted a cigarette, but I knew I couldn't smoke around Gwen. I didn't have my release. A business-casual cocktail party in the burbs did not compare to a Hell's Angels clubhouse. My mind moved back to the place I'd been trying to force it to vacate. The case was all-consuming. I thought of what I'd say to Slats, how I'd have to pitch him, thinking about how some of the task force agents had taken me aside to say they thought pursuing membership was a good idea. They made me angry when they did that. I'd say, "Hey, that's great, but I don't need you to tell me in private. I know it's a good idea. I need you to step up and tell Slats." Gwen interrupted my thoughts with a harmless question. "They'll want to know what you think about the boys' team this season." "What? What team?" "The baseball team." "Oh, that. All right." "Just try, okay?" "All right, I will." We arrived and walked in. I might as well have been at a cocktail party on the moon. Some guy handed me a drink, and I drank it quickly. Tasted like a no-salt margarita, but I couldn't be sure. Gwen and I separated, and I found the beer. I decided to go with that. Before the case, I'd been a lousy drinker, but by then I was in tip-top shape. I could guzzle with the best of them, and even though I wanted to get fall-down drunk, I knew I shouldn't. I took it slow. I horsed around with some of the kids. That was easy. They were playing in the pool, and they kept begging me to throw them in. It didn't take long before I did. I put my beer down and rolled up my sleeves a little and started chucking them into the deep end. They loved it. I did too. The woman throwing the party approached me holding 2 drinks, one full and one half empty. She held out the full one. She wore pink cotton pants cropped below the knees, a fuzzy light green sweater, and dangly turquoise earrings. Her smile screamed hostess. I took the drink she offered and downed half of it. She looked at my arms, and I self-consciously pulled the cuffs down to my wrists. I hadn't felt so exposed in months. She didn't say anything about the tattoos, but I could tell she wanted to. She asked how I was doing, and whether I thought the boys would have a good team that year. She talked about how hard my job must have been lately, since she hardly ever saw me. I didn't ask, but she said Gwen seemed to be holding up well. My end of that conversation was minimal. If I could have gotten away with grunts, I would have. She was neither cruel nor ignorant, but she pressed on. She was probably just curious. I must have looked like a circus attraction at that party. I was strung out, and fresh tattoos peeked out from the edges of my clothing. I was also the only guest with a twisted 5-inch corkscrew goatee, that's for sure. All I could think was that I'd rather be hanging out with my guys, not just Timmy, Pops, and J.J., but Smitty, Dennis, Bob, Joby, any of them. I didn't like them more, but I didn't feel so weird around them. I wanted to say to this decent suburban mom, "Look, lady, it's not like I don't give a fuck what you're saying, but I don't give a fuck what you're saying. I'll see you later." Instead, I stood there and watched her earrings and took my medicine. It was bitter. Chapter 30. Hoover's Hit. Late March, 2003. On March 29th, we had a funeral to go to. Daniel Hoover Siebert had been shot through the forehead on March 22nd. He'd been killed in the parking lot of Bridget's Last Laugh, a Phoenix bar, surrounded by his brothers, who conveniently and ludicrously didn't see a thing. According to the Hells Angels witnesses, Hoover had just started his bike when he suddenly slumped over the bars. There was no exit wound. They didn't hear a discharge. Some claimed that until they saw the wound in his forehead, they thought he'd had a heart attack. Some said that he'd been hit by a sniper firing a large caliber rifle, and they were all convinced that the shooter must have been a Mongol. We weren't so sure. The medical examiner concluded that the wound was from a small caliber close-range shot. We later heard that Sonny postulated his beloved club would have been better off if he'd been the one in the casket. Hoover was revered and respected nationally and internationally by friends and foes. He'd been groomed as Sonny's replacement and was a perfect fit. His death devastated the club and drove their paranoia to new heights. Hoover's murder remains unsolved. The wound and the Angel's reactions, and the lack of a spent shell casing in the parking lot, all pointed to an inside job. There was plenty of internal tension among the Angels in those days, centering on which way the club was headed, what they'd symbolize as they continued their wild ride through American cultural history. The dispute between Bad Bob and Cal Schaefer concerning drug use and the amount of partying the Angels allowed their members to engage in offered a good snapshot of what the club was faced with on a broader scale. Generally, younger members felt as though they'd joined the Hells Angels to raise hell, to do what they wanted to, when they wanted to, and not be told otherwise. Older members, it should be said, who had lived this freer hell-raising lifestyle in decades past, preferred to rest on their laurels, doing whatever they could not to attract attention from the law. These Angels were content with being old-time kings of the hill and selling T-shirts at motorcycle rallies. Ironically, the old-school mentality was embodied in the aging Sonny Barger, historically one of the hardest, no-shit-takingest Angels to ever walk the earth. Our theory was that the assassination of Hoover was designed as a message to those in the club who'd have them take the easier road. Hoover, after all, was a dear friend of Sonny's. The two men co-owned Sonny Barger's motorcycle shop and had great respect for each other. Officially, Sonny was nothing more than a rank-and-file member, but his word was still bond, and Hoover, it seemed, always deferred to Sonny's judgments and opinions. I have a slightly different theory. Whenever I think of Hoover's death, I think of all those silencers the guys had been asking me about. I can't speculate who actually pulled the trigger, but I think the evidence strongly points to an inside job by someone in Arizona, maybe even by someone I knew. Maybe the man who'd done it wasn't satisfied with the Hells Angels' lack of action against the Mongols. Maybe he thought there should have been a top-down effort to eradicate the Mongols from the face of the earth, and he was deeply disappointed that there wasn't. Maybe he felt that the men hindering this explosion of Hells Angels' vengeance were the same ones preventing some of the younger members from raising hell and living free. Maybe. This is all unsubstantiated conjecture, based on very circumstantial evidence and my own gut feelings, and I wouldn't confidently be able to point at any one person, but I think it's a reasonable theory, if not a likely one. Whatever the real reasons, there was no doubt the club was divided, and I believe my solo Angels nomads bridged that divide. I may be flattering myself, but it's my belief that we were highly regarded by both factions. The older guys liked us because we were buttoned up, respectful, and consistent. The younger guys liked us because we didn't take any shit and were into doing business. They all liked us because they believed we were connected enforcers, earners, and killers. I truly believe that the Angels saw in us a standard they could respect and even aspire to. I hoped to find out, and I hoped I wouldn't have to wait too long. 2 days after the shooting, Timmy, Pops, and I met Joby at the Cave Creek clubhouse. Hoover's murder, whoever had committed it, had spooked the Angels, and the place was on lockdown. Full-time armed guards secured a perimeter around the wide 2-story house. No one was in a good mood. Joby asked us upstairs. We were joined by Cave Creek Angel, David Shell. Joby went over the same stuff I'd been getting from him and Bob and Smitty for the past couple of weeks. Our time had come. We had to join. We didn't say anything. We weren't yet fully approved to accept an offer. Honestly, I wasn't sure how to proceed. I assumed we'd have to wait a few more weeks, or at least until Hoover was in the ground. Not so. Joby paced as Shell rolled a joint and lit it. After complaining about having to deal with all this Hoover bullshit, Joby got to the interesting part. Anyway, it's set, Bird. You're coming up with us in Skull Valley. I worked it all out with Bob and Smitty. Smitty's been cool with it all along. He knows you'll be with us in Mojave Valley once that's up and running. Bob was a harder sell. He was pretty sure the only place for you was Mesa. I convinced him otherwise. I said, "Great, thanks for pushing us, Joby. It's a real honor." He said, "Yeah, well, you know how I feel about you guys." Shell had taken a deep pull, and now tumbled into a hoarse coughing fit. I thought it was pretty funny, like he was choking right when it sounded like Joby was about to profess his love for me in the solos. "So what's all this mean, practically speaking?" asked Timmy. "Practically, it means you gotta come to Skull Valley's next church meeting. All of you. You're gonna be under Joey. Pops will be under me, and Bird'll be under Bobby." Bobby was Bobby Reinstra, the muscled-up Boston bricklayer. It also means you gotta get a place in Prescott. A Hell's Angel had to maintain a residence near his charter. And it means you gotta hang up your solo cuts. He kicked a dust bunny on the floor for emphasis. I said, "Okay, but I need to deal with the rest of this solo shit." I paused and added, "Again, this is a real honor, Joby. Thanks." Shell asked if we smoked weed. I lied and said yeah. He said good, the club needs more smokers. Then, as the stuff hit him hard, his eyes rolled blissfully into the back of his head. Business done, we left. We had to talk to Slats. Which wasn't so easy. Slats and I had been on very touchy terms since our fight after the Chico threat. In fact, we hadn't spoken at length in weeks. Dan Machonis, our respected Phoenix Field Office Supervisory Special Agent, had noticed and asked me to meet him at a sports bar near the patch. He said we had to discuss some operational issues. It was a setup. When I showed, Slats was there, under the impression that he too was having a one-on-one with Dan. We met at the bar. Dan paid for a pitcher of beer, grabbed 3 mugs, and directed us to a horseshoe booth near the pool table. Dan sat between us. Filling the mugs with beer, he asked, "You guys ready to sort some stuff out?" Without looking at him, or at each other, we both said no. "Great." When he was done pouring the beer, Dan said, "Here's the deal. We're going to sit here and drink this beer. And if we drink all this beer, I'll get more beer, until you put aside your bullshit and start talking." He picked up his mug, held it over the middle of the table for a second, brought it to his lips, and downed half of it. Neither Slats nor I moved. Dan put down his mug, wiped away a frothy mustache with the back of his hand, and said, "Drink. That's an order." We waited a couple more minutes. I think I moved first. Maybe it was Slats. The other followed almost immediately. We picked up our beers and each downed them in a few gulps. Dan poured out the next round. Midway through the 3rd pitcher, we started to talk. I said, "I know you're under a lot of pressure." Slats said, "Damn right, and I know you are too." We didn't need to say much before the floodgates opened. By the time Dan was coming back with the 4th pitcher, Slats and I were bitching about everything we'd had to deal with over the past months. We started to play pool. I beat Slats the first 3 games, as we talked about how to move forward. I said, "We have to accept the offer they're giving us. It doesn't make sense not to." "They're gonna run you all over. The Freedom Tour'll be done." "That's fine. It's what you're supposed to do when you're prospecting. I can handle it." "What about Timmy and Pops?" "They're in. You know they are. Timmy talked to you, right?" "Yeah." He leaned over the table, lined up a short bank shot. "They can handle it. No sweat." "JJ?" "She's fine. She's ready." Slat said, "Huh." He made the bank. He stood up and watched the cue ball move into position for the next shot. He didn't appear to be convinced about J.J. I said, "She's strong." "I know that, but this is still her first assignment." "I'll protect her. You know I will. I would have taken a bullet for her, or any of them." He made a straight shot up the side rail. "No, I'll do that." I let him have that one. Okay. He sank 2 more balls and missed a thin cut. I moved to take my turn. I continued my pitch as I shot. "We have to go over. We shut down now, and what do we have? You know as well as I do that if we allow them to force us over, then it's good for the RICO. Coercion, intimidation, all that. If we don't go through with it, all we can say to the judge is, they wanted us to come over with them, but we didn't. We do it, and we can say, they made us go over to them." He didn't say anything. That was good. I continued. "I'm not taking anything away from the solos. You know that. It was a hell of an idea, and it's worked. Shit, your idea's been too good. Neither of us thought the angels would press us like this. No one could have predicted what we're dealing with." I sank 3 balls and missed an easy shot in the corner. Slats had 2 balls and then the 8. He didn't say anything. Dan, content that he'd done his duty, sat at the booth nursing a beer and doing the USA Today crossword. Slats made a tight shot, squeezing his ball between a rail and one of my balls. The cue ball moved directly in line for his next shot, a gimme into one of the side pockets. The 8 was frozen on one of the short rails between the corner pockets. Slats cheated his last ball into the side pocket with a lot of draw. After contact, the cue ball curved slightly and ran right up the table, stopping 5 inches from the 8 ball for an easy shot into the corner. "Corner pocket." He pointed the tip of his cue at the target. He leaned over, took a few practice swings, and shot. He hit it too hard. The 8 rattled in the jaws and stopped, hanging over the lip. "Fuck!" As I sank the rest of my balls, Slat said, "Okay, we'll try it out. You know I know all about the prosecutorial benefits of letting it play." Of course I knew. This was a guy who, during a lull in his career, had taken the LSAT on a lark, no studying, no guides, and scored in the 96th percentile. He was like Rain Man with a gun. He could cite incidents, addresses, suspects, and statutes off the cuff, and they were always right. I'd seen him play 5 hands of craps at once, win, and then correct the dealer on payout mistakes. Even when we were at odds, I trusted his knowledge and intelligence. He continued, "But if I get a feeling, or something smells bad, that's it. If you do something too crazy, that's it. If they want you to do something too crazy, that's it. If I wake up one morning and my back hurts and my feet are screaming at me and the Pepto ain't doing its job, that's it. Got it?" Got it. Slats was still in control. I sank the hanging 8 with authority, just to tick him off. "Good." He yelled over to Dan to get us another pitcher, our 5th. Dan looked up from his paper, nodded, and climbed out of the booth. Slats turned to me and said, "Let's play some more. See if you can win just one more game." We played for 2 more pitchers. Win? We were pretty drunk, but I don't recall even shooting at another 8-ball all night long. Chapter 31. No More Solos. April 2003. Church convened on April 3rd at a Super 8 motel in Prescott. Skull Valley had a clubhouse, but for some unknown reason we couldn't use it. We met Joby first, drove to the motel, parked, and went inside. We went up to the 2nd floor and walked to the room. That day's Arizona Republic lay on the threshold in a plastic bag. Joby knocked on the door 3 times, paused, then knocked once. The chain came off and the locks turned. The door swung into the room. Rudy Jaime, the short, pierced meth head, stood in the dark hall wearing a half smile. He nodded and told Joby to come on in. Joby turned and gave us a deep nod. He went inside. The door closed, the locks tumbled, the chain slid back into place. Timmy, Pops, and I stood in a tight circle, looking at each other. Pops made a little frown and shrugged. Timmy and I were motionless. Rudy was probably watching us through the peephole. 20 minutes in a motel hallway. An eternity. We couldn't go anywhere. We couldn't smoke. We couldn't talk. The ceilings were low. The hall smelled like Febreze. We lined up against the opposite wall, and 3 cleaning ladies walked by. They were from the south of the border. Pop said "Hola" as they passed. They giggled and mumbled "Hola" back. We didn't know it at the time, but this was the first course of our prospecting phase. It was a small, uninspiring appetizer, but it was pretty indicative of what we'd be going through in the coming months. A lot of standing around and waiting for nothing to happen. The door made its unlocking sounds. It swung open. Rudy again. He pointed at me and said, "No phones." I handed my cell to Timmy and went in. Rudy closed and locked the door behind me. I moved through the hall, past the bathroom and closet. It was a standard room. Rudy squeezed by me and sat on the edge of the king-sized bed. I stood at the threshold of the room, the large dormant TV to my left. Joby and Rudy were joined by Bobby Reinstra and Joey Richardson. Joby explained that Teddy couldn't be there because his emphysema was acting up. I said I hoped it wasn't serious. Joey said he'd fight through it just like always. Then we got down to business. Bobby asked the questions. "What's your name?" "J. Bird Davis." "Why you here?" "To announce my intention to become a Hell's Angel." "Why do you want to become a Hell's Angel?" "Because I'm tired of playing in the minor leagues." "Do you understand what being a Hell's Angel means?" "I understand that I will have to make sacrifices." "Do you know how hard it can be to become a Hell's Angel?" "I don't care how hard it is, or how long it takes. I'm loyal, I am dedicated, and I am a warrior. All I want is a chance to earn the privilege of being a Hell's Angel." They liked that. It wasn't mockery. I was sincere, and I was serious. They asked me questions they knew the answers to. Questions about how I made money, about where I came from, about the people I knew. They asked me what I thought about the Solos' association with the Mongols. I told them I didn't like it, and that in part their relationship was one of the things that had compelled me to seek membership with the Angels, the Mongols' sworn enemy. They liked that, too. I was excused. Then Timmy, then Pops. They spent about 15 minutes with each of us. Then we waited in the hall for another 30 minutes. Then we were called back in, together. The room was tight with all of us in there. Joey and Rudy smoked. I asked if Pops and I could smoke too. Joby said sure. Bobby went over some club rules. He said that Skull Valley was a no-dope-dealing outfit. We were ordered not to bring any more drugs back with us from Mexico. We said that wouldn't be a problem. He said personal use was tolerated. Joby nudged Rudy and said, "Like this, tweaker motherfucker." Rudy chuckled. Bobby didn't smile. I'd never seen him smile. "The last thing is this," he said. "You got to clear up your solo status. Take care of it in person. Get rid of those cuts. Don't fuck around. As far as we're concerned, there's no such thing as a solo angel in the state of Arizona. You no longer exist." Joby said, "We're gonna kick those motherfuckers out of the whole U.S. of A." Bobby didn't move. We said that wouldn't be a problem. Bobby said, "Okay, then that's it." And we shuffled into the hall. I was excited about coming in under Bobby. He was a perfect Hell's Angel role model, someone I could learn a lot from. I knew he'd die for the club or his patch, and I knew he didn't take shit from anyone. Whether I agreed with him or not didn't matter. We may have been dedicated to different things, but it was the dedication itself that mattered most. As we walked down the stairway, Bobby asked, "Bird, you ever get any steroids?" I don't use 'em, but I might be able to help you out." "Really? You look juiced." The hydroxycut had taken what little fat I had and obliterated it. All that was left was muscle, bone, and nervous energy. "Just genes and hard work." "All right. Well, I'm looking for Tess, D-Bol, and Anavar. You come on any, let me know. I'll pay for 'em." "Will do." I know it's a technicality, but I thought, so much for not dealing drugs and the no-needle rule. Another angel went down in early April, Bobby Perez. Perez was a guy who'd cheated death for far too long. He'd walked out of several shootouts without so much as a bruise, Laughlin included, while his adversaries hadn't been so lucky. Once, in San Diego, he had single-handedly taken on 3 Mongols, killing one, and getting stabbed in the fight. The surviving Mongols ran off, and he became the West Coast H.A. prom king. Nothing so dramatic caused his death. He'd been arguing with his neighbor, and his neighbor had had enough and gunned him down. For some, karma's a bitch. His funeral service would be in Dago, and we were instructed to ride with Skull Valley. We decided to take advantage of the fact that we'd be on the coast. Before hitting the road, I called Teacher, got Alberto's number, and called Alberto. "Hello? This Alberto?" "Yeah." That's how he said it. "Yeah." "This is Bird. You know who I mean, right?" "Oh, yeah." "Me and my guys are going to be in Dago in a couple of days. We want to meet. We got some things we need to say to you." "Okay," he droned. I was hoping he'd sound scared, but he didn't. "Bring whoever it is over there's been talking shit about us. We need to clear this up for good. All of us. Okay?" "Yeah. Okay, Bert." He said we could meet at the Chula Vista Denny's on April 12th. I told him we'd be there. We rode out to California through the high desert. Nothing but sand, dirt, scrub, and blue sky as far as the eye could see. Neither I, Timmy, nor Pops wore cuts. We were in biker limbo. We took the Alberto meeting seriously. If he showed up with a bunch of guys, we intended to state our problems, say we were done with the solos, and not back down. If he came with even numbers, then we were intent on showing him up, maybe even smacking him around a little. The angels knew we were going to talk with him, and what we were going to tell him, and we had to guard against the possibility that they'd tail us to see how we handled ourselves. We got to the Denny's first. No Alberto. We crammed into a booth. Pops and I gruffly ordered coffee. Timmy politely asked the waitress for a Diet Coke with lemon. She was unfazed. She was a 40-something waitress at a California Denny's. She'd seen everything guys like us had to offer and more. I was riding high on 6 hydroxys and 2 Red Bulls. The piss-weak Denny's coffee barely tickled my caffeine receptors. Pops was quiet, except that when his coffee came, he poured in a couple ounces of sugar and stirred it for about 5 minutes. Ring-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding, ring-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding. Timmy sat there calmly, reading a paper that had been left on his side of the booth by the previous customer. Alberto came in. Timmy said, "Yo, he's here." Pops and I turned to look. We weren't prepared for what we saw. He was alone. "Timmy, tell him we'll meet him outside, behind the kitchen." Timmy got up. I rummaged in my pocket and pulled out $7 or $8 and put them on the table. The waitress saw it and came over and asked, "You boys done, then?" "Uh-huh," said Pops. We waited for the receipt. We got up and went out back. Timmy stood facing Alberto. He was a short, sturdy guy pushing 50, who wore a drooping mustache and a pair of aviator sunglasses. Timmy wasn't talking to him. He pinned Alberto down with a hard stare and crossed arms, under one of which was tucked his neatly folded solo cut. I looked at Pops as we approached. He lit a cigarette and offered me one. I waved it off. He put the pack in his breast pocket, leaving it sticking out a little. He looked calm. I walked up to Alberto and said, "Where the fuck is everybody?"
"Yeah, they ain't comin'."
"Just you then, huh?"
Yeah, just me."
His voice shook. This was going to be easy. "All righty then. Here's how it is. We're leaving the Solos, effective immediately."
Why you want to do that?"
"Why? We thought you'd be happy, all the shit you talk about us." He shrugged and pushed his glasses up his nose.
"Still gotta ask, you got a cigarette?"
he asked Pops. Pop shook his head slowly. I looked Alberto up and down. There was nothing to this guy. "We're leaving because the Solos are a chicken shit outfit with no balls, and since you showed up here all alone, I'll add to that you're stupid, too." He didn't say anything, just stared at us through those aviators. I asked, "Why'd you talk so much shit about us?" He gathered himself and said,
"I wasn't telling no lies, man."
"Yes, you were. We were legit, and we are legit. Just because we're not in Mexico doesn't mean you get to run your mouth. You had a problem with me or us, you should have called, taken care of it man to man like we're doing now."
"Yeah, well, I guess I didn't do that."
I stepped a little closer to him. "No shit, Two Dogs. Look, I don't want an apology. I could care less. I just want you to know our relationship with your club is over." I turned to Pops and signaled for a smoke. He handed me one. I held it, unlit, in between my fingertips. Alberto asked,
"That's it, then?"
"Yeah, that's it, Al." I lit up.
"Well, I'll need to have your cuts, then."
I couldn't believe him. "Really? Maybe you do have some balls." I looked at Timmy. The muscles of his face moved in increments. His eyelids were sleepy, his smile was slight and amused. I looked back at Alberto. "No dice, cabron. We keep the cuts. Payment for our inconveniences."
"Can't do that. You know it's a club rule."
I took a hard drag off the cig. "Well, tell you what, Pops and I don't have ours on us. But if you want Timmy's, feel free to go and take it from him, if you think you can. You get his cut, we'll mail you ours." I took a beat and said, "Besides, we're not in your club, so fuck your rules." Alberto looked at Timmy and actually moved backward half an inch. Timmy huffed a near-silent laugh. "Right. Listen, Al, you ever want our cuts, then you can get a crew together, come to Arizona, and take them from us. Won't have a problem finding us. Just ask the first Hell's Angel you see. Otherwise, it's been real." He shrugged so slightly a fly wouldn't have been scared off his shoulder. Other than that, none of us moved. Alberto was wedged between us and a filthy dark green dumpster. I stepped to the side and said, "You can leave now." He scampered off, not saying anything. I imagined the guys in the cover van were laughing their asses off. We got on our bikes and went straight to Dobyns, Pete Eunice's bar in El Cajon. Bobby and Joby greeted us as we walked in. I said it was done. Joby asked how they took the news. Timmy said the guy pussied out, and he didn't take it one way or another. Bobby patted me on the back and said, "Good, we got some stuff for you guys." We walked through the bar. Hell's Angels from all over the West milled around. I nodded to Pete, who was behind the bar fiddling with the TV remote, and a few other guys I recognized. They all knew who we were. They all nodded back. Joby opened the back door, and we moved onto a patio. No one spoke as Bobby and Joby grabbed 3 vests off a folding table. Joby held 2, Bobby 1. Bobby said humorlessly, "You guys done good so far." "Congrats. You're official hang-arounds," Joby twanged, chasing Bobby's words like they were his own. Bobby spoke in the same continuum. "You now represent the Hell's Angels. Anything and everything you say and do is a direct reflection on the club. Walk strong and take care of business." Joby amended, "Take care A fucking business. Joby handed Pops and Timmy their new cuts. Bobby held mine up for me to put my arms through. I did, and turned to face them. We each jostled our shoulders and smoothed the cuts over our chests. They felt good. They were black leather, brand new, and completely free of any flash. Bobby reached in his back pocket and pulled out 3 tabs and handed them out. They were white with a red border. In simple red block letters, the words Skull Valley were stitched into them. Bobby said, "They fit. Don't fuck up." Chapter 32. Big Lou and Gayland Hammock Run Some Game. April 2003. On the 18th of April, Bobby, Joby, Timmy, Pops, and I, along with J.J., Bobby's girlfriend Stacy, and Joby's girlfriend Caroline, mustered up to ride to Las Vegas for an H.A. poker run in support of the Sin City Charter. The poker run was a fundraising event that lasted a couple days and moved from one place to another. We wanted to go up, have some fun, and represent Skull Valley. I also think that Bobby and Joby wanted to show everyone where the former Solos had signed up for H.A. service. They wanted to brag on us. We were happy to oblige. Hell's Angels can be very forward-thinking when it comes to scheduling and attending runs, but they very often neglect basic things, like reserving rooms. Availability of hotel rooms just doesn't register for a Hell's Angel. It's a square world concern. This was the price, or reward, depending on one's perspective, of living free in the biker mold. As we were getting ready to leave, Timmy asked where we were staying. No one said anything. Bobby said he didn't know. I said that I thought I might be able to get us rooms. Joby asked, "What, at like a motel?" "Nah, Job, at a place on the Strip, the new Strip." "Bullshit," whined Joby. "We're sleeping in the dirt." Timmy said, smiling, "I always wanted to try the Debbie Reynolds Hotel. What about that?" I laughed, but no one else got it. Bobby surprised me. Ignoring Joby, he said, "Don't bother, Bird. Stacy called 10 places last night. Venetian, New York, the Luxor, you know. Some conventions there. There ain't shit for beds. We'll just have to improvise." "Let me see what I can do. I'll call Big Lou and see if he can work some of that Vegas magic." I called Gayland Hammock, the Vegas Metro sergeant in charge of the local undercover crews. I told him the situation, pretending he was Big Lou. He sighed. "Well, it's tight in town this week." "All the same, me and my brothers would appreciate your help, sir." "You're with those crackerjacks right now, huh?" "Yes, sir." He was silent for a second, no doubt filing through hotels in his mind. "Okay. Shit, Jay, what kind of Vegas cop would I be if I couldn't snag rooms on short notice? I'll call you right back." "Thanks." I flipped shut. I turned and looked at the guys. They stared at me like I had turned green. They'd never heard me talk like that to anyone. Joby said, "Nothing, right? I'm telling you, tonight we're sleeping in the dirt." I walked toward Joby and lit a cigarette. "I doubt it. Big Lou's no joke. A money-maker. It'd be if I couldn't snag rooms on short notice. I'll call you right back." "Thanks." I flipped shut. I turned and looked at the guys. They stared at me like I had turned green. They'd never heard me talk like that to anyone. Joby said, "Nothing, right? I'm telling you, tonight we're sleeping in the dirt." I walked toward Joby and lit a cigarette. "I doubt it. Big Lou's no joke. A money-maker. And you know what that means in Vegas. He doesn't fuck around with dead-end deals. He does game machines, hot minks, bookmaking, jewels, top-end shit. He's got the strings, he'll find something." Joby shook his head and went into the clubhouse to get his bag. My phone rang. I flipped open. "Yeah, Bird." "Hey, it's on. 3 suites at the Hard Rock, 2 standard queens at the MGM. All comped, too." You're a lifesaver, sir. Maybe I'll see you around this weekend. I doubt it, Mr. Hell's Angel wannabe. I'll talk to you later, sir. Tell Slats he owes me a lap dance. I flipped shut. Bobby stared at me. Well, what's up? Nothing much. Just comped suites at the Hard Rock and a couple rooms at MGM for Timmy and Pops. I drew hard on my smoke and threw it down. Timmy looked at me and smiled. Bobby looked at me and smiled. It was the first time I'd seen him do that. Joby came out of the house with a small duffel over his shoulder. Bobby chuckled at Joby. You can sleep in the dirt if it makes you feel better, but I'll be hanging in my suite with my old lady, thank you very much. Joby said no shit, and Bobby patted me on the back, said no fucking shit, Joby. I popped a few hydroxycuts while we finished getting ready. I needed the pills for the ride. A long, boring 235 miles through some of the most barren land you've ever seen. We cruised through Chino Valley, the area north of Prescott where the Skull Valley Clubhouse stood, under a wide blue sky raked by lines of puffy clouds. Joby and Bobby were up front. Joby packed double with his girlfriend Caroline, and Timmy, Pops, and I fell in behind our angel superiors. J.J. and Stacy orbited us in the truck, sometimes passing, sometimes falling back. We rode fast. Through the rain, as it turned out. The good weather didn't last. An hour out, the sky turned black and churned in front of us. We rode into the teeth of an Old Testament rainstorm at 80 miles an hour. Normal bikers on a weekend ride might stop if they didn't like getting wet, or if they had a cautious bone in their body. But rain was another one of those things that wasn't worth considering in the Hells Angels world. We sliced through Kingman, rounding the Purple Heart Trail, and turned north onto 93. We picked up a nomad hang-around named Elton Rodman at a gas pump in Grasshopper Junction, a few miles outside of Kingman. He rode in the back with us. The Martian landscape of northwestern Arizona, soaked with rain, took on rust and purple-colored hues. The ground around the road ran thick with Sedona red mud. The skies dried as we crossed the state line at the Hoover Dam. We rumbled over its tall, arcing road, the white towers at either end watching over us and a few undaunted, ponchoed tourists. The deep blue of Lake Mead peeked around the corner of the barren hills to the north and east. 10 minutes after we crossed, the rain started again. Bobby and Joby didn't slow down. We kept the throttle at 85, 90 miles per hour. I couldn't help but think of J.J. in the truck, warm and dry, and no doubt amused. I also feared that I might be hydroplaning and was seconds away from slamming into a guardrail at a very unhealthy velocity. The cover team followed us at a distance of 30 or 40 miles. When they got to Vegas, they'd hook up with Gayland, whom I thought about as we made our way to Vegas. Something I'd said to him, the thing about seeing him later, replayed in my mind. It struck me around Henderson, right outside of Vegas proper. If Bobby was interested, we might be able to throw together a show for him. Gayland could get one of the Metro cops I knew to play the part of Big Lou. I'd have to get Slats to sign off, but as we sloshed through the desert, I felt like I deserved the chance to make an impromptu play. I'd call them as soon as we checked in. We roared onto the strip around 6 and made our way to the Hard Rock. We pulled in looking like a pack of drowned rats. The valet tried not to stare at us as they attended to the normal procession of cars containing tourists and minor television stars. 2 security guards approached as we unasked. They were big guys in nylon jackets with earpieces. "Excuse us, gentlemen." Bobby said, "Hey, how you doing?" "You're staying with us at the Hard Rock Hotel?" Bobby faced them. We gathered behind him. The guards weren't scared. "That's right," Bobby said. "We got suites, actually." "That's great, but it's our policy here that you will not be allowed to wear your jackets inside the hotel." Joby spat. Bobby said, "Fuck you." A guard asked, Excuse me? Fuck you. I wouldn't take my vest off to shit in this place, even if a greasy turd was running down the back of my leg. I dialed my cell as I put a hand on Bobby's shoulder. Joby repeated something about sleeping in the dirt as Galen came on the other end. Sir, we're by the valets, getting jacked by security. They say we can't come in with our cuts on. We ain't taking them off. Galen chuckled. No problem. Give me a minute. He hung up. I told Bobby it was being taken care of. He didn't believe me. He was climbing back onto his bike. One of the guards put a finger on his earpiece so he could hear better. He grasped the lapel of his jacket and said 10-4. Then he said, I'm sorry, gentlemen. There was a misunderstanding, and we apologize for the mistake. Please go in whenever you're ready. Welcome to Las Vegas. Welcome to the Hard Rock. Bobby smiled again. This was possibly the first time ever Bobby had smiled twice in one day. He got off his bike and gave me a hard slap on the back. Gentlemen, you hear that shit? Fucking A, Bird. When we get settled, call my room. I asked, what's up? He yelled, just call my fucking room after you take a shower. Fine. We checked in. Each couple got a room. JJ and I took turns in the shower. It felt good to wash off the road. When I called Bobby, he asked if I was planning to see Lou while we were in Vegas, and if I was, could he meet him? So, you want me to set something up? Fuck yes, Bird. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Big Lou isn't too into meeting new people, but I'll see what I can do. Give me a few minutes. We hung up. I called Slats. He conferenced in Galen. We thought it sounded good. We could intro him and talk around a gun deal we could complete the next day. I asked if we could get a load of prop guns to make it look like a big haul. Slat said no problem. I reminded Galen that whoever he got to play Big Lou, the guy had to come on hard, like a real-deal crime boss. He said it wouldn't be a problem. They said they needed half an hour to throw some things together. They'd call me back. I went into the suite's living room. JJ watched Jeopardy. I heard her say, "What's a terrapin?" I joked, "I'll take assholes for 100, Alex." She perked up, remembering where we were. "What's up?" "What's up is that you, me, and Bobby are going to meet Big Lou." "Really? Why do I have to go?" "'Cause Big Lou wants to see you too, sweetheart." She rolled her eyes and climbed out of the couch, sighing about me making her work too hard. Slats called to tell me when and where. I hung up and called Bobby. "It's on." He whispered with excitement, "Really? What should I wear?" I said incredulously, "What you always do, Bobby." "He really wants to see me?" "No, Bobby, he really wants to see me, and you just happen to be coming along. Who he really wants to see is JJ. I changed the subject. "How's the room?" "Great. Stacy won't shut up about how great it is anyway. But $5 for a bag of M&Ms is fucking nuts, isn't it?" "Yeah, these places get you coming and going." "You got that right," he agreed. "Look, JJ and me'll meet you in the lobby at 10. No Stacy." "Are you kidding? I couldn't get her out of the room if I laid down a trail of speed to the slots. I'll see you then." "Cool. See you then." We got in the truck and made our way to PT's pub. Halfway there, my phone rang. "Yeah, Bird." "It's Slats. Listen, Galen couldn't get any of the guys you know to play Lou." "Are you shitting me?" "No, but don't panic. The show's still on. Galen's got a guy he says will be terrific. Says you won't have any problem figuring out who he is." "Fuck me." "Okay, we'll be there soon." "Bobby with you?" "Yeah." He chuckled, saying, "Tell Reinstra I told him to go fuck himself." He hung up. Bobby asked if everything was okay. I told him everything was better than okay. Big Lou just won $50,000, beating the spread on the Mets game. Bobby raised his eyebrows and nodded, impressed. I had to cover myself and hoped he wouldn't bring it up at the meeting. We pulled into the parking lot and got out. I didn't like going into this kind of situation blind. All of a sudden, I didn't know anything about a guy I'd supposedly known for years. The bar was open and dark with a low ceiling. Red neon lights framed the booths. Flat panel screens above the bar showed baseball games and horse races. There was a Keno game tucked into a far corner. I saw Slats and Galen. They glanced at us and then turned their attention back to a game. It was casual and well played. If they hadn't checked us out, like every citizen in the bar was doing, it would have been as suspicious as staring us down. I looked for my guy in Vegas. I didn't have to look for long. From the back of the bar, a short, wide, balding guy, whose remaining hair was slicked back in shiny streaks, walked toward us with open arms. He had on large square eyeglasses with an amber tint in the top half of the lens. He was about 60. He wore a dark suit. It was hard to tell the exact color in that light, with a chalk-line pinstripe, a checkered blue shirt, and a solid red tie. He had a pinky ring and a brass tie clip. His black tasseled loafers were glossed to a high shine. Two very large guys, one fat, one just cranked with muscles, moved slowly behind him. They wore matching tracksuits. I thought it was just too much. Cookie-cutter wise guys. And then he started to talk. "Jaybird, my guy! JJ! Come over here where's I can see you." He dipped his head and shook his fingers in the air, beckoning us closer. I went to him. He reached up, grabbed my neck, pulled me down, and planted a loud kiss on each cheek. When he was close to the ear farthest from Bobby, he whispered, "Don't worry, we're good." He pushed me back and looked me over. I held him by the shoulders. Locked together, I said, "Mr. Lou, it's been too long since we've seen each other in the flesh." "You ain't fucking kiddin', and look at this." Lou was a dis and dat guy. "JJ, what's it been, a year? More?" "Yeah, more than that, Lou," said JJ, tossing it out like Lou was her favorite uncle. "I can barely remember." "But I'll never forget you. Never, my darling." He moved toward her, took her right hand, and actually kissed it. I thought we were done. The guy was too much. I wanted to look at Bobby or Slats or Galen, anyone whose face would tell me if it was working, but I knew I couldn't. Lou graciously directed JJ to a reserved booth and snapped for a waitress. He told JJ we had business to discuss and suggested she take it easy. She sat down. I said, "Lou, this is that guy I was telling you about." Lou looked at Bobby as if for the first time. He squinted and said, "Yeah, all right," like Bobby had asked him a question. Bobby held out his hand and introduced himself. Lou took it and gave it a cursory shake. "How you doing?" Lou looked at me and gave me a small shrug. Then he let go of Bobby's hand and stared him dead in the eye. "You said Bobby, right?" "Yeah." "Good, good. Now listen here, Hell's Angel Bobby. Sit the fuck down." The goons stepped forward menacingly. Bobby was so shocked he promptly sat. He must have been battling some strong urges to pound the old guy into the carpet. No one talks to a Hell's Angel like that and gets away with it. Lou stabbed a thick index finger at the air in front of Bobby and said, "Now listen good, Bobby, 'cause I only say things once. I don't give a midnight fuck about the Hell's Angels. I care about you as much as I care about fucking pussycats. You do what you do, I do what I do. Thing is, my gang is bigger than yours, badder than yours, and meaner than yours. And as sure as shit, my gang is smarter than yours, 'cause we don't walk around town with no fucking logo on our back that says Wise Guy. You, I can see you coming a mile down the street. Me? You don't know if I'm standing next to you at Mickey D's. You capiche? He pointed at me. Anything happens to this guy here while he's doing this Hell's Angel thing, you answer to me. He makes money for me. He carries money for me. I trust him to take more money across the country than you'll see in 10 years. He wants to ride bikes, do this motorcycle club bullshit, that's his thing. But if that shit overlaps with my life, fucks me out of so much as a quarter, if he gets hurt or can't come to work for me when I call, well, the Hell's Angels are gonna be disappointed, I'll tell you what. I'll start burning down houses with the doors locked from the outside. Or maybe I go easy on your guys, and one day they find you lying on the floor all blue and gray, having had a little accident with a dry-cleaning bag. I'm saying it to you all right? Now, you're a smart man, Hell's Angel Bobby. Give me a minute with Jay. He took me by the arm and led me to the back of the room, one of the bodyguards staying by Bobby and J.J., the other trailing us at a respectful distance. I would have given every penny I had to see Bobby's face, but we all had a part to play, and I played mine. When we were out of earshot, I told the guy it was nice to meet him. He said the same, but that I was smaller than he had imagined. He said he thought all bikers were built like linemen. I said not all. He asked me how we were doing. I said we were doing good, but maybe it was a little over the top. He held up his hand. I know how a crime boss thinks. Made guys really don't give a midnight fuck about Hell's Angels, or whatever they are. Wise guys were making money before there was even such a thing as a motorcycle, and they'll be making money when those guys are gone. Trust me, Jay, we're doing good. All right, dude, keep going. No point in changing course now. That's the spirit. Now, go bring that guy over here. We'll straighten him out. Okay. I went and got Bobby. We went back to Lou. I could hear Slats and Galen laughing their asses off. Just two guys in a bar having a good time. Lou said, Sorry about that, Bobby. We just gotta understand each other. Bobby said, Yes, sir. Slats and Galen laughed again. Lou said, Jay tells me you might like to do some work for me. Yes, sir. Good. He pulled a long cohiba from inside his jacket and held it in his fist. I like you, Hell's Angel Bobby. You know when to talk and when to shut the fuck up. I'll let Jay know when we can use you. And when we do use you, don't fuck up. Yes, sir. Good. He turned to me. Jay, I got a mess of guns coming through tomorrow. You know me and guns. I won't keep 'em around. I want you to have first crack at them. You want 'em? Great. No, that's no shakes either. I'll give you a call. Thanks, Lou. No problemo. Well, that's it, boys. Drinks and dinner are on me tonight. I gotta make a date. He moved past us and walked up to J.J. J.J., as always, I'm enchanted. I don't know why you hang out with this guy, but he's lucky for it. Take care of him. And with that, he left, his bodyguard silently drifting behind him. I sat next to J.J. Bobby sat across from us. He was entranced. I asked, Well, what do you think? Bobby took a breath. I think that guy's just like the guys back east. I hadn't seen one in so long I'd forgot. Forgot what? J.J. asked. Those kind of guys are real fucking badasses. Yeah, I think it's good. I hope when my time comes I can prove myself, make Lou proud. I lit a cigarette. I'm sure you will, Bobby. I'm sure you will. I called Gayland later on after I'd seen Bobby to his room. Gayland asked, So, how was our guy? He was good, almost too good. Bobby bought the whole thing, though. Said Lou was a real deal gangster. I don't know where you got him last minute, but he was good. He better have been good. He's New Jersey mob.
He came out here and fucked up. We caught him and got him to flip. He wasn't faking it, Jay. Unlike you, he is the real deal.
Chapter 33. Get me that brown mustard, not that yellow shit. April to May 2003. Bobby accompanied me on the completion of the Ruse gun deal the next day. It was a nice little haul, an Uzi, 2 MAC-10, a silencer, and 2 AK-47s, both of which were full autos. J.J. paid our contact, the task force agent Buddha, $5 grand in cash, and we went our separate ways. For his trouble, I gave Bobby $100. I said, "Not bad for 5 minutes' work, huh?"
"Nah, not at all."
I repeated what I'd told Mac. "That's how easy it is to make money with me, dude." He was impressed. Our last night in Vegas, we decided to take the girls out to dinner at New York, New York. We hung around the casino floor while Stacy and J.J. decided where they wanted to eat. Bobby looked uneasy and asked me to take a walk. We strolled outside and stopped on the corner of Las Vegas and Flamingo Boulevards, surrounded by tourists, traffic, and a roller coaster. A blind hot dog vendor stood in front of his cart yelling, "Red Hots! Get your Red Hots here!" It looked like Bobby wanted to get something off his chest but couldn't find the words, or didn't want his words overheard. I lit a cigarette and offered one to Bobby, lighting his. "Hey, Bobby, want a dog?"
"Yeah, sure."
I ordered and gave Bobby his pre-dinner snack. He still wasn't speaking. I tried to break the ice. "Bobby, you ever think about where you're going to be in a year, 5 years?" He looked at me like I'd insulted his mother.
"How the fuck do I know? Shit. Maybe I'll take a pencil and poke my eyes out and sell hot dogs."
I paid for the dogs and we sauntered away. My icebreaker worked. He said that he had felt a little awkward around Big Lou because he didn't know how to tell him that he'd done work before. As he said those words, he mimed firing a pistol. I was a little surprised. This was the first time Bobby had opened up regarding the alleged murder he'd committed for the club. I nodded gravely and didn't interrupt. He said he'd gained the reputation of a rat hunter, a guy who killed snitches or informants, and that 3 can keep a secret if 2 are dead. Normally this kind of talk is idle bullshit, but I believed Bobby. He was calm, matter-of-fact, and not boastful. He assumed I was in a similar position, an assumption I didn't deny. He said that some call it stupidity, but it takes balls to walk up and shoot someone between the eyes. He said some other guys couldn't live with themselves after the fact, which was a problem he didn't have.
"Me, I take care of business. Anyone crosses me, I'll get payback. It may take me 4 or 5 years, but I'll get it. I'll be the guy standing by your pillow at 3 a.m., holding a 2x4, waiting for your eyes to pop open."
The words weren't hypothetical. They were meant for me. He said,
"Remember that. You're in, and you're with me, so don't fuck up. Blood in, blood out."
The next day, after I had downed a handful of hydroxys, we rode back to Arizona. Timmy and Pops had gone home the night before to see their families, so it was just me and Bobby. Right after crossing the dam, Bobby's bike broke down, and we loaded both bikes into the trailer. J.J. and Stacy got in the back, and I drove. The road hypnotized me. I tried to picture the day Bobby would find out I was a cop, tried to guess what his expression would be. I wanted to gauge his level of shock, because I didn't have any problem imagining what he'd look like standing over my bed at 3 a.m., grasping a rough-hewn 2x4. Slats liked the Big Lou ruse. He wasn't sure what it gained us, but he had a good time watching it go down. Still, it made him nervous. He said our plays were getting too intricate and too risky. "Tone it down. Play it out with these guys. Don't play it up." He reminded me that he could pull the plug whenever he wanted. He said, "You guys get too close to the fire, and I will stamp it out." "All right, fine." Slats wanted to hear the words, so I said them. I knew I was lying, though. Being H.A. hang-arounds, and soon-to-be prospects, was not easy. I thought March had seen the worst, that my days and nights had reached their saturation points. I was wrong. Since we'd become hang-arounds, each day's obligations had mushroomed. If it wasn't Slats, it was the Hells Angels. If it wasn't either of them, it was my family. If it wasn't my family, it was me. I couldn't shut down. Every morning started with my hydroxys. I swallowed them down with coffee or Red Bull, and took more in the afternoon, and if I was out with anyone at night, more after dark. I drank alcohol while on them, worked out on them, wrote reports on them. My spelling suffered. My bike riding actually got better. My ability to gab endlessly also improved, something I thought impossible. I felt edgy, and my stomach shook all the time. When the pills wore off, I plunged into a deep chemical, or lack of chemical, depression. Most nights, after scribbling notes and hiding them in the safe under my mattress, I'd lie down and pray for sleep that seldom came. It was not uncommon in those days for me to cry while trying to get a few hours of physical rest. The tears were born of exhaustion and the stress of leading a double life. Anyone looking at me would always see the same Bird. Bird the debt collector, Bird the cop, Bird the bullshitting a mile-a-minute hustler. On the inside, I thought I was something else, something I'd never been before. I sometimes swung completely and quickly from confidence to doubt, from righteousness to guilt. If I'd had the capacity for self-reflection, I might have noticed the changes being wrought on me, but I had none. All I could do in those days was feel and react and think about ways to succeed with the angels. I'd look in the mirror, shaving my gaunt cheeks with a straight razor, and the only things that stared back at me were the cold blue eyes of J. Bird Davis. Anyway, we got a residence in Prescott. We got our hands on a single-wide trailer and put it in the corner of a trailer park, aspen trees and a patch of grass out back, a picnic table by the steps. It was way too small and anything but homey. I hated to give it to him, but Slats was dead on about one thing. We weren't freelancers anymore. We had new responsibilities to our brothers, responsibilities that required a lot of hanging out with angels. What was even worse than that, given our desire to gain real membership, we actually wanted to hang out with the guys. Time bled into a continuum of pills, bikes, riding, guns, guard duty, lectures on rules, and general monotony. Rarely did one day seem much different from another. The only way I could remember anything was by listening to recordings and reading and writing daily reports. April 24th, church at the clubhouse. The Skull Valley house was on a nice country road surrounded by farms and crop fields. Bobby and Stacy lived in a first-floor apartment. Teddy lived upstairs. Joby had turned a large closet into a bedroom to crash out in. The main room was a storage facility. Before church convened, I asked Joby what we should do if any of us came across a Mongol. "Kill, or otherwise fuck that bitch up," asked Teddy. I did. He said, "Yeah, it's your duty to kill him and not get caught." Bobby announced that church that day was members only. We were ordered outside to secure the perimeter. It was cold, around 40 degrees, and we were underdressed. We blew on our hands and stamped our feet. Pops and I crossed paths every 10 or 15 minutes. The moon was up. Invisible things scurried through the grass. At one point Pops asked, "Who we guarding these guys from?" "Bunny rabbits, dude. They're full of rabies around here." Pops laughed. "Maybe we should fire off around, just to scare them." I wasn't sure whether he meant the rabid rabbits, the Hells Angels, or both. It didn't matter. I laughed too. The boys finally had some hang-arounds to pull guard duty, just like the other charters. I laughed some more. It felt like a big joke. The boys were probably in the clubhouse laughing too, knowing no one was going to interrupt church at Skull Valley. After an hour, They whistled from the house. We trudged up in the moonlight and went inside. There was an empty bucket of fried chicken on the table, and dirty plates strewn with bones. There were 3 unopened containers of coleslaw. They asked if we'd had any recent run-ins with the law, when they knew we hadn't. Asked if we were wearing wires. We lied. We said, "Fuck no," thinking, what are we supposed to say if we are? Yes? They lectured us again on being hang-arounds and prospects, though we were reminded that we weren't prospects yet. They said for the time being, we were basically bodyguards for full members, and that each member had his own way of dealing with guys in our position, and that whatever that was, we had to respect it. They said no drinking, no drugs, no fucking around, unless given permission. We said we understood. They dismissed us back to the cold and continued with their heavy members-only shit. We went up to Bullhead at the end of the month to check on Smitty and Lydia. Smitty invited us to their place. It was nice to see them, nice to see Lydia's glass-strewn yard. There was a hominess there that all of us had been missing. Not long after we got in, Lydia microwaved us a meal of beef stew, the kind with the creamy gravy, potatoes, and carrots. I thought, wow, this is how real people live. I'd gotten so used to the Waffle House, I'd forgotten what a real meal was like, even one that came from a can. After she fed us, she said she was going to bed. It wasn't late. Lydia was turning in at a decent hour, something I hadn't done in months. Smitty lit up a red. I lit up a Newport. I'd recently switched to menthols for no reason, and he proceeded to bitch and moan about his problems. He was having trouble getting backing for the Mojave Valley charter he was trying to set up. He felt like guys in his own charter, the Angels Nomads, were pulling their support, and he couldn't understand why. Compounding these troubles were the persistent rumors of Mongols over the hill in Kingman, guys who had miraculously avoided detection for months. He told me he was looking for untraceable guns so he could pop some of those guys off. On May 1st, I sailed back into Prescott on warm spring winds and the chemical loft of weight-loss energy pills. J.J. and I met the boys at the Broke-Dick strip club they owned, the Pinyon Pines. Teddy sat in a booth with his tanks of oxygen and his girlfriend, Devon, who was taking a break from pole dancing. She sat on his knee, her perfect ass concealing his thigh in mounds of bikinied flesh. Bobby lounged across from them, smoking a Marlboro Light. J.J. slid in, and I sat next to her. They wanted to know how Bullhead was, and again if we'd had any trouble with the law. I said no, not this time, but J.J. and I told them the story of our traffic stop back in November. They said they'd heard something about that. Teddy wheezed, "I keep my eye on them, you know. We're trying to get started up here, and we don't want no fucking trouble, but we want respect too, you know." Bobby said, "Anyway, Bird, you let us know if anything happens to you with them, even a ticket. I mean a cop so much as says hello to you, tell us." I said okay. I told them Smitty was having problems starting the Mojave Valley Charter, and that I wanted to talk to Joby about it. Bobby said, "Don't concern yourself with that shit. It's nice Smitty's opening up to you and all, but that's none of your business." I said okay. Teddy said through a smile, "Everyone's green, I'm telling you." I asked him what he meant. "I mean, they're jealous we're the ones that got you." Bobby said, "That's right, but don't talk to anyone about it, all right?" Once again I said okay. Next day was church, again for members only. Timmy, Pops, and I arrived early, and I walked up to Teddy holding an envelope containing $500. Before I got close enough to hand it to him, he barked, "What the fuck with those?" He pointed at my feet. I was wearing flip-flops. "I got stinky toes, Teddy. I like to air them out." "Fuck that. What do you think this is, a fucking hobby? Something you do for fun? Nah, get rid of those fucking things. I catch you wearing those again, I'll run you on errands for tampons and Barbie dolls.
I mean really, Bird, flip-flops?"
I considered the complaint, and decided I'd wear boots more often, if for no other reason than not to have to hear it. I handed him the envelope, hoping it would change his mood. He took it, holding it like a dirty piece of toilet paper.
"I'll accept this, Bird, but you can't buy your way into the club."
"I know that, Teddy. I'm just doing what I think is right. We made a lot of money off Big Lou's guns. I thought you'd appreciate it."
I do. Thanks."
"Besides, Teddy, I wouldn't want to be a member if I could buy my way in." Timmy and Pops seconded that, and Teddy said okay. Bobby then told us we had to go get them sandwiches from Subway. Teddy stuffed the envelope in his back pocket and growled,
"Right. I'm hungry. Subway sounds good. I want a hot cappy sandwich, provolone, lettuce, and tomatoes, if they're red. They got any white or green in them, or they look mealy? Forget the tomatoes. And get me that brown mustard, not that yellow shit. No fucking mayo."
Bobby said he changed his mind and felt like a burger and a black-and-white milkshake. He said we'd have to get that somewhere else, maybe TGI Fridays. Joey wasn't there yet, but they told us to get him a small salad, no dressing, since he was on a bullshit health kick. As we were leaving, Teddy yelled,
"And get a variety of beverages."
We filled their order and came back. As Teddy chewed his sandwich, he said,
"Good job on the mustard."
Bobby slurped his milkshake and said,
Yeah, that's good shit, hang-arounds. You just earned yourself some beers."
We got some cold ones. Joey showed up. They gave him his salad, which was also from Subway, and laughed at him. He ignored them and told them it was actually what he wanted. He went to the fridge and drenched it in ranch. He didn't thank us. We were told to go outside and secure the perimeter. We walked the fence again. While outside, Pops told us he'd wiped all of their straws with his dick. We tried not to laugh too hard. We went down to Phoenix on May 3rd and spent the next couple days catching up on paperwork. Gwen called and asked me to cut the grass. Things hadn't been going well with us. I looked more and more like a biker, and even though I insisted she was making things up, she refused to believe I wasn't having an affair with JJ. I told her I needed to avoid the kids because I didn't want them to see me in my current condition. She said they planned to be busy on the 6th, to come by then. Okay, I'd make it a quick trip. I got to my place, hopped off my bike, and went out back. The yard needed a serious trim. I fired up the mower, took my shirt off, and started pushing. I couldn't have cared less about that lawn, but I wouldn't give Gwen any additional ammo to use against me. I wouldn't do it unevenly or leave any mohawks. In times past, my green-thumb perfection had come from a place that would only accept the best. Now it came from hatred. I'd built that house with my own hands, planted the yard with my own hands. I used to love both, but now I hated them. I cut the lawn, short and neat. Halfway through, my mom and dad showed up. I hadn't seen either of them in months. They must have heard the mower because they came around back and watched me. I didn't see them. They didn't call to me, or if they did, I didn't hear. I turned. I killed the motor. My mom was crying. "Hey, guys, what's wrong?" "What's wrong?" my dad asked. "Yeah, why's Mom crying?" I could tell my dad knew, almost telepathically, exactly why it was his wife was crying. She wiped her tears with her arm and pointed at me. "What did you do to your arms?" My tattoos. She hadn't seen them. My parents had gotten used to my other tattoos, but each time I added one, I think they prayed that would be it. At least I think my mom prayed for that. I sighed and said, "You have no idea what I'm going through. I'm doing what I have to do. Let me finish this and we can talk." I fired the mower back up. I didn't care about my mom's tears. They went inside, but when I was done, they were long gone. Time passed in a blur. Back in Phoenix on the 8th, I worked out with Dan Danza, the crazy musclehead angel I'd met when our solo Angels crew came to town back in January. He pumped his iron, veins in his neck bulging, and waxed hopeful about the end of his parole, 31 days out. J.J. and I went with Bobby on the 9th to set up a T-shirt booth at a run. He intimidated the guy in charge into giving us free passes and the best booth location. Bobby said he was going to run the Americans Motorcycle Club out of there if he saw them. He and Teddy bitched about how they hadn't been given the Angels their due respect, and that they were going to force the Americans out of the area, maybe even the state. As Bobby had said, "Our sandbox is full of cat turds. We got to sift it clean." Rudy brought his infant daughter to the run. She wore a tiny black "Support Your Local Hells Angels" shirt. No one paid her any mind. She cried in the heat. I picked her up and rocked her. She didn't stop crying. I changed her diaper right there. It looked like she'd been wearing it for a couple days. I rocked her some more, and she calmed down. J.J. sold T-shirts. Timmy and Pops and I took turns bodyguarding the guys and standing in the T-shirt booth as tough guy advertising, arms crossed, scaring and inspiring people into buying shirts and stickers. I was back with Danza on the 12th. More pills, more weights. I worked on my legs. I still liked Danza's intensity. He still liked mine. He asked again about Mongols in Mexico. I confirmed that there were some down there, and told him that if I saw any, I was going to kill them. He said that when his parole was up, he was going to come with me. We'd get our kill on. More time flew. I consumed hydroxys like they were sugar pills. I thought of Bobby and his 2x4. I thought of 2 Bobbies and their 2x4s. I thought of 4 of them surrounding my bed at 3 a.m. I saw Teddy with a pair of pliers one day, working a section of fence near the clubhouse, and the image stuck. More and more I zoned out on rides, my waistband stuffed with the reassuring feel of loaded guns. I never got stopped. I couldn't figure out why. The cops should have been knocking a guy like me down out of simple curiosity. I was in Tucson on the 13th visiting Mac's shop. Mac wanted to collect for me, beat for me, work for me, do more for me. He said I should start using a cattle prod for my collections. Later that week, J.J. and I house sat for Joby while he was out working some state fair with his mechanical bull. He lived in a Quonset hut in Kingman, and he had a nice arsenal. J.J. and I field-tested all the guns into water-filled buckets, capturing slugs for ballistics, hoping to find the gun that did Hoover or anyone else. We didn't. Pills, beer, pills. Time moved so quickly it became meaningless. On the 15th, I went to Steve Helen's house, also in Kingman. He was the guy who'd offered me his 18-year-old daughter April at a run back in October. His son had been killed in a drug deal, and he believed he'd found out who had done it. Steve said he wanted to torture the guy with a blowtorch and dismember him. He asked me to consider doing the job for him, not the torture, but the killing, which was what he really wanted. I felt sorry for him. I said, "Okay, if you really want it, but let me do it my way." I would string this murder for hire along and never do anything. Standing in Steve's living room, talking about killing someone for a Hell's Angel, I heard the distant rumble of a Harley. I thought of Kingman's phantom Mongols. It was then that I started to get an idea. Chapter 34. Hydroxycut Highway. May 2003. On the 16th, Pops and I sat in the trailer watching the Discovery Channel, a show about the African savannah. The English-accented narrator spoke about wild dogs, the lowest predators on the food chain, calling them the low-ranking snouts. Pops observed that lately, with all our glorious hang-around duties, that was us. We're the low-ranking snouts. I called him a lame gazelle, and Bobby a lion, and Pops didn't laugh. He was getting tired of the whole show. It wasn't worth $500 a week any longer. I put my hand on his shoulder. Pops was still a good friend, and told him to hang in there. He just pointed his bottle at the TV and repeated, "Low-rankin' snouts." My phone rang. It was Chris Bayless, my old partner and friend, checking in on me. He asked jokingly, "You fall in love with your sponsor yet?" Fuck no. 1, he's a murderer. 2, he loves mafiosi. 3, he lectures me on how to be a badass. 4, he... All right, got it. How's your head? Screwed on sideways and halfway up my asshole. Sounds about right. Yeah, it's great. What are you looking forward to? Me? I think I got a plan. I'll run it by you soon. Have to sleep on it. Other than that, putting these psycho loner clowns in jail. That sounds about right, too. Give Slats my love. Will do. Since April, when the solos got dissolved, I'd been getting more head checks from Chris, from my psych officer, Paul Haggerty, and since our weekend in Vegas, from Gayland. They were making sure I wasn't cracking, that I hadn't decided I liked the bad guys more than the good guys, especially since they all knew how much of a pain in the ass the good guys could be. I wasn't sure why they were so worried. Maybe it was my appearance, or how much time I was spending with the angels, but I didn't like the bad guys more. Not at all. I was more concentrated on Black Biscuit than on any case I'd ever been involved in. It was, in every sense, my life. I told them I was fine. We came up for more guard duty on the 21st in Purdue, rode out with Joey, and stood around the clubhouse in the blazing sun. At one point I was relieved and told to go inside. Timmy and Pops had been sent on separate errands. We were split in 3 directions, making it nearly impossible for our cover team to protect us. I was sure Slats was sick of it and thinking of calling the whole thing off. Joey saw me and told me I could have a beer. I said thanks and asked him if I could have a smoke. It was a facetious question, but it went over his head. In front of the other angels, he had to act tough. He told me no, only when I was off duty. I said, okay, thinking, fuck that motherfucker. Walking to the bar, I accidentally bumped a full patch, a sandy-haired California dude I'd never seen. He growled at me and said, "Outside, now." I said, "Hey, dude, I didn't mean anything. It was an accident." "Fuck that." "I didn't see you, that's all." "You didn't fucking see me? Motherfucker, you always see me. That's your fucking job. Outside, now." Bobby had lectured me on this, too. The rules of fighting for a Hell's Angel were simple. A non-angel picks a fight with an angel, all angels come to his aid. This situation will not be fair, but as far as the angels are concerned, it will be just. On the contrary, when an angel picks a fight with an angel, or an official hang-around or a prospect, it will go down one-on-one. Angels have the privilege of settling scores among themselves. He told me that if I was ever challenged, the only admirable thing to do was fight. I didn't disagree. I said, "All right, let's go." I followed the guy. He wore tight Levi's and shit-brown riding boots. He was bigger than me, not taller, just broader across the shoulders and thicker around the arms. His legs were skinny. As I walked through the clubhouse, I started to take the rings from my fingers, stuffing them in my pockets. I was prepared to take a beating, but I wouldn't go down easy. We got outside, and he turned. 10 or 12 guys stood around waiting. We were underneath a 20-foot-high pole in the middle of the compound. On top of the pole was a disc. It looked like a gas station sign, with a huge death head on it. The guy sized me up in the shadow of the disc. Joey Richardson stood behind him, looking like he'd decided to back his patched brother and not me. I thought maybe Joey had put him up to it to mud-check me. The angel watched me struggle with a ring I hadn't removed in over 5 years. He asked me if I was Bird. I said I was. He asked what I was doing. I said, "I'm taking my rings off, so when I start to beat on your face, it doesn't get too fucked up." He smiled slowly. Joey laughed out loud. "Shit, here comes Skull Valley." The smile on the angel's face faded. He shrugged and said, "Ah, fuck it. What were you drinking?" I looked him in the eye and told him. Mud check passed. I put my rings back on. 4 days later, we pulled more guard duty at Cave Creek. There was no shade to be had there either. It was a big party. Guys were coming and going from all over. A guy from England, the London P named Marcus, was there. Bad Bob, Smitty, Joby, Dennis, Mac, Pete Eunice, Sonny Barger, a whole mess of West Coast angels, everyone. We'd met so many guys by then that Timmy, Pops, and I were introducing Hell's Angels to one another. I'd been asked at various times through the day for beer, a bottle opener, cigarettes, a condom, a pen, $5, my phone number, ketchup, help pushing a dead bike, and a sewing kit. I had everything but the sewing kit. Timmy offered that guy safety pins. He took them. Around 6, the party humming, the same classic rockabilly tunes swirling around the clubhouse, mixed in now and then with Metallica, Korn, and Iron Maiden. A car started to drive back and forth in front of the house. A California prospect, he said to call him Pitt, didn't like it. The guy in the car looked lost, and they looked Mexican. They must have been ignorant of bikers, because they showed no trepidation in repeatedly and slowly cruising past the clubhouse. As they approached the 4th time, I said, "Hey, Pitt, let's scare these guys out of here." "Sounds like a fucking plan." We stepped into the street, and Timmy took a position by the gate. We stood in the middle of the road and waved at the car, an early '90s Toyota hatchback with a lot of miles on it. It stopped. Pitt asked who they were. The guy held up a crumpled piece of paper and pointed at it. He didn't speak English. He looked like an itinerant looking for a relative's house. Pitt didn't look at the paper. He asked, "It look like I speak spick?" The guy didn't understand Pitt or his insults, but he and his buddy understood the guns. He started to repeat, "Okay, okay, okay," holding his open hands in the air. I could see his buddy tapping him on the shoulder like they had to leave. Pitt was not happy with them. "Listen close, hombre. You're in Hell's Angels territory. Cruising by too many times and too slow will get your ass shot." He held up his pistol, a small caliber blue steel semi-auto, and shook it for emphasis. "Get it? Bang, bang." "Okay, okay, okay." The driver put it in reverse and slowly backed away. We didn't see them again. Pitt and I went back to the front yard. "Those wetback motherfuckers were Mongols. I fucking know it, Bird. They come back here, and I will slit their throats and give them Colombian fucking neckties. I will cut off their dicks and stuff them in their mouths. Can you believe the balls on those motherfuckers? Mongols coming around here, Cave Creek, Hoover's backyard." I told them to calm down. They were probably just poor sap nobodies who'd gotten lost. Pitt wasn't having it. Timmy whispered in my ear, "We bring any tranquilizer darts?" I chuckled. As if on cue, the guy started to beat the air. At first I thought he was acting out what he'd do to them. He was high-kicking and punching and doing little spins. Some guys wandered out to watch him. His words were unintelligible. His head started to go this way, then that. He looked at the air around him with wild eyes, like he was all of a sudden losing his imaginary fight, fists coming from everywhere. Someone stood next to me. It was Mac. "What's with that guy?" "Don't know, dude. Looks like he's about to have a seizure." That's when we started to understand what he was saying. "A fucking bee! I'm fucking allergic! Get this fucking bee away from me!" I started howling. Mac had to hold me up. "I'll fucking die, man! I ain't got my EpiPen!" Marcus marched out from a side entrance, collared Pitt, and yanked him inside. He was an embarrassment. I laughed harder than I'd laughed in weeks, maybe months. Tears fell from my eyes. When I could talk again, I told Mac about the Mexicans. I mean, this guy goes from Billy Badass to Mortal Kombat with a honeybee inside of 5 minutes. That guy's a punk. Bobby heard that. He came up and told me I was right, but I shouldn't say it. He said the guy was just a prospect, but that I was just a hang-around. I said I was sorry. Mac said I was right anyway. The guy was a punk. At least he thought so. Bobby told me to stop goofing off and get to work, and bring him a beer. I asked Mac if he wanted one, and he shook his head. I got Bobby a beer from a cooler by the front door, walked back, and fought the urge to open it for him and spit in it, knowing I'd be seen. When I got back, they were talking about guns. Bobby said, "Yeah, I got my old lady a little .22, a nice hit piece. One behind the ear, gets in there and scrambles everything up, like on The Sopranos, you know?" He turned to me and reached for the beer. "You know, right, Bird?" "You know I do, Bobby. Anything else? I gotta secure the perimeter." I lit a cigarette. "Nah, that's good." Then he said wait, held up his beer bottle, and told me to open it for him. The guy had an opener right on one of his belt loops, but didn't even move for it. I took his bottle, opened it, handed it back, and walked off. I had a hard time falling asleep that night. I'd taken 4 or 5 hydroxys late in the day, and they were still working their magic. When I was idle, not working or riding or talking or writing, the pills caused my mind to switch and flicker. That night, trying to sleep, I saw Bobby ordering me around. I saw the outlines of my developing plan. I saw Dale asking for her new guitar. I saw the spiderweb tattoo on my elbow. I saw Slats trying to rein me in, Teddy with the pliers, Joby when he drew down on the tweaker so many months back. I saw Bad Bob that first night at Mesa when he reminded me of Barry Gibb. I saw my mom's tears, heard Gwen's accusations, held Jack's rocks. He'd never neglected to put one in my hand as I left the house, or if he wasn't there, leave one for me on the kitchen counter. I had more Jack rocks than I could count. I passed them out, and the guys at the patch had started to keep them for themselves. I could only vaguely remember the way Jack looked as he rounded the bases in Little League. I thought, Jack rocks are a shit substitute for Jack. That night, exhausted and overrun, I cried myself into an uneasy sleep. I was met at some point in the middle of the night by Bobby standing over my bed with a 2x4. He wore his shades. He was harshly backlit, as if he'd driven his motorcycle into my bedroom and left its headlight on. He pursed his lips and raised the piece of wood, bringing the butt end of it down on my face. I saw the splinters as it came down. It didn't hurt. The next thing I knew, I was in the Skull Valley clubhouse. Teddy was there, holding his pliers and a bloody Chucky doll that he kept in a corner of the living room, the centerpiece of a caricatured shrine to death. He shook the doll at me, and drops of blood spattered off it. Teddy said something I didn't understand in a bad, high-pitched impersonation of the murderous toy. I looked around. We were all of a sudden behind the clubhouse by the wire fence. Teddy pulled his oxygen tubes from his nose, inhaled loudly, gathering phlegm, and spat on me. He was powerful, no longer sick, possessed of all the menacing vigor of his youth. He click-clicked the jaws of the pliers. They were rusty. Chucky was gone, and in his place were a pair of silver vice grips. Bobby still clutched the 2x4. They said I was a rat. I couldn't speak. Maybe my face was too bashed in. They must have understood, though, since they insisted I was a rat. I spat some blood and managed some words, saying, "No, I'm something worse." I thought, rats don't have partners. Rats don't have backup. But backup never came. Bobby wedged my mouth open with a pair of wooden blocks. Using a nylon compression strap, he secured my head to a fence post. I couldn't turn away. Teddy came toward me. He stuck the pliers in my mouth. They tasted like a penny. I could tell because they latched onto my tongue. He pulled. Through it all, I remembered the taste. He pulled and pulled and pulled, and when my tongue was far enough out of my mouth, Bobby raised a serrated buckknife and... I woke in a cold sweat, my heart racing. I stood up and fell down with dizziness almost immediately. I crawled to the doorway and pulled myself up. My left arm began to hurt. I slapped myself a few times and tried walking again, touching my face, making sure it was still there. It was. I made it to the kitchen. I grabbed my car keys. I went outside, fell into the Cougar. No one else was home. Timmy and Pops were with their families. JJ was off for the weekend. I sat there and clutched my chest, short of breath. There was a hospital close by. I turned over the engine and put it in gear and drove. I drove to the emergency room, but when I pulled up, I stayed in the car. My chest still hurt, but I wasn't so woozy. I looked at the light of the hospital and knew if I admitted myself and Slats or anyone else found out, the case would be over. I took 10 deep breaths. I told myself I was fine, that I'd had worse from hits on the football field back in my playing days. I remembered one time when I'd gotten laid out so badly I didn't know left from right. Never one to let a defensive player gloat over my sprawled-out body, I popped up and returned to the huddle. Someone tapped me on the shoulder, pointed across the field, and said, "Dobyns, you're in the wrong huddle, man." It was the guy who had hit me, the middle linebacker. I was standing with the defense, not the offense. He laughed his ass off. I gave him a starry-eyed look and ran to the sidelines for some smelling salts. Thinking back to those days calmed me down. I laughed at myself. I knew what had messed me up. The pills. My heart stopped racing. I took another 10 breaths. I rolled down the window and took 10 more. I put the car in gear and drove back to the Undercover house, concluding I'd suffered a panic attack. When I got there, I went into the bathroom, filled the sink with cold water, and dunked my head in it. Then I emptied the hydroxycuts into the toilet and flushed them away. I'd never take them again. Chapter 35. Bottom Rockers Are Us. May to June 2003. From then on, Starbucks, Red Bulls, and smokes would have to do. Without the pills, my everyday particulars became less exacting. I couldn't recognize it when I was popping them, but they'd given me a kind of tunnel vision. In most instances, this is a good, if not necessary, thing for an undercover agent, but in my case, it was no longer a necessity. I didn't have to fool anyone anymore. It wasn't just that I felt invincible. I was invincible. Truth was, the deeper I got with the club, the safer I got. The guys at the patch couldn't understand it, but the more I was trusted by the Angels, the more I was protected. I didn't need the cover team, because the Hells Angels were looking out for me. This became crystal clear when I flushed the hydroxycuts. The vibrating edge brought on by the pills evaporated quickly, and in its place was something I hadn't felt in months: focus. Everyday things still happened, but after the panic attack, my ultimate goal crystallized. I'd do everything I could to become a Hell's Angel. Quickly. The idea that had taken root in my pilled-up mind took on definition. It was simple, and it hinged on one simple fact, that for the Hells Angels, violence is power. I decided that to prove my ultimate worth, I'd play by their rules. I'd become violent. I didn't tell anyone about my panic attack. No one could think I might be breaking down. But we were all breaking down. JJ, an athletic 7-year ex-smoker when she came onto the case, was back to a pack a day or more, and she had gained 30 pounds. Timmy spent every free minute at home, recharging his batteries with family. Pops was gaunt, bent over, and showing his 50 hard-lived years. The task force agents were tired of covering us. I didn't care. In those days, I'd just call Slats and tell him where I was and not to worry. He didn't like it. He knew he was losing control. He needed several drinks every night just to grab a little shut-eye. Because Slats could see things I couldn't, and probably knew more about my physical and emotional degradation than he let on, he ordered me home for Father's Day. He said that we were all too vested, and that a little rest and relaxation wouldn't hurt anyone. Rest, anyway. I went home and gave the outward impression of relaxing, lying around on my couch, twisting my straggly goatee, catching up on SportsCenter. But true relaxation was impossible. I stared out the sliding doors of my living room at a stand of blooming saguaros, and beyond them an electric green golf course. I thought of something Task Force Agent Sean Spider-Man Hoover had told me. Man, this is such a joke. These guys look at you as some hard-luck hitman, and you live in a fucking mansion on a golf course. My place wasn't a mansion, but it was nice, and I do play golf. He was right. I tried to picture any of the Hells Angels I knew swinging a 7-iron, digging through weeds for a lost ball, or trying to read a green. These were ludicrous images, ones that perfectly reflected how disconnected my life had become. Gwen floated around me that weekend, keeping her distance, sometimes bringing me snacks I barely touched. We drifted far from each other. Maybe drifted isn't right. She had stayed put, while I'd run away at a dead sprint. She seemed resigned to facts. She told me she wouldn't give up on us. Gwen can be just as stubborn as I can, but it was evident she wasn't happy about our situation. Only because of Gwen's will have we stayed together. She didn't say much to me that weekend, but I remember her asking why I had to do everything to the limit. I didn't say anything. There was no answer. It was the way God made me. Jack drew me a Father's Day card and handed it to me when I was zoning out on the couch. I opened it. On the left was a gun with a tracking line drawn from the barrel and through the chest of a figure, me, on the right. Below that was another picture of me lying on a hospital gurney. There was a splatter of red ink where the bullet hit me, and above that the word, "Ding." The caption at the bottom read, "Happy Father's Day. I hope this never happens to you again. Love, Jack." The card broke my heart. I rubbed his head. I told him that Slats had a whole team of guys who always looked out for me. I said they wouldn't let anything bad happen. I told him if he didn't believe me, he could ask his mother, and she'd tell him it was the truth. He ran along, and my mind turned back to work. My professional situation was untenable, and I knew it. It wasn't just that prospecting was going to be unbearable. It was also going to be a hard sell in terms of operational viability. The bosses would be resistant to funding our adventures as would-be bikers, especially since I knew Slats wasn't behind the effort 100%. I was fighting a two-front battle. One I thought I could win, on both sides, with the implementation of my simple idea. My mind was tuned to blood, and the particulars of shedding it. A few days before I went back to Phoenix, my best friends from high school came by, John Williams and Scott Hite. They thought they'd surprise me. They didn't. I could smell them coming. Only a downwind cougar could have snuck up on me. I smiled at the window as they walked up. They were dressed in khakis and golf shirts, one white, one light blue. They had on gold watches and golf spikes. One wore a black Titleist hat. They were members of J. Dobyns's suburban life, not cops. They were fathers and husbands, mysteries. Here were two men I'd known for almost 30 years, and only by force of will could I remember what either of them did for a living. They knocked on the glass. I didn't get up. I swiped my hand through the air. Scott slid the door open. "Hey, man." "What's up, dudes?" "Not much." They stared at me like I was a captive animal in a life-size diorama, the federal agent at home. John finally said, "Geez, Jay, you look like a fucking junkie, you know that?" I tried to laugh. "Yeah, thanks a lot." Scott asked, "Want to come out for a round?" I dug myself into the couch a little more. "Nah, I'm busy." They shrugged. We bullshitted a little more, and they wandered off. I turned off the TV. I watched the golf course. Unlike me, it never changed. Gwen asked me to go with Dale one Sunday morning to pick up her new guitar. I said I didn't know if I could, but when I saw how excited Dale was, I realized I'd be happy to do it. Gwen gave me the address. The shop was a few blocks from Mac's Black Rose Tattoo Parlor. It was before noon on a Sunday, and I wasn't too worried that we'd run into Mac or anyone else. Nevertheless, the kids and I had established a few simple gestures that would indicate to them, should the need ever arise, that we were about to be approached by one of my bad guys. We went to the store. The clerk brought out a full-sized Fender Sonoran acoustic, a new case, and a cloth rainbow strap. Dale held it in front of her and strummed it, felt its weight and twirled it around. She smiled and nodded. I paid the balance, and we walked out. The bell on the door rang as it shut. I held Dale's hand. I looked up from her, and standing in front of us stood Robert Mac McKay. I gave Dale a squeeze. She squeezed back. I let go of her hand and shook Mac's, gave him a hug. I said, "This is my kid." He leaned in close to her and said, "Pleasure to meet you, little lady. You got one hell of a dad here." Dale was as cool as could be. She said thanks, without a trace of nervousness. He asked what we were up to, and I told him that I'd been promising Dale a new guitar for months. She held it up. There was no reason for me to lie. Mac was in good spirits, but before we parted he pulled me aside and said intensely, "Where the fuck is your cut, Bird? Represent!" Then he turned to Dale, and in a honey-dipped voice repeated that he was pleased to meet her. After we got into the car, Dale asked, with all the innocence of youth, "That was a Hell's Angel?" "Yep." "He didn't seem like such a bad guy. He was pretty nice, I thought." "He was on his best behavior. Don't be fooled. That guy is bad news. You ever see him again, walk the other way. Promise me." "Okay, I promise." I put my hand on her knee and pulled out of the parking lot. On the 30th, I got a call from Bobby, who wanted me to call Timmy to tell him he needed to call Bobby. I asked him why he didn't just call Timmy himself, and he bellowed, "Because I'm calling you, motherfucker." I called Timmy. Timmy called Bobby. Then Timmy called me back. He said Bobby had ordered him to pick up a package at Cave Creek from Spa Bob, the Cave Creek P who'd succeeded Hoover, and bring it to Skull Valley the next morning. He said Bobby had told him not even to think of opening it. After getting it, Timmy called and said, "I couldn't open this thing if I wanted to, not without them knowing. It's a shoebox wrapped in about 10 layers of duct tape." "So what are you doing?" "I talked to Slats. We're going to X-ray it." "Awesome. Let me know. Me, Pops, and JJ'll be at Casa Trailer by midnight." He called me later and told me the package, which was very light, appeared to contain 3 strips of cloth, our bottom rockers. The next day was church. There were some guests of honor at the clubhouse, Bad Bob, Pete Eunice, and Marcus, the London P. When we walked in, they didn't look happy. Joey shuffled around the entrance, his head hung in what looked like a mix of shame and anger. Joby stood next to him, his arms crossed. Bobby tapped a wooden axe handle on the palm of his right hand. Pete spun the cylinder of a .38 revolver, snapped it out, snapped it back into place, spun it again. When we all got inside, Joby suddenly turned to Joey, who had moved into the open doorway, and shoved him in the chest. Bobby crept behind him, arms crossed, sunglasses down. Joby yelled, "Get the fuck out of here," to Joey, who backpedaled. His face still hung low. I looked to Bobby for a clue to what was going on. He didn't have time for me. Joby repeated, "Get the fuck out of here," and Joey turned and slunk away. Rudy got up, grabbed Timmy by the arm, and told him to come with him. They left. In addition to whatever was going on with Joey, I later found out he'd screwed around with another member's old lady without his permission. Bobby was pissed about dinner. He'd sent Stacy out to get it. We knew JJ had met her while she was out, and now they were late. "Those bitches better get here soon with our fucking grub, or it's lights out." I nodded. Teddy told Pops to wait outside and keep an eye on the grounds. Pops left. Everyone turned to me. Pete, still holding his revolver, placed it in front of his waistband, resting his hand on the rubber butt. Bobby tapped the axe handle. Joby closed the door and leaned against it next to Marcus. They stood shoulder to shoulder, staring at me. Bad Bob was in the back of the room, smoothing his hair. Teddy removed the tubes from his nose and started to talk. He growled, "You're gonna have to leave too, Bird." I didn't say anything. Teddy was legitimately terrifying. He wielded his infirmity like a blunt weapon. He continued, "I know you've been doing your best, but it ain't good enough. You ain't got what it takes to be a Hell's Angel." "Get the fuck out!" It was Bobby. I took a deep breath. "No fucking way. You can kick me out, but I ain't walking out. I got too much in this." As I said the words, it occurred to me that they were monumentally true. "You want me gone. You're going to have to lift me up and throw me out." I was pretty sure it was bullshit, but witnessing Joey's ouster gave me some lingering doubts. Maybe they were cleaning house. If they'd boot Joey, they'd boot anyone. Still, Teddy's words were familiar. I'd run the same game for Jesse when we patched him solo, as Bad Bob had witnessed. I knew they had our bottom rockers. In addition, I knew I was the best damn prospect they'd seen in years. I had the drive, the toughness, and the arrogance that Hell's Angels love. This was my life, and they knew it. I was going to be a Hell's Angel, and I was going to be one of the best. Teddy smiled. "Okay, if that's the way you feel, I guess I'm going to have to give you a second chance." He reached behind him and stood up in one motion. When he turned to face me, he was holding an Arizona bottom rocker. Bobby told me to stand up. Everyone smiled. Bobby and Joby patted me on the back. I took the rocker. Teddy gave me a bear hug. The old guy could still muster a lot of strength when he wanted to. As we separated, Teddy said, "We're doing your partners next. You keep quiet and pretend like we just stole your lunch money." I said, "All right." An hour later, the three of us were official Hell's Angels prospects. We pinned our rockers on with the safety pins Timmy carried with him. Bad Bob pointed at the pins and said, "Damn, you guys really got it covered." I smiled at him. He told me he was proud of me, of us, and that he knew we'd get patched quickly. I hoped so, but I just said, "As long as it takes." Bobby said, "That's my boy." My phone rang. "Yeah, Bird." "Hey, Daddy." It was Dale. She sounded happy. The volume on my phone was up, and Dale's little girl voice could be heard before I could click it down. "Hey, what's up?" The guys listened to me. "Nothing much. Just calling to say hi, that I like my guitar." "That's great, but I'm pretty busy right now. You got something you need, or are you just bothering me?" "Daddy, what's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. I just don't have the time to deal with you right now, unless you have some kind of emergency." Silence. "I guess not. Look, I'll call you later. Bye." "Bye." I flipped shut. Bobby asked who that was. I said, "It's one of Big Lou's guys." He laughed. Joby smiled. Teddy, too. They knew I was lying. I looked at Timmy and Pops. They knew I never talked to one of Big Lou's guys. I only ever talked to Big Lou. They correctly assumed it was Gwen, Dale, or Jack, and they both had looks on their faces like I was the biggest prick in the world. I was, but I truly didn't care. I'd just gotten my bottom rocker, and I wasn't going to spoil it by taking the time to have a chat with my little girl. I was so upside down with who I'd become that I'd been willing to lose my daughters and my own respect in the service of a case. I was consumed with a mixture of exultation, indifference, and hate. I could only make real-time decisions, and invariably I made those with the lone goal of maintaining my credibility in the eyes of the Hells Angels, my new brothers. I knew they knew I'd just hung up on my daughter, and I knew they approved. As if reading my mind, Bobby approached, nodding gravely. He said quietly, "That's right, Bird. You have to give up everything. Your family, your life, your woman, your job, your money, your car, your dog, to be a fucking Hell's Angel. We did, and you will too." His hand held my shoulder firmly. Then Teddy announced, "Boys, as Hell's Angels, I can promise you 3 things: violence, jail, and death." If I'd been in a more sober frame of mind, I might have burst out laughing, yelling, "That's your fucking sales pitch?" But as it was, I just nodded. They told the truth. I was prepared to play along precisely because I believed I was the one who would send them to jail. It was right after this that Stacy and J.J. arrived with the food. As we heard the gravel of the driveway under the tires, Bobby said, "That better be them." And when he confirmed it was, he added, "She better have gotten in a bad fucking accident. She's so late." And when he found out she hadn't, and was completely drunk, he growled, "That's it. She's catching one tonight." I quickly went up to J.J. and told her to stay in the car, hand me the food, and drive away. I couldn't be put in the position of being ordered to beat J.J. She said, "Okay." Stacy got out, and then she left. Bobby took Stacy roughly by the arm, the food she was carrying falling onto the ground in a pile of takeout boxes. He dragged her yelling into their apartment on the ground floor of the clubhouse. We brought the food inside. Teddy ordered us to secure the perimeter while they ate and talked club business. We went outside. Bobby emerged from his apartment 15 minutes later. I was too far away to see how he looked. There was no sign of Stacy. Later on, out in the fields down from the clubhouse, Timmy asked, "Was that Dale on the phone in there?" "Yeah, it was." "You have some fucking nerve." "What was I supposed to do? Go lovey-dovey on her right after getting mud-checked? I don't think so. Those guys like shit like that. You know that." "I don't give a fuck what they like. Call her back." "I'll talk to her later." "I'm not asking you. Call her back." I knew he was right. I also knew he could kick my ass in about 2 seconds. I said, "Okay, okay." I called. Dale was still crying. I apologized and tried to explain my situation. Gwen grabbed the phone and laid into me. "Jay, do not ever, ever speak to our children like that again. They're not props. Do you understand?" I told her I did, though I didn't believe it. Fuck her. She had no idea what I was into. She asked me again if I understood. I said I did. Why Gwen didn't say she was leaving me right then, I don't know. I asked to speak with Dale. I suddenly realized what I had done. For a moment I reverted to J. Dobyns. I told her the guy who said those things wasn't me. He was someone else. I didn't mean those things. I loved her so much. I was glad she liked the guitar. She settled down, but was still upset. I promised her I'd make it up to her. I asked her if she could forgive me. She was a child. What was she supposed to say other than yes? I hung up. Anger bubbled inside me, but I didn't know where to direct it. I hated the Angels. I hated ATF. I hated Timmy for making me apologize. I hated my wife. I hated my family. I hated myself. Then I hated the angels again, and repeated the cycle. I ramped my hatred down and tried to stay cool. I told Timmy that Dale was all right. I sounded convincing. He believed me, or pretended to. I apologized to Timmy, and he said it was okay. We were all under a lot of stress. I wanted someone to blame for what I'd become, and every person I knew raced through my brain, but it was me. I was to blame. The truth, however, was that I'd been all too willing to sell my family down the river if I thought it would curry some favor with the Hells Angels. I thought, perhaps foolishly, that my family would ultimately understand, that if given an inch, it was okay, even expected, for me to take a mile. The truth was that by then I wouldn't have hesitated in doing what I did to Dale again. Bobby's words came back to me. You have to give up everything to become a Hell's Angel. His words had sounded ridiculous to me, but suddenly they made a grotesque kind of sense. I felt pathetic. No, I was pathetic. I was more Bird than J. Dobyns. My transformation was almost complete. When we were called back to the house, Bobby wanted to know who I was talking to on the phone. I told him I was lining up a big deal in Culiacan, Mexico, for later that week. I said we'd have to be out of town for a little while, but that we'd be back for the next church meeting on June 6th. Bobby said okay. They'd known what they were getting into when they brought us up, and they had promised us our freedom when it came to business. I said thanks. Joby told me to be on the lookout for 30 or so handguns he could distribute to the San Francisco charter, so they could arm local and sympathetic street gangs. I told him I would. The following day, June 1st, we left Prescott for a breather. Slats was not at all enthused with the bottom rockers, but I could have given a fuck. If I was prepared to write off my family, I wouldn't bat an eye doing the same to a co-worker, even one of Slats's stature. This was a golden opportunity I had worked too hard to accomplish. There was nothing Slats could do to stop me. I had developed a hero syndrome. I was bound and determined to save the day, no matter the cost, and against all odds. I felt like it was up to me, and only me, to make all of it work. By then, the task force was solidly split into two groups, one headed by Slats, and the other by Timmy and me. For Slats's group, the bottom rockers represented a new, exhausting phase in the investigation. They meant months, maybe years, of additional work. They meant that the pace we'd been running at over the past several weeks would continue, and in all likelihood intensify. My group believed that once we got patched, the evidence would get better. We'd be brought into the Hells Angels' inner circle. Joby's request for 30 firearms was a good indication of this belief. If we could do a sale of that size, across state lines no less, then we'd have a nice addition to the RICO. I knew it was just the tip of the iceberg. Timmy was becoming more demonstrative with Slats. He lobbied passionately to see this through to its utmost ending. The black biscuit pot hadn't boiled over, but it was foaming and bouncing on the burner. Timmy and I met with the task force on the 4th, back at the patch. I told them not to worry, that I had a plan to get us in quick. I said it was risky, and that we might not pull it off, but that if we did, it would ensure our position. Naturally, they wanted to know what it was. I told them I couldn't go into details yet, but that I'd do so the following week. That was a promise. After the meeting, I headed out to the dumpsters for a cigarette. There was no moon, no clouds, nothing to reflect the night lights of Phoenix. The sky was a limitless pool of ink suspended overhead. Slats wandered out. He spat a wad of chaw. It exploded on the pavement. He opened a beer and handed it to me. He had another one for himself. He asked me what I was thinking of doing. I drank a few sips of beer and said, "That's simple, Joe. We're going to kill a Mongol." Chapter 36. Call to Arms. June 2003. Slats didn't like it. He didn't like it one bit. I didn't like his not liking it. He said it didn't make any sense. I said it made perfect sense. He told me that wasn't what he meant. It did make perfect sense to the angels, but it didn't make sense to us. He reminded me, "We're the good guys?" He said it wasn't going to happen. He implied that he'd end everything before it came to pass. I said, "Fuck you. It's happening, and it's happening soon." He took a breath, spat another wad of chaw, and crushed his beer can between his hands. An eerie calmness overcame him. He said, "Jay, murder gets murder. It's just too risky. Maybe you die, maybe you don't. Shit, maybe you don't care if you die. But showing these guys a murder? I don't know. You run the risk of igniting a biker war, a war you could be right in the middle of." He was right. I didn't care. I said, "Dude, that's a risk I'm willing to take." I mashed out my cigarette and walked away. I don't know why Slats didn't shut down the case right then. In the same way I didn't know why Gwen hadn't filed for divorce after I was such a jerk to Dale. But he didn't. The only thing I can think of now is that he wasn't ready. He needed more time to get his warrants together. Just a little more time. We both did. The race was on. I spoke to my old partner, Chris. I spoke to Timmy. I spoke to Sean Wood, a task force agent who was very supportive of our attempting to get patched. I spoke to Chris some more. We got a nice little conspiracy going. The plan was simple, and the more I thought about it, the more I was convinced it was foolproof. We'd ask the Hells Angels for permission to kill a Mongol, and then we would. We'd do it down in Mexico, where the Angels could corroborate practically nothing. Chris wondered how I could get them to contribute. He asked if I could get a gun from them. "Hell fucking yes," I said. Here's why the plan was foolproof. They couldn't object. Since Laughlin, the guys were obsessed with killing Mongols, but though they were capable of it, they never went out and hunted them down. Like Dan Danza, the wired angel whose toughness and aggressiveness I felt a kinship for, I thought this was ludicrous. Mongols weren't hard to find. They weren't like Osama bin Laden hiding in Tora Bora. These guys had clubhouses just like the angels. So I decided I'd become their killer. If Steve Helland, the angel nomad, was willing to discuss hiring me to kill his son's murderer, then why couldn't I discuss killing a Mongol for the club? And how could they refuse? If they balked, I could ask, what part of "if you see a Mongol, kill him" did I not understand? If I did it, I'd fulfill their dreams and my potential. We'd go through with our plan, and either Slats would hastily end the case, or the angels would kill me for overstepping, or I'd get fired, or I'd get patched. Having had the opportunity to take my best, most violent stab at becoming a Hell's Angel, I'd have been happy to accept any of these outcomes, even death. At times, especially death. It was June in Arizona, and my willingness to die increased with the escalation of the mercury. There were even days when I woke up wanting to die. It was never something I was going to do to myself, but it was something I came to expect. It would have been so simple and simplifying. I wouldn't be around to screw up my family anymore. They'd get a nice insurance check, and the nightmare that had become my life would be over. I knew I'd never quit on my own. This had to be decided for me. So what better way to do that than to die? Without knowing it, my old partner Kaz's joking desire had become my own. I was now the guy who wanted to be duct-taped to a chair and shotgunned in the face. I wanted a good undercover death in the heat of my biggest battle. I wanted to die as the badass I'd become. I thought, fuck it. Maybe it would happen, maybe it wouldn't. I was a cop, but I was also a Hell's Angel. All that was left to do was to take care of business. Life is pretty disrespectful of obsessions. As I spent all my time calculating and rehashing information and visualizing a crime scene, life went on. On June 6th, we got called to guard duty in Dago for the funeral of another fallen angel. There'd been rumors that Timmy, Pops, and I would be guarding Sonny Barger at the World Run to Laconia, New Hampshire in August. That weekend in Dago was a test run. The big heads were in the house, Sonny, Johnny Angel, and Chuck Zito, along with almost a dozen charter presidents from around the West Coast. I'd been assigned the back door. There was a high wall between the clubhouse and the street, and I couldn't see anything beyond it. Mongol's paranoia had rubbed off on me. The whole time, I expected a pipe bomb to sail over the wall and blow me in the back of the building to kingdom come. But nothing happened. Boredom was my main enemy. But after standing around for about 8 hours, I got a little surprise. Out of nowhere, standing on the back porch, appeared Sonny Barger. He carried a plate covered with food and 2 bottles of beer. He put the food on a folding card table and pushed the cancer kazoo to his trach hole. His voice buzzed. "Hot out here, huh?" "Sure is, sir." "You can call me Sonny, Bird." "No offense, but until I get my stripes, I'll call you sir." He smiled. He said, "I brought you some food if you want it. You can take a break. I'll cover for you while you eat." No, there was no way in hell I was going to let Sonny Barger sub for me. "I'm all right, sir. I just finished a candy bar." "How about a beer, then?" That was an easy one that convinced me he was playing a mud check on me. "I appreciate it, but I can't do that while I'm on duty. My sponsor would set me on fire if he found out." "Suit yourself." He picked up a roasted chicken leg and bit into it. He drank half a bottle of beer, making a point of sounding refreshed. His electronic voice told me he'd continued to hear good things about me and that we were on the right track. He said he was pleased that we had decided to come over, to leave that 2-bit club behind. I told him I was happy about that, too. Then he finished his food and beer in silence. He left as suddenly as he had appeared. He picked up the plates, put one under the other, and said, "Later, Bird," without the voice box. It was like a gale force whisper. He was a strong old dude. He left the full, ice-cold bottle of beer on the table. I didn't dare touch it. Was it a mud check? I wasn't sure. I knew Sonny genuinely cared about his people. Maybe Sonny even cared for me. On June 12th, Joby called in a state of panic. He said we needed to meet ASAP in the Prescott Walmart parking lot. When we got there, I asked him what was up. "We got called in." "What do you mean?" "I mean Teddy's sending us on a mission. We're going to Vegas tonight on a protection gig." Pops said, "More guard duty, huh?" "This ain't fucking guard duty, guys. It was, I wouldn't be going now, would I?" I shrugged. He said, "Listen, we're going up to support our brothers. Call Timmy, tell him to get all your guns in the Jeep and meet you at the clubhouse. Pops, you stay with me. Bird, go meet Bobby and Timmy, and we'll meet for lunch. I'll tell you about it then." I buzzed Timmy and told him to meet me at the clubhouse, and that we were being invited to a party that was BYOG. He asked, "BYOG?" I explained, "Bring your own gun." He said enthusiastically, "It's about time. See you there." I rode to the clubhouse, breaking one of Teddy's rules. I was a Hell's Angel riding alone. Timmy was there when I pulled up. I left him by the Jeep as I went to get Bobby. He was inside his apartment. I waited for him in the entryway. He emerged from the bedroom, stuffing a Bersa 38 into his pocket. He yelled to Stacy that he was leaving a .22 for her on the kitchen counter. Over cheap Mexican food, we learned what we were up against. From the minute they started to give details, I thought of only one person, Slats. There was a coalition meeting in Vegas that night that the Banditos, another rival gang, one much more powerful than the Mongols, had promised to bust up. The Vegas Angels couldn't allow this, so they called in the cavalry. Bobby and Joby both complained that there probably weren't enough guys willing to answer the call, but that wasn't us. Skull Valley, along with some guys from Mesa, would represent. Bobby had been ordered to hang back. Rudy wasn't even considered. It would be me, Pops, Timmy, and Joby, and we'd be armed to the teeth. Bobby: "Teddy'll get you his sawed-off." Joby: "Good. I want the shit that sprays a wide pattern." Bobby: "I wish I were going with you. I've been on plenty of these things before. I'd be good." Joby: "Teddy knows what he's doing. Can't send everyone. There'd be no one to protect the area. This happens, and they'll be looking for revenge. Before long, we'll be seeing those motherfuckers in Arizona, too. We gotta stay strong down here." Bobby: "I know, but I still wish I was going." Joby: "We'll probably all die." Bobby: "Or go to jail." Joby: "I'll take death. But he's right, you know." He addressed us. "Expect to kill tonight. Expect to shoot. Expect to die, go to jail, or skip country." I thought sarcastically, this is great. We're going to have to kill for these guys before we get a chance to do it on our own terms. We finished lunch and went back to the clubhouse. I needed to get away from them to call Slats, but they were jacked up, and I couldn't get away for even a second. Teddy and Bobby looked on as Joby loaded the Jeep with a shotgun, a box of shells, a sap, an axe handle, and 3 or 4 knives. Teddy looked distraught. He signaled to us to huddle around him. He spoke, contemplating the ground.
"I'm not happy about this, but this is what we do. I'm proud of you, and I'm proud of the Hells Angels. You be there for them, and they'll be there for you. Do what you gotta do, but I want you all to come back alive."
He gave each of us a big hug. Bobby hugged us too. As he finished with me, he grabbed my shoulders and said, "Remember, Bird, a Hells Angel may not always be right, but he's always your brother." Teddy spoke again.
"Half of what's mine is yours. Don't forget that either."
Their words made sense. Even though I'd sworn an oath to fight guys like these, I'd bought into some of their credo. I knew that any of these guys, and more than a few others across the state, would gladly take a bullet for me. In that instant, I believed in some of what the Hells Angels stood for. I was genuinely touched. We left. I drove. Timmy and Pops rode in the back of the Jeep, while Joby made frantic calls to Mesa Angels, Ghost, and Trigger. He wanted to get a handle on the situation. It sounded like it was definitely happening. I smoked a relay of cigarettes, never pausing to breathe the fresh desert air we passed through. I watched the road, thinking only of Slats. I looked at the gas gauge. We had a quarter tank. Just before Kingman, I pulled off to refill. We got out and stretched. Pops filled her up. I went to the can. As soon as I was out of sight, I opened up my phone. The line rang. Slats answered. "It's Bird. Listen, we're in deep. We're going to Vegas to knock down banditos at some coalition meeting tonight. We've got a fucking arsenal in the car, and we've been told in no uncertain terms that we're expected to use it. You got to call Gayland and fix us up." He asked why I hadn't called sooner. I said I'd been with them all day. I had no airspace. I said I had to go, and told him to call back when he'd spoken to Gayland and tell me what's what. I said I'd make it sound like I was talking to Dale. He said okay. 15 minutes later, my phone rang. We were passing through Golden Valley and Kingman, headed to BHC and into Nevada via Laughlin, because Joby didn't want to risk a vehicle inspection if we crossed the Hoover Dam. It was Slats. He said he was on his way to Vegas, but that we had a good jump on him. He said Gayland was taking care of it. There wouldn't be a bandito within 20 miles of the meeting. He said that Gayland knew where it was taking place, and not to worry. Just go up and do what they expected us to do. We got there. The lodge's parking lot was littered with bikes and angels. Joby called a huddle with me, Timmy, Pops, Ghost, Trigger, Sock'em, and a Vegas member named Phil Daskalis. Joby launched into a speech. "All right." If the bandidos show, we're gonna ambush them. Don't let any of 'em get off their bikes. Do whatever you have to, understand? Do not let them off their bikes." He paused and swiped his hand through his long gray mullet. He looked each of us in the eye. "Listen, if you don't have the stomach for this, then go home now. Come back and try again in a couple years when your balls drop. If you can do it, this is the shit that heroes and legends are made of. We will not fail each other. We are Hell's Angels." I wouldn't have been shocked if he'd put his hand in the middle of our circle and we started to chant, 8-1, 8-1, 8-1. We broke and were assigned positions. Joby sent Pops and Phil across the street, while he took Timmy and me to a street-side corner of the lot. Trigger, Ghost, and Sock'em went to the opposite side of the lot. We waited. I smoked like Philip Morris was going out of business. We waited some more. At 8:15, the meeting broke. The guys got on their bikes, and a column of Hell's Angels departed the location. It was over. There were no bandidos. Gayland had done us another favor. The group of would-be defenders met at a 76 gas station around 8:30. We shook hands, glad to have bucked up and even gladder to have not gotten in a shootout. Joby said these things happen. Better to be prepared than to be shown up, or worse. Pops introduced me to Phil. They'd gotten to talking guns while waiting. Phil was very eager to talk to me. Said he was the West Coast hook for HAMC iron. Said he had all kinds of shit. Hand grenades, C4 plastic explosive, MAC-10s, remote control bombs, silencers. I gave Phil a card and told him to give me a call. We went back to Skull Valley. In the Jeep, Joby told us over and over how proud of us he was. We dropped him off at his girlfriend's house in Kingman, giving each other big hugs, saying we'd see each other the next day. I called Slats when we got back in the Jeep. He asked if I wanted to talk to Gayland. I did. Gayland asked, "How is Vegas?" "Awesome. Won on craps and got 12 free lap dances." "What happened to our friends?" "We knocked some down. Lockup's hosting a bandito slumber party tonight. We'll let him go in the morning. Otherwise, it's pretty quiet around here. I think Slats wants to take me out to dinner. He's been making eyes at me all night." I laughed. I said thanks and told him to tell Slats thanks too. I said, "You saved our ass. Again." Slats could have shut everything down after that. Evidently, the Angels weren't going to be shy about putting us in dangerous situations, and given enough opportunities, it was only a matter of time until something bad happened because we weren't in a position of control. But Slats let us ride a little longer. I took this as encouragement to go ahead with my plan. Letting us go to Vegas meant that Slats, no matter what he said, was prepared to take part in potentially nasty situations. In a way, I felt vindicated. The Skull Valley boys were also happy. When we pulled up to the clubhouse that night, we found Teddy and Bobby waiting up like nervous parents. They hugged us hard. Teddy tried to smile, but was out of practice. He repeated that he hadn't liked sending us, but that as Hell's Angels we had to chase ghosts. He told us to go home and get some rest. After that night, the Skull Valley crew lightened up a little. They still ordered us around, but they made it more obvious that they were just busting our balls. Teddy would wax for 5 minutes about how he liked his fried chicken, old style, not overcooked, original recipe, not that extra crispy shit. He'd give us a little extra money for going out to get it. They started to really respect and like us. At church one day, bored, I doodled on some paper plates. I drew stick figures of the guys, their names below their feet. Little bubbles above their heads said things like, "I love Bird, Bobby," or "Go to McDonald's, Teddy." I was engrossed and didn't notice that Teddy had walked up to me. When I finally noticed him staring at my bad drawings, hissing through his tubes, it was too late. "What the fuck is that?" I thought the "You think this is funny? Like this is some fucking game?" lecture was coming. I exhaled like a guilty school kid and said, "Art?" He made a desperate sound like a small cough, but not one of his emphysemic ones. It got a little louder. He was laughing. I'd never heard him laugh. I don't think anyone in that room had. He took the drawings out of my hands and held them up for everyone to see. They laughed too. We followed their lead. Rudy opened beers and handed them out. Timmy started telling stupid jokes, and Teddy thumbtacked my art to the wall. We all felt good. We all felt like human beings. I realized that these guys weren't all bad, and was reminded that I wasn't all good. The week after Vegas, I was busy on all fronts. We went on 2 runs, did an intimidation of the Americans' MC with Joby, set up a large guns and explosives deal with Phil from Vegas, and bought a scoped Browning rifle from Joby and some drugs and a pistol from Rudy. We ran up and down the state, from Mesa to Skull Valley to Bullhead to Tucson and back. In Bullhead, Smitty was still worried about getting the Mojave Valley Charter started up, but on the plus side, he said he'd been keeping tabs on us and that we were going to be rock stars. Damn right. As we ran around, my mind constantly spun with the specifics of getting up the Mongol murder. Sean Wood, the task force agent most game with the plan, was in charge of arranging times and places, scouting locations, doing legwork. I told him I planned to plant the seed on the 21st, when we'd be doing prospecting duties at a run in Williams, Arizona. He said, "Good, let's get this thing done." The Williams run was easy. We had prospecting duties, but they were low stress. J.J. and Pop sold T-shirts in the booth, and I wandered around with Bobby, acting as his bodyguard. We came across a group of bikers who called themselves the Wild Pigs. One of their guys walked up to us, his hand extended to Bobby. He wore a big, shit-eating smile. He said, "Hey, pleasure to meet you." Bobby raised his sunglasses and looked at him intently. He did not offer his hand in return. "Get fucked." "Hey, You heard me. Fuck off. Can you believe these cocksuckers, Bird?" I didn't lie. I said no, I couldn't. The Wild Pigs were cops, guys with badges who paraded around on weekends like a one-percenter club. In my mind, as in Bobby's, they were a fucking abomination. The guy took his hand back and started to turn when Bobby said, "Wait, I gotta tell you something. You can't have it both ways, asshole. You can't pretend to look and act like us until the shit gets nasty, and then pull a badge and gun and sit us down on the side of the road. Fuck you. Pick a side." He turned away in disgust and flipped the Wild Pig off. I followed him. Bobby couldn't have been more right. It was one thing to be undercover. It was another to be flying 2 flags at once. We wandered back to our section. Skull Valley was there, along with a lot of nomads, and hung around. Having returned to the safety of Hell's Angels territory, I was able to leave Bobby to talk with Joby. I had decided Joby would be the point angel for the murder. If I'd asked Teddy or Bobby, they would have wanted to think it over for weeks. I didn't have weeks. Joby, on the other hand, was like an old piece of leather, a tough guy who wouldn't think twice about sanctioning the death of a rival. I knew I could count on him. He was talking with J.J. and Pops as I came up to him. I pulled him aside and told him something had been eating at me. I'd heard things about a Mongol in Mexico who was talking shit and not paying a price. I told him I wanted to do something about it, but I wanted his advice. He asked for details, a name, a charter, a location. I told him I thought I could nail down his location, but I didn't know his name, or even what he looked like. All I'd been told was that he was being a real dick, mocking us all over Laughlin, shitting on the Hells Angels in a place where no one could make him shut up. I said he was getting free shots at us. Joby looked from side to side and clenched his jaw. He said, "You did right coming to me. Find out more. We'll posse up and go smoke that motherfucker." I said, "Okay, Good. That's what I thought. I let Joby simmer for a couple days. I went to Phoenix and hung out with Danza on the 23rd. I told him I'd be going hunting soon. He said, "Man, I wish so fucking bad I could come with you. Half these guys don't have the balls to do what you're doing. Not even half. They want to be accountants and old men, like Sonny wants a warm glass of milk every night before he hits the sack at 10:30. Half the time I don't know why I signed up for this bullshit, Bird. We're the Hell's Angels. We should be partying all the time. Naked chicks everywhere, drugs everywhere. Like no fucking bullshit, you know?" I knew where he was coming from. We had a good case. But if the Angels hadn't been so cautious, we would have had a hell of a lot better case. I told Danza I wished he could come to Mexico too, but that with Timmy and Pops I had my bases covered. "Still," he said, "I'd love to see that motherfucking bitch when you pop him. You should do it by stabbing him in the head." He paused, dreaming. "But don't forget to fuck him in the ass a little before you kill him. You know, let him know what you are." I told him he'd have no doubt who was doing it to him. He said good luck, and when we parted, he gave me a big hug. He called me his real fucking brother. Again, I was perversely touched. I knew Danza would probably be going back to jail because of me, and society would certainly benefit, but a small part of me wished he weren't. I knew that if circumstances had been different, if we'd been in a foxhole together, or had to parachute out of an airplane over enemy territory, Danza was a guy I'd want at my side. On the 24th, I called Joby at Skull Valley to make sure Teddy or Bobby wasn't there. He said, "The boys are down at the Pines, and I'm holding down the fort. If it's okay, I'd like to come over and talk about that guy I mentioned the other day." He seethed. "Yeah, let's do that. Come on over." The place was dead. Joby lounged in a wooden office chair, his cowboy-booted heels kicked up on a stool. He played with a buck-knife, stabbing it into the arm of the chair. When he spoke, his voice was unusually eager and twangy, like he'd just spent a month in the desert and hadn't yet seen a naked woman. He said, "Bird." "Joby, I got news." "Tell me." He brought down his feet and sheathed the knife with a metallic whisper. "Pops went down 2 days ago. He's trailing him until we get there." "Good. Tell him to wait." "I will. Can we do it?" "Yeah." "We can kill this motherfucker?" "Yeah. Fuck yeah. The guys know, and they're down too." "Good. Joby, I want to be clear about something. We do this, and prove we did it, we want our patches." "Bird, you're my brother. I don't give a shit if you're a prospect. You're my brother to the fullest. Don't worry. I'll do whatever I can to make sure you get yours quick." "Good. There's one more thing." "What?" "You got a scratched piece, something without a record?" He put his chin in his hand and rubbed it. This was a stretch. I'd just gotten him to approve a murder, and now I, a fucking gun dealer, was asking if he had a throwaway gun. Acrid, nasty stuff welled up in my throat. I lit a cigarette to choke it down. Finally he said, "I don't know. I think so. Hold on." He disappeared into a side room. I unsnapped one of my Glocks and pulled it out half an inch just in case. As was the custom in those days, I had no backup. Slats wouldn't have supported me anyway, not with what I was up to. Joby could have come out and shotgunned me down, and no one would have known for days. Joby emerged from the room, checking the action of a small pigeon-gray pistol. He said, "This'll do it, but you gotta get close." "Don't worry, that's the idea." "It's still got a number, but it's got no papers. You do this thing. Bring it back so we can get rid of it good." He handed me the pistol. I checked the safety and stuck it in my back pocket. I said I had to go, that I'd be in touch, and that I'd be back in a few days. He grabbed me by the shoulders and pulled me close, hugging me tight, slapping my back hard. He pushed me back, looked into my eyes, and said, "I want you to come home. All of you." "Don't worry, bro. We will. We will." Chapter 38. Hate and Money. June 27th and 28th, 2003. I sat in our trailer, chain-smoking. Timmy stood by the door, breathing calmly. How he managed to stay calm throughout all our months of strife is still beyond me. Pops was no longer with us. We'd gone and done the thing and called the boys to a meeting. J.J. had spoken to Bobby several times, pretending to be distraught and clueless. We had told them we'd taken care of business, but that Pops was gone. He wasn't coming back. They weren't happy about that. I kept repeating to myself, "It'll work, it'll work, it'll work." In those tense, waiting moments, I became convinced that I was overreaching, that I was diving out of bounds like I had so many years back in college to catch an uncatchable football only to land in a patch of cacti. I was afraid of unfathomable outcomes while simultaneously certain I'd reach my goal. I'd become a Hell's Angel. It had been a strange and terrible saga. So we waited. Time became glacial. It moved for no living thing. I fingered one of my Glocks. I thought, yep, they're going to kill me. I'm dead. I thought of the last time I'd felt that way, when Bad Bob had maneuvered me onto the corner of that restaurant's porch. This would be it for sure. It would be all over. I'd beaten Slats to the finish line. I'd sold the wares before he could close the shop. But maybe it didn't matter. I didn't know how the Skull Valley boys would react. Having seen what we'd done for them, would Joby and Teddy and Bobby suddenly realize they were accomplices to a murder they didn't want or need? Would they think they'd given us too much line, and now we had to be pulled in? Or would they patch us on the spot, make us members from the word go? Those were the only two real options. They couldn't string us along any more. I wouldn't let them. My phone rang. I muted the ringer. Gwen had been leaving messages all day. I didn't want to call her back. I took a deep breath, mashed out a down-to-the-filter cigarette, and lit another. I decided to accept my fate. That night, J. Dobyns would die, if not literally, then at least figuratively. If I became a Hell's Angel, even an undercover version of a Hell's Angel, then my life as J. Dobyns would have to end. My marriage would be effectively over. My kids, whom I'd loved more than anything less than a year ago, would be further deprived of their father as I dove deeper and deeper into the biker's world. As I sat in the trailer, waiting for Teddy and the boys, my only measure of personal success was Black Biscuit. I was willing to lose everything else. I released and engaged the slide on one of my pistols. Click, click, repeat, click, click, repeat. Timmy asked, "You remember that scene in The Untouchables, when they're waiting to ambush Capone's guys on that Canadian bridge, and Connery says to Garcia, 'You checked your weapon, now leave it be'?" "Yeah." "Well, you checked your weapon, Jay." "All right." I put the gun down and reached into a pocket and drew out one of my Jack rocks. Timmy continued to watch me. He asked if I'd spoken to Jack lately. "No." Timmy said, My kids are doing good." "Good. Sorry I never asked." "It's all right. We've been pretty busy." "We have, haven't we?" "Yeah." I looked at the rock, turning it over in my mind. It's funny. Months ago, Jack told me something I never got until just now. This was like February or March, before we really started getting in with the guys. I paused to light another cigarette. Anyway, I'm leaving the house. He runs out to give me another rock. I've got hundreds at that point, so I don't think about it too much. He wanted to talk, to keep me from leaving. I told him I didn't have time. So he gives me the rock, and I say thanks, and he asks if I know why he gives them to me. I say because he loves me, or he wants to show me how much he loves me, something like that. He shakes his head, says, "No, Dad, that's not why. I give them to you to help keep you safe." I ask, "So they're for good luck, then?" He shakes his head again, says, "No. They're for whenever you get in trouble, or are scared and you need help or something, you can touch one and know that I'm there with you." Wow. Yeah, no shit. I was too distracted to really get it then. In my mind, I chalked it up to the rocks being for good luck. It was easier that way. But now, waiting for these guys, I finally get what he meant. He meant he could make me stronger, even save my life. Not the rocks, but Jack himself. You miss him, huh? I thought about that for a second. I looked at Timmy and said, calling him by his real name, "Billy, I don't even know anymore." I should have cried, but I was all dried up. It was too much for me to think about. I put the rock away. I put my 8-year-old son, mature enough to come up with such an idea, back into my pocket. I hated myself for making him think that way. I was Bird, and hate was part of my M.O. I released the slide on my gun and racked a bullet into the chamber. I decided that if it came to it, I'd be ready. I'd flipped back. No more thinking. I was Bird, and Bird was always ready. Timmy said, "We're gonna be fine, you know." "Maybe, but these guys don't owe us shit, dude. When they see what we're showing them, they might bug out." Timmy walked to the desk and put his hands on it. He leaned in and said, "No way, Jay. I already said it. We're easy like Sunday morning." "You said it. Please, don't sing it again." He chuckled. "Don't worry." "Seriously, though, what if Teddy loses his shit?" Timmy leaned back. "Forget Teddy. You and me are 10 times the Hell's Angel he is, and he knows it. Pops, too. Shit, I've never even seen Teddy ride a bike." He had a point. I took a deep drag off my cigarette and said, "Okay, but still, keep tight tonight. Don't let anyone stand behind you." He nodded, straightened up, and patted his chest, which was where he kept his gun. We waited some more. My cell vibrated, reminding me of my messages. I decided to listen to them. "It's Gwen, your wife. Listen, the sprinkler system is broken, and I need you to either come fix it or take care of it. I got my hands full with the kids. Give me a call soon. That's it, I guess. We miss you. Jack especially. Bye." Beep. "It's Gwen again. Jack got in a fight at school yesterday, and since you're his dad, I thought you should know about it. Can you please call us?" Beep. "It's me. Are you alive? For most wives, I know this is a rhetorical question, but in our case, please call." Beep. "You're being a real jerk, Jay. I called Joe so I know you're still breathing. Jack's fight was about him standing up for a mentally retarded girl with glasses. So in spite of the fact that his father is pretending to be a criminal, you must have done something right. The sprinkler is still busted. The lawn's going to die. It's on you. Don't bother calling." Beep. I deleted them all. Suddenly Timmy turned and said, "They're coming." I turned my phone off and stuffed it into a pocket. I stuck the gun under my leg and lit another cigarette. Timmy coughed quietly into one of his fists, the calm bastard. I heard 2 cars and a bike. The bike, coughing, fired down. The doors of the cars slammed shut. Footsteps in the gravel. Knock, knock, knock. Timmy opened the door and stepped aside. I didn't get up. Teddy waddled in first, his oxygen tank in tow. He had an awkward time moving up the trailer's narrow steps and getting through the small door. His eyes were serious-looking. He hugged Timmy and noisily kissed him on both cheeks. Rudy came in second. His face was red and his eyes were swollen. He'd been crying. He had really loved Pops. He hugged Timmy and held on to his sleeves a little too long. The guy was contradiction incarnate, an H.A. bruiser reduced to tears. Bobby was next, still wearing his shades. He hugged Timmy and kissed him on both cheeks. Next he stepped over to me, and I got up, careful not to let the gun under my leg fall to the floor. My body obscured it. He gave me a big hug, too. Joby came in last. He hugged and kissed Timmy, and then he hugged me. I sat back down. We were 6 men, most of us quite large, in the living room of a single-wide trailer. The guys smelled of beer. I smelled of cigarettes. Teddy smelled of Devon, who smelled of cheap concealing powder and pussy. Put together, we smelled like the Pinyon Pine Strip Club. Teddy sat down and lit a long, thin, brown cigarette. Timmy closed the door and stood behind everyone. Rudy vigorously rubbed the top of his shaved head, while Bobby rocked back and forth on his heels. Joby was stock still. Teddy took a drag and exhaled through his nose. Smoke filled and surrounded the oxygen tubes that jutted from his nostrils. He said nothing, but he nodded curtly, signifying that he wanted to know what was up. I couldn't believe it, but they were scared. I felt a flash of euphoria. Adrenaline and the threat of death concealed it. I picked up the FedEx box from the floor and placed it on the table between Teddy and me. Joby leaned in and picked it up. I told them Pops' story of how he was eager to prove himself and desperate to erase all the ball-busting he'd endured. I told them how he'd tried to take care of the Mongol on his own before we got down there, of how he got shot in a Mexican cantina. I told them how we buried his body with a bottle of Jack and a handwritten note that read, Pops, AFFA, Angels Forever, Forever Angels, we love you. I told them how Timmy and I waited for the Mongol bitch to return to his crappy motel room the next night. I told them how we took care of business, how we whispered the old Solo motto, Jesus hates a pussy, and then knocked on the guy's door. How he opened it, fully dressed, Mongol cut and all, demanding, "Que fucking es?" How we beat him unconscious with my bat. How we broke his arms and knees like chicken wings. How we taped him up. How we gagged him with a pair of dirty underwear. How we wrapped him in the motel room rug and threw him in the trunk of the Cougar. I told how we drove and drove and drove and opened the trunk and dragged him to a dried wash in the desert. I said we told him the Hell's Angels were killing him. I told them how Timmy leaned in and did the honors, how we stole the corpse's cut and drove home full of rage, revenge, and redemption. I told them how we disposed of the gun, piece by piece, in the Mexican Sonoran desert. I was Bird, and I could sing. Everyone listened intently. When I was done, I nodded at the package. We got proof. We knew we'd have to show something, but we weren't going to drive over the border with evidence of a murder in the trunk, so we sent that box up from Mexican Nogales. Everyone remained quiet. Teddy looked at me with a lazy, intense stare, his head cocked slightly to one side. He finished smoking. My cigarette was down to a hot nub. I mashed it out and lit another. Joby opened the box. Wow. The room was so small that no one could see around Joby's back. Bobby jockeyed to get a look. Well, what is it? It's a Mongol cut. Joby turned. He held the vest by the shoulders. He huffed incredulously and shook his head. He turned the jacket around so everyone could get a better look. There it was, a Mongol's top rocker, a California bottom rocker, the cartoonish center patch of the pony-tailed Mongol rider on his chopper. The leather showed its wear. It was encrusted with sand and salt, grease and grit, and there was blood all over it, thickest around the neck and around the shoulders. Little streams of blood had dried all the way down to the hemline, front and back. Teddy took 3 quick stabs off the tank. For a brief moment he was visibly nervous. There was no turning back. He knew that everyone in that small room was a murderer, an accomplice, or both. He stood and joined the group huddled around the jacket. I knew then that we were in control. I had planted a seed of uncertainty, and it had blossomed into fear. Timmy and I looked at each other somberly, but I wanted to scream, "Yes!" and pump my fist at him. Maybe I wouldn't die after all. There's pictures, too. Joby reached into the box again. He pulled out an envelope, opened it, and removed a thin stack of photographs. They're digital. I downloaded them onto a flash card and printed them on a portable printer while we were down there. Those are the only copies. We burned the printer and the flash card. The photo showed a graying white male laying face down in a small ditch, his torso twisted in an uncomfortable position, his wrists taped behind his back, and his ankles taped together. A hairy flap of skin opened at the back of his head. In the sand above his shoulder was a stain of blood and a pile of brains. Blood droplets had spattered into the sand and dirt, making small dark constellations. His blue jeans were dotted with purple quarter-sized splotches. His hands were limp. Joby passed the Mongol cut to Bobby. Bobby inspected it and passed it to Teddy. Rudy watched the vest move around the room with contempt in his eyes. When the pictures made their way into Rudy's hands, he pointed at the bloody pile and asked, "Those his brains?" Timmy stepped in and said, "Don't know. I hit him point blank. His head was all swollen like a balloon. He looked real stupid. When I shot him, it made a popping sound like you dropped a bag full of water. Then it hissed." Rudy chuckled and said, "Looks like grape jelly." Joby said with an air of authority, "Those ain't his brains, Rudy. That's blood that got coagulated when Bird hit him upside the head with his bat. Couldn't get out until he got popped." "Oh," Rudy said. Teddy turned around, breathing with effort. He sat down. I hadn't moved. I thought, they'll have to come to me now. Teddy placed his terrifying hands, palm down, on the table between us. They were fat and sun-baked, freckled with age. His fingers were covered with death-head rings commemorating Hell's Angels' anniversaries. Some had been there for decades and were now simply a part of his hand. He looked me dead in the eye and continued to say nothing. The room was silent. Everyone was staged up behind him, and Timmy was staged up behind them. If for some reason I'd misconstrued their cues, and now they were going to try to pop us, my biggest worry was that Timmy and I would shoot each other from opposite ends of the trailer. I put my hands on the table and laced my fingers together. My hands weren't fat like Teddy's. I kicked my feet out to the side, revealing that I was wearing flip-flops. Teddy didn't seem to notice. I'd worn them for him as a little fuck you. He reached up and pulled the tubes out of his nose. A thin bead of snot attached the tube to his nostril like a spider's web. He wiped it away with the back of his hand. His voice was as steady as a rock. He said, "I don't like it when we lose one of our own." I said, "Pops was one of my best friends, a true warrior." "It's like when a parent loses a child." Teddy looked longingly at the surface of the table. We were silent for several moments. He looked back into my eyes. "But you did what it takes. Sometimes a Hell's Angel has to fight and kill. We'll remember Pops as a hero, hang his cut on the wall, after we patch it, of course." "That's great. But what about Timmy and me?" "What about you?" "We took care of business, just like you always say. That Mongol was a bitch, and he died like a bitch, courtesy of us, courtesy of you, the Hell's Angels." "Bird, you weren't listening. I said, sometimes a Hell's Angel has to fight and kill. Congratulations, brothers. You're Hell's Angels now." He smiled and reached across the table, grabbing the back of my neck with his meaty hands. That was it. We'd done the impossible. I felt like Lewis and Clark when they laid eyes on the Pacific, or Neil Armstrong when his boot hit moon dirt. I did what I had to do. I took care of business. That's what a Hell's Angel does. We went back to the Pinyon Pines to celebrate, but since Pops was dead, it wasn't much of a celebration. Bobby cleared a corner of the club and ordered the bouncer, the bartender, and the manager not to let anyone near us. We got a round of shots. Even Joby and Bobby joined the toast. I said, "To Pops. At least he died in a bar." That drew a few smiles. We threw back and sat around. Teddy huddled us together and said we'd have to burn the evidence that night. He said with quiet terror, "No one fucking knows about this." He finished his drink and then he whispered, "We're gonna do what we can to get you stitched up, but be patient." I blurted, "Teddy, what do you mean, be patient?" "Yeah, what the fuck do you mean?" asked Timmy. "Look, you're full up as far as me or any of these guys is concerned, but we gotta run shit by the board. We can't act alone. You know how it is. We got rules." Joby said, "Don't worry. I'll leave town tomorrow to lobby for you guys. I'll hit Vegas, Purdue, Dago, San Fernando, Oakland, and call all the guys around here. I told Sonny what you were up to, and he said he hoped you kill that motherfucker. So don't worry, you won't have any problems." I said, "The fuck we won't. We did this because it had to be done. I don't give a shit about that Mongol, but I also did it to get in. And now that Pops is gone, I really want in." I was genuinely pissed. I could see everything drifting away as the guys hedged their promises. "I want my fucking patch." Timmy growled, "I do too. We earned them." Bobby put an arm around me and said, "Let's go outside." We did. He said, "Go put your phone in the truck," pointing at the pickup. I did. He led me to a secluded corner of the parking lot. "Calm down, Bird. You've had a rough couple days." He lit a cigarette and talked again about the murder he'd supposedly committed for his club. "When I did mine, I was fucking jacked. He was a rat, I told you that. He'd put away some old-timers, and I took it upon myself to even the score. But man, I was jacked." He chuckled. "Cruising down the road to where I was going to meet the guy, pumping that Metallica song, Nothing Else Matters." He paused, lost in blood-thick memories. "Anyway, I did it, and it took months for me to get my filthy few tab. Months, even though it was in the paper the next day. Point is, you can't rush these things. Don't worry. You're going to get your shit. We got to see how it shakes down is all." "I'll be damned if I have to wait 6 months." "We got to see what happens. You know the feds, ATF, the Department of Public Safety, all those fucks are watching us. We give you a patch tonight, you roll out in it tomorrow, and they're going to want to know what the fuck. We can't have that kind of attention." I didn't say anything. I lit another cigarette. "Look, even if the whole West Coast, even if the whole U.S. wanted to vote you in, we might get overruled by the World Council. Those Euro fuckers been railing against us for years, and they don't always look lightly on fast patches. We gotta stay cool. You gotta stay cool." "Fuck that, Bobby." "Just be patient." "Fuck that." I said the words with less conviction. Why was Bobby telling me this? To comfort me? To impress me? We'd been trying to pin this murder on him since he fessed up to it back in Vegas, but we'd never found an unsolved case that met the requirements. That didn't mean it wasn't true, but I couldn't help wondering, was Bobby Reinstra full of shit? I decided that it didn't matter. Bobby put his hand on my shoulder, and we went back inside. He guided me to the bar, and I sat down and pounded a neat Jack Daniels. I felt defeated. I'd gone from confidence to fear to euphoria to disappointment to nausea in less than 2 hours. These guys made me sick. I felt like yelling, "Hypocrite!" in Bobby's face. There I was, doing what I was supposed to do as a Hell's Angel, and instead of getting patched, which, having all but signed off on my family and disobeyed Slats, was all that mattered to me, I was getting jacked up by politics. I felt like asking Bobby, what are we, outlaws or lawyers, because I know a lot about both. I felt like screaming, fuck the cops, and fuck the World Council, and fuck the other charters. I realized in that single moment that the brotherhood the Hells Angels claimed to be a part of was nothing more than a support group for misunderstood loners, held together by hate and money. Everything revolved around money hustling and protecting the club against those we hated. We hated all the other clubs, the public, the police. We hated work, our wives, our girlfriends, our kids. Occasionally, we hated ourselves. We hated everyone that wasn't a Hell's Angel, and even then, we often hated each other. I say we, because these were the people and things that I had come to hate too. I'd been undercover for almost 2 years as J. Bird Davis. That whole time I'd thought I was the one in control. I was the one making myself into a Hell's Angel. I'd thought I was the one infiltrating them. I had it backward. They were the ones who had infiltrated me. We were all hypocrites. Teddy lumbered up behind us and said, "Come on, let's get the fuck out of here." We rode to the clubhouse for another drink. As Rudy handed out beers, Joby put something over my shoulders. It was a cut. It was his cut. He draped it over me like I was a prince. I looked at him. He said apologetically, "Bird, you're in, man. You're a Hell's Angel. Wear this one till you get yours." He looked at Timmy. "Teddy's got a spare that'll fit you." I took the vest off, turned to Joby, and handed it to him. "Fuck that, Joby. I'm not wearing another man's cut." Timmy walked up to us. I said, "We came through the front door, and I'll be damned if I go out the back to get my shit. I'll take my death head when it's mine. No offense, but I earned it, and I don't intend to share." Joby stepped back, looking at me hard. He said, "Okay." He knew I was right. They all did. H.A. cuts are not transferable. As Joby put his cut back on, Teddy and Bobby started to grill us on how we had handled the evidence. Joby went to fetch a 50-gallon steel drum from behind the house. Bobby wanted to know what we'd done with the clothes we did it in. I said we'd burn them on sight. Bobby said, "Good, you guys are thinking like us." My mood was in constant flux. I said, "Dude, we are like you." But I said it lightly. He laughed. Joby came up with the drum and 2 pairs of hedge clippers. Teddy told us to cut the Mongol cut into little strips and put them in the drum. I was still pissed. I said, "Fuck this. I'll burn this shit, but I'm not waiting for my patch." No one said anything to that. Timmy sheared the vest in half, and we cut it up. Bobby and Teddy watched. Joby paced, went inside for a while, and then came out. He told us he'd called Bad Bob and Sonny. Bad Bob couldn't believe what had happened to Pops, but was glad Timmy and I were back in one piece. When we were done with the cut, Joby covered the drum, hauled it into the bed of his truck, and strapped it into place. He got in his truck and started it up. Teddy pulled Timmy and me close to him. He looked back and forth at our faces. His smile was the biggest I'd seen. His eyes were sad. He said solemnly, "Welcome to the family, brothers." We each hugged him and climbed into Joby's pickup. I sat in the back. Joby drove into the hills around Chino Valley. The cover team, who had been listening and following us around, lost us. I knew as we went higher and higher on unpaved roads that Timmy and I were alone with Joby Walters, himself a filthy few tab wearer. The bumps of the road rocked me into an uneasy sleep. I was bone tired. I thought, maybe now I'll die. I thought, maybe this is what Teddy had in mind. Have Joby take us and the evidence out to the hills, out to where Jesus lost his sandals, and get rid of us nice and quiet. After all, weren't we a kind of evidence, too? It seemed fitting. I'd abandoned J. Dobyns, and I was tired of being Bird. I thought, wouldn't it be nice never to wake up again? But I did. The truck skidded to a nasty halt, and my eyes popped open. Joby said, "We're here." We were in the clearing of an aspen grove, one of Joby's campsites. We got out. I rubbed my face while Timmy helped Joby with the drum. Joby told me to get the jug of gas out of the truck. I brought it over and handed it to him. He doused the contents of the barrel and told me to light it up. I clicked my Zippo, lit a twig, and threw it in. The fire went right up. Joby's long face turned orange. He clicked his tongue like the plains farmer he'd always reminded me of, his buck teeth sticking out. I smiled, thinking of the first time I'd seen him, at the Laughlin Harrah's, the night of the riot so many months ago, the Nestle Quick rabbit. Nasty old rabbit. I said, "Sorry we ditched that little pistol you gave us, Job." "No worries. Guess you'll have to look at it as your contribution to a dead Mongol." "I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Best $200 I ever spent." "Good." I looked up. There was a hole in the stand of trees. There were plenty of stars in the sky. Little orange sparks rose up to meet them. The fire smelled like hamburgers and lamb chops. No one spoke for a long time. Finally, as the last shred of the Mongol cut drifted into the night sky, Joby said, "Jesus hates a pussy, Pops." Timmy and I repeated, "Jesus hates a pussy." I meant it. Joby did too. He loved Pops, and he loved us. I knew only then that Joby wasn't going to kill me, but I also believed that J. Dobyns was dead. Only Bird was left standing. Chapter 39. The Bust. Late June, early July, 2003. But I was no angel. The Mongol murder was not as simple as it appeared. I'd lied, and what a lie it was. I had reached the pinnacle of my abilities. Deception had become my stock in trade. Like water that seeps into a crack and later freezes, expanding the crack into a fissure, deception had found the cracks in my character and exposed them. I felt like a soldier who had become accustomed to killing, who even looked forward to it. Deceiving people had, at the beginning of my career, made me uneasy, but by the time I'd been accepted by the Hells Angels, my capacity to deceive defined who and what I was. I didn't think of myself as a liar. Lying was simply what I did to do my job well. Nevertheless, I was a champion liar. I lied not only to my suspects, but I lied to everyone I knew, including myself. I'd been undercover for too long, and my experiences had altered me in some basic and dark ways. One thing was true, however. As Joby drove us into the hills, I expected, even wanted, to die. But it was not true that I had killed. In the end, getting a bullet would have been too easy, and delivering one much too problematic. The fire at Joby's camp had smelled like lamb chops for good reason. The blood, skin, and brains that spattered the Mongol's clothes had belonged to a lamb, not a man. While my loss of conscience had not been fun, the murder had been a game. Our Mongol, who wore a genuine cut, seized in another ATF case, had been played by Department of Public Safety Detective Sean Wood. He had lain motionless in a ditch in the blazing sun, while Jerry Laird, a Phoenix homicide dick, squirted blood and scattered brains over his head and torso. There he stayed while Timmy and I took pictures of each other pretending to kill him. Then he got up, and we took trophy shots, me, Timmy, Woody, JJ, for posterity. Then we shot Pop's cut. Pops was alive, off the case for good, catching up with his little girls back home, and piled into the truck, heading to a bar for Miller time. All this took place about 20 miles outside of Phoenix. Following the presentation and destruction of the evidence, there were a lot of phone calls between me and Bad Bob and Teddy and Bobby and Joby and Smitty. On the 30th, Timmy, JJ, and I went to Skull Valley to talk things over. Teddy and the others weren't happy, but they weren't very upset either. We were told that we weren't going to get patched, even though the local shot callers had sided with us. The problem went back to Laughlin. It felt like all my problems went back to Laughlin, when some angels had been fast-patched after the riot. This pissed off the European angels. Those guys were over there fighting their rivals with RPGs, blowing up entire clubhouses, and none of them got patched early. We were told that Europe simply outnumbered the United States, and none of our guys wanted to step on their European counterparts' toes. We were told that it looked good for getting made at the Laconia World Run just 2 months out, but that there was no guarantee. Otherwise, we had 9 months to go. Teddy said it didn't matter to him. From then on, Skull Valley and the rest of Arizona, Smitty, Bad Bob, Sonny, everyone, would consider us patches. He reiterated that in his eyes, since we'd acted like Hell's Angels, we were Hell's Angels. He said, "Bird, we're a club of rules and bylaws. You're a Hell's Angel, and we'll make it official by everyone in Laconia." I knew in that instant that the case was over. I'd managed to convince the ATF bosses of the value of running as a full patch. But without that status guaranteed, we wouldn't get the full go-ahead. Our bosses wouldn't wait for Laconia, let alone 9 months. I thought, best case, that we had a month left. But we didn't. In the weeks leading up to the murder ruse, Slats had told our bosses how much continuing the case would cost. They had flipped out, told him to shut it down. Slats started the process of issuing warrants, which included testifying before a federal grand jury. He got his indictments. The counts included drug trafficking, trafficking in stolen property, RICO conspiracy, and innumerable felons in possession of a firearm. Slats knew the case had a hard-out since early June. He didn't tell me, because he knew that as long as the case was still technically alive, there was nothing he could do to stop me from doing whatever I wanted. Like him, I was just too bull-headed. But immediately after the murder ruse, I was ignorant of all that. It was pointless. But we hung out at Skull Valley for a while on the 30th, after we'd been told we'd have to wait for our death heads. I didn't want to give up. I knew that one of these days I'd be hanging out with the guys for the last time, and while I wouldn't miss the Hells Angels much, I'd miss Timmy and Pops and JJ and the weird life that we'd come to share. It was all I knew. I'd forgotten where I'd come from, and I wasn't sure I could go back, even if I wanted to. I wouldn't let go of Bird so easily. Bobby pulled me aside and told me more about his murder. Joby joined us and said he knew all about Bobby's work. He said that if Bobby ever went down, then Joby would make public the things that Bobby had done. Bobby said, "Yeah, can't let that shit out now, or I'll go away for life, you know." After a while, we got ready to leave. As I walked out, Bobby told me he had a couple of AK-47s he wanted me to move for him. I told him no problem. I was still Bird, wasn't I? He smiled, barely. I'd never see any of the Skull Valley guys again. We randomly hooked up with Dwayne Crow Williams, the old senile Mesa angel who used to call me Pruno, on that same day down in Phoenix. We went to his house and didn't stay for long. He was a nonsensical mess. When I got to the Carroll Street Undercover house later that night, I wrote the notes that Slats would immediately translate into the lines of the last Black Biscuit report of incident. At approximately 4 p.m., the operatives arrived at the residence of Dwayne Williams, a.k.a. Crow. Present at this location was a Dodge pickup truck bearing Arizona handicapped license plate. During this contact, Williams advised the operatives of, but not limited to, the following: that we, HAMC, don't know who killed Hoover. That we think we know who killed Hoover. That we should just start killing the people who we think killed Hoover. That someone is going to have to die for the murder of Hoover. This investigation is continuing. There was a 4th of July party at Skull Valley that we didn't show up for. We didn't bother telling them we wouldn't be there. We disappeared on July 1st. I heard later, from suspect interviews, that our absence was a hot topic. Most thought we'd gotten called on a collection, or had gone to Mexico on business, but they couldn't be sure. It was very unlike us not to stay in touch. Slats had ordered all of us home. He'd gotten us all 4 weeks off, paid, and he intended for us to use it. It was important that we did, he said. I told him we still had work to do. He said, "No, you don't. Your families need you much more than I do." He said it to all of us, but he was looking at me. "All right, we've had our differences, and you've done a hell of a job. But this phase is over." I followed his orders. On July 2nd, I headed home until after the 4th, at which time I'd go back to Phoenix to help with the bust. Gwen was gone. She had taken the kids on a driving tour back east. As I'd predicted, I was alone. No safe haven, no Hell's Angels, no partners, no family, no peace. I had nothing, and I deserved nothing. Slats's closing of the case felt like a complete betrayal, but he knew what he was doing. It's now my belief that from beginning to end, Slats served as Black Biscuit's moral compass. God knows I didn't, and acted as our collective conscience. It turns out that he really was dealing with the full 100% of the case, and I wasn't. Whatever he may have wanted for selfish reasons, he knew that the case had to end when it did. He was able to make the decision. I couldn't. By ending the case, Slats forced us all to return to ourselves before it was too late, before there'd be nothing to return to. He was, more than I or anyone else, looking out for his friend J. Dobyns, who had gone missing. Black Biscuit search warrants were executed on July 8th. Stacy, Bobby's girlfriend, called after we started knocking the angels down and left a frantic message saying, "Bird, it's Stacy. I don't know where you are, but wherever it is, stay there. They're coming for the guys. It looks like they're coming for all the guys. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Hopefully I'll see you soon." She wouldn't. What was going on was pre-dawn SRT and SWAT raids conducted in Arizona, Nevada, California, Washington, and Colorado. The total haul was impressive. More than 1,600 pieces of evidence were collected. Over 650 guns, 80 of which were machine guns, sawed-off shotguns, and other prohibited weapons. Dozens of silencers, explosives, including pipe bombs, napalm, blasting caps, dynamite, and grenades. And over 30,000 rounds of live ammunition. The drug haul, mostly meth or meth-related, was not huge, but it was significant. We also seized over $50,000 in U.S. currency. We served search and arrest warrants on 50 defendants, 2 of whom were death penalty candidates. Later we charged 16 of them, including Joby, Smitty, Dennis, Bad Bob, Teddy, and Bobby, with RICO conspiracy violations. Paul Eyeshide and Kevin Augustiniak would be charged with the murder of Cynthia Garcia. A few more faced parole violations and were looking at immediate time. One of these was Dan Danza, who decided he'd had enough. He couldn't be a member of a club that he felt no longer lived up to its reputation. He also wanted his teenage boys to have a shot at a better future. He agreed to work with the police. No one else cooperated. The rest, awaited trial. Owing to lack of evidence, Ralph "Sonny" Barger was left untouched. Epilogue. Late in the summer of 2004, J.J. and I assisted Slats by listening to surveillance material. The work was tedious and mind-numbing, but I remember one recording from mid-May 2003. I recognized the voices of Bobby, Teddy, and Joby, who were having a general conversation about how great it was to be Hell's Angels, but there was a fourth voice I couldn't place. He was a live wire, and his words hardly made sense. I hit pause, passed my headphones to J.J., and played the conversation for her. After listening for a minute, I hit stop and asked, "Who the fuck is that asshole?" She put her hands in her lap and said, "You don't know?" "No." She smiled slightly and said, "That's you, Jay." It was a revelation. That night, I wrote an email to everyone on the task force, apologizing for being Bird. I'd let our mission get the better of me, and I'd mistaken their duty for their support. It was at that moment that I started to realize all that I'd wrought. My damage had gone far beyond my co-workers. I knew I'd accomplished what was perceived to be an impossible task. Even Sonny Barger boasted that his club would never be infiltrated by law enforcement. But I was naive. I knew I had damaged my family, my peers, and my friends. But in the end, I thought that precisely because my task was perceived as impossible, I'd have their ultimate support. I was flat out wrong. The night I reached the pinnacle, when Joby draped a cut over my shoulders and I refused it, should have been the night that everyone I knew to be on my side would be celebrating. But instead of being there to back me up, they were distant and injured, pleading for me to return to the man I'd once been. I felt like I'd dropped a payload of napalm on them. The night I got what I'd wanted so badly was not a night of celebration. Instead, it was the loneliest night of my life. By the summer of 2004, the Hells Angels had issued 2 death threats against my family and me. Over the following years, they would issue 3 more. The things they claimed to want to do to us weren't pretty, and they put me on edge. The nightmare of Bobby and Teddy pulling out my tongue recurred often. When the boys came to visit me, there was nothing I could do but wake up, go to the bathroom, and splash water on my face. I'd inherited the Hells Angels' deep paranoia. I perceived threats everywhere. A man sitting in a car that was parked too long on our corner became a biker spy. Animals in our backyard became a Hells Angels hit squad. More than once, I jumped out of bed, grabbed my shotgun, and cleared the house and yard in my underwear. ATF didn't take the threat seriously. Feeling unsafe and abandoned by my employer, I moved my family around the West Coast. Running was fruitless. My paranoia grew and was only made worse by ATF's refusal to recognize what I knew was a mortal situation. They belittled my concerns and downplayed my accomplishments. I began to engage ATF in a drawn-out battle for compensations to my bank account, my reputation, and my psyche. It was a dreary business, both heartbreaking and eye-opening. I'd expected to be betrayed by the Hells Angels, but not by the people I'd worked so incredibly hard for. Another thing I didn't expect was for the Black Biscuit case ultimately to fail. Sadly, disputes over evidence and tensions between ATF and the U.S. attorneys killed our case. Most of the serious charges were dismissed in early 2006, and as a result, hardly any of the guys who were charged with RICO violations saw the inside of a courtroom. A few, such as Smitty, Joby, and Pete, were still prosecutable for their actions at Laughlin, but aside from the guns and contraband we'd taken off the street, it felt as though most of our work had been for nothing. Sure, we'd sent several guys away for short sentences and forced many into probation, but these accomplishments were nothing compared to the back-breaking case we'd envisioned leveling against the Hells Angels. Those were dark days. The press and the defense attorneys, not privy to the turf battles fought between the case agents and the prosecutors, hung the blame on the undercover operation. We were called rogue actors, reckless and impulsive, and the Hells Angels' legal representation publicly yoked us, confident the case would never go before a jury. Blaming undercovers is the easiest course in these situations. Sometimes it's the truth, but in our case it was a lie. The worst part for me was that, precisely because neither ATF nor the prosecutors revealed the full truth, I couldn't defend myself. My real name traveled through the papers, as my unlikely story was told, and to some I became a pariah. Black Biscuit's failure became my own, and thus one of my greatest fears, failure, was realized. It was ironic that some of my best undercover work had sealed my fate. My cover was blown, and I'd never again be able to work the streets. I was so tired in those days, from fighting with Slats and Gwen, the Hells Angels and ATF, that I didn't really care about my blown cover, but it had some interesting consequences. My friends and extended family suddenly knew what I'd been doing my whole life, and they wanted to know everything about it. Principally, they wanted to know the answers to two questions: was it worth it, and would I do it again? I'm glad they asked me. I was forced to look in the mirror and assess who I was and what I had done. Only recently have I been able to offer honest answers. Being an undercover agent had become more than what I did for a living. It was what I had become. This had to change. In the beginning, I thought of the Black Biscuit case as a classic good versus evil struggle. I knew the brutality and intimidation brought by the Hells Angels was real. Violence was their way of life. The pursuit of preventing violence was a way of life for some ATF agents like Joe Slatala and me. Our team of elite investigators was an ideal adversary to the Hells Angels, and everyone on the task force was proud to throw themselves into taking down such an evil organization. But as we've seen, things aren't always so cut and dried. I went in deep and realized that the Hells Angels weren't all bad, and I wasn't all good. As I became Bird and abandoned J. Dobyns, I dived head first into a sea of lies. The Angels will point out that all I did was lie to them, and although that is mostly true, I can say with a clear conscience that I didn't cheat them. I didn't put guns or drugs in their hands, and I didn't force them to commit or confess crimes. The world had enough real bad guys. I didn't have to go around inventing them. The Angels had a lot to say about me in the aftermath of the case, very little of it good. The Odd Angel gave us respect, saying we'd gamed them fair and square, which I believe we had. According to the initial interviews, Joby refused to believe I was a cop unless I sat down with him and said the words myself. Bad Bob Johnston, after receiving a plea-bargained probation, told the press that he didn't agree with our tactics, but he grudgingly acknowledged that we were very good at what we did. Dan Danza, after turning informant, said he thought we were the real tough guys for doing what we did. He might not have agreed with the law, but he saw the adrenaline-fueled logic in being an undercover cop. I still regard Danza as one of the toughest guys I've ever met, and his compliments remain some of the highest I've ever received from anybody. But mostly the Angels downplayed our successes. They raged that Timmy and I had never become actual Hells Angels. They circled the wagons, protecting the murderers and criminals we exposed. Bobby Reinstra now maintains that in the immediate aftermath of the Mongol murder ruse, he and Teddy became convinced we were cops. I don't believe him, but I guess hindsight's always 20/20. In the end, the Angels got it both ways. They claimed the high ground while never relinquishing the low. maintaining their coveted and hard-fought outlaw status while beating the law. They remained misunderstood American rebels, while we, who stood and fought for order and decency, were cast as overzealous cops who'd thrown all of our cautions and ethics to the wind. In nearly every respect, they won. For 2 solid years, the side of my personality known as Bird had developed into my rock and stone. He was the one I could always count on. But by belittling him, the Hells Angels took this accomplishment away from me, too. As I said, dark days. I turned to the only things I had left: God, friends, and family. I didn't deserve their allegiance, and why they hadn't abandoned me I'll never know. But there they were. I turned to them and saw with new eyes what was good in my life. I realized that only by the grace of God did I have these good things. I came to accept that whatever had been bad in my life was done by my own hand. It wasn't my job, it wasn't ATF, and it wasn't the Hells Angels that had transformed me into the worst version of myself. It was I alone who had done that. I don't know when I realized these things, but when I did, everything changed. I remember waking up one day, no longer concerned with death or retaliation. If the Hells Angels wanted to do something bad to me, there was little I could do but be ready. If ATF wanted to treat me as an outcast, all I could do was stubbornly refuse. In my life, I'd endured a bullet through the chest and countless beatdowns. I'd held ticking time bombs and had dozens of guns pointed at my head. I'd gone undercover with murderers and rapists and larcenists, spending a good portion of my life with society's most despicable elements. It had been an odd but full life. That day I realized that in spite of its bureaucracy, I loved ATF and its noble mission. I loved my fellow agents for their unacknowledged and selfless sacrifices. I realized that my long life of strange experiences had been genuinely wonderful and satisfying. I woke up that day wanting to trade some of my righteousness for a patch of peace. This, too, was a revelation. My sense of determination, some might call it my arrogance, had allowed me to confront challenges that other people simply couldn't or wouldn't. I realized that I was proud of the chip I carried on my shoulder. I began to accept myself for who I was. Bird no longer defined me, but he lived inside me. He'll never again be the main player, but he remains a dear part of who I am. I realized the thing that had been most dear to me, the honor and privilege of facing my challenges alongside the most courageous law enforcement officers and family members one could ever imagine or hope for. With all my love and respect to those who have guided me, encouraged me, accepted me, and stood with me, to call you my friends or family is an understatement. You're much more. You're my heroes. Was it worth it? Would I do it again? If I could have looked into the future and known the life I now enjoy, absolutely yes. Where are they now? Law enforcement. Carlos Canino joined ATF's management team and is running an investigative group for the Bureau. Greg Sugar Bear Cowan followed in the footsteps of Joe Slatala and has become one of ATF's premier case agents. Gayland Hammock retired with honors from LVMPD and currently owns and runs a law enforcement training business. Rudy Kramer is in the Federal Witness Protection Program, whereabouts unknown. Billy Timmy Long returned to duty and proudly serves with the Phoenix Police Department. Jenna J.J. McGuire continues to work on all types of investigations and has developed into one of ATF's most highly regarded agents. Pops filed a lawsuit against ATF, alleging inadequate compensation and recognition for his work on Black Biscuit. He broke ties with the agency, and his whereabouts are unknown. Joe Slats Slatala has a mentorship role within ATF, guiding complex investigations and training new case agents. Slatala is considered the country's premier expert on electronic and wiretap investigations. Sean Wood is considered one of the Southwest's top experts on gangs, with an emphasis on OMGs. Hells Angels and Associates. Robert Abraham pled guilty to dealing firearms without a license and was sentenced to 24 months incarceration with 36 months supervised release. Kevin Augustiniak was incarcerated on murder charges and is awaiting trial. He remains a member of the Hells Angels Mesa Charter. Ralph Hubert Sonny Barger maintains active membership with the Cave Creek Charter. He's heavily involved in promoting his books and various Hollywood film projects. Sonny is still considered the godfather of the Hells Angels, and he remains the living icon of biker culture. Doug Dam pled guilty to being a felon in possession of a firearm and was sentenced to 84 months incarceration. He remains a member of the Hells Angels, charter unknown. Dennis Chef Boyardee Denbeston pled guilty to being a felon in possession of a firearm and was sentenced to 70 months incarceration. Paul Eichide is a fugitive from murder charges. He has been featured on the America's Most Wanted television show and placed on the U.S. Marshals' 15 Most Wanted list. He remains a member of the Hells Angels, charter unknown. Tim Holt pled guilty to possession of prohibited weapons and was sentenced to 27 months incarceration with 36 months supervised release. Rudy Jaime pled guilty to armed narcotics trafficking and was sentenced to 5 years incarceration. He remains a member of the Hells Angels, charter unknown. Robert Bad Bob Johnston pled guilty to misprision of a felony and was sentenced to 14 months probation. After being one of the Hells Angels' most powerful and respected leaders, Johnston was conveniently blamed by his brothers as the lone scapegoat responsible for our infiltration. He was unceremoniously removed from the club. Craig Fang Kelly's charges were dismissed with prejudice and cannot be refiled. He remains president of the Hells Angels Tucson Charter. Michael Mesa Mike Kramer is in the Federal Witness Protection Program, whereabouts unknown. Robert Mack McKay pled guilty to threats against a federal agent and was sentenced to time served, 17 months. Now released, McKay is currently living in Tucson, operating his tattoo parlor, and remains a member of the Hells Angels Tucson Charter. Sean McManama pled guilty to possession of prohibited weapons and was sentenced to 24 months incarceration with 36 months supervised release. Robert Chico Mora was convicted of felon in possession of body armor and sentenced to 18 months incarceration. He remains a member of the Hells Angels Phoenix Charter. Bobby Reinstra's charges were dismissed with prejudice and cannot be refiled. He's now a member of the Hells Angels Cave Creek Charter and a gang spokesman against the Operation Black Biscuit investigation. Calvin Casino Cal Schaefer pled guilty to armed narcotics trafficking and was sentenced to 60 months incarceration. He remains a member of the Hells Angels Mesa Charter. Donald Smitty Smith's charges were dismissed with prejudice and cannot be refiled. He remains a member of the Hells Angels Arizona Nomads Charter. Lydia Smith is still married to Smitty and running a beauty shop in Bullhead City. Teddy Toth pled guilty to tampering with a witness and was sentenced to 12 months probation. He's now a member of the Hells Angels Cave Creek Charter. Scott Varville pled guilty to possession of prohibited weapons and was sentenced to 24 months incarceration with 36 months supervised release. George Joby Walters was a fugitive from justice for over 4 years. Walters turned himself in to authorities in February 2008 and was sentenced to 6 months incarceration for absconding justice. His RICO and VCAR charges were dismissed. Walters remains a member of the Hells Angels, charter unknown. Henry Hank Watkins's charges were dismissed with prejudice and cannot be refiled. He left the club in good standing before the conclusion of Operation Black Biscuit. Family. Dale Dobyns displayed great bravery in the face of personal threats and remains an inspiration to her father. Dale aspires to work in fashion, art, and design. Gwen Dobyns is still the patriarch of her family. Still married to Jay, she is an active mother and a supportive wife. Jack Dobyns is still Jay's rock, following in his father's footsteps as a determined, overachieving, excellence-or-nothing student and athlete. Jay Dobyns lives a contented and peaceful life, devoted to God, family, friends, health, and hobbies. His motorcycle sits parked in a garage, covered with a dusty sheet, never ridden. Author's note: No Angel was never intended to be an investigative report, legal brief, or historical document. The best classification for this book would likely be memoir, but after having read No Angel, you may wonder, is this really the way things went down? How did he recall such detail years later? This book was a team effort. I wouldn't have been able to produce the book you're listening to without the dedication of my writer, Nils Johnson Shelton. Nils was instrumental in focusing a chaotic and tangled storyline, and he helped grant my words a literary quality they wouldn't have had if I'd written this book on my own. Without him, my story wouldn't be the one you've just listened to. My main concern in writing my story was that it be honest. The survival of an undercover operator often depends on one's ability to feel one thing, yet bluff another, while under the scrutiny of a societal element uniquely paranoid of police. The stories of undercover cops are the stuff of movies, and many of us are portrayed as superheroes. Most of us are. I, unfortunately, was not. As we wrote, I constantly reminded Nils, I'm not interested in being the knight in shining armor. That wasn't me, and if we tell it that way, it'll be a lie. If my book was to be believed as the truth, then my depiction of myself also had to be the truth. The honest and shameful core that runs through this book details my devolution. As I hurtled from J. Dobyns toward Bird, I became confused, tormented, and afraid. In writing this book, I wanted to admit my mistakes and atone for some of my sins. I wanted to make a book my children could someday read and maybe understand why I'd done the things I had. As we wrote, our main obligation was to the story's accuracy, but in the interest of storytelling, we did end up taking some liberties. What I consider to be incidental circumstances, things like food, clothing, a background character's physical description, or the weather, were captured to the best of my memory, but where my memory failed, Nils's creative and descriptive ability filled the void. On rare occasions, we took the practical liberty of combining events or conversations. The components of these events and conversations were real, but without the listener's permission to consolidate, this narrative would have filled several volumes. Dialogue was also sometimes a collaboration of my memory and Nils's creative ability. We limited the number of epithets I used, and severely decreased the number of times I, sadly, said, "Dude." I didn't make a habit of listening to taped conversations or reading transcripts as we wrote. Instead, I made extensive use of reports that often quoted exact dialogue. I'd lived this story firsthand, and then reaffirmed it during trial prep, repeatedly burning its most intimate details into my brain. I know what was said and who said it. This is an important point, because although no angel attributes damning statements to real people, all of the conversations are true to their spirit, if not to their letter, and many are true to their letter. All of the events, persons, and alleged crimes that occur in No Angel actually happened or existed. As I wrote in the epilogue, the world had enough real bad guys. I didn't have to go around inventing them. It needs to be stressed that in the absence of a trial by jury, all of the crimes detailed in No Angel must remain alleged. However, the evidence and testimony haven't changed since July 8, 2003. Black Biscuit is as prosecutable and winnable now as it was then. But while the crimes alleged in my book remain unproven in a court of law, for me they will always be hard, cold, and provable facts. J. Anthony Dobyns, February 2008.